tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's gray. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open, everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice, you can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again.
You want more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that you see in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise!
Arcitys looking for Methodz in the head. Sees one, sees Nero as well. Cammy, they continue to apply the pressure. It's going to be a 7-streak, 4-streak, looking for more players. He's going to find another as well. aBeZy hasn't even died yet this round. Standy. Oh, he did it again! Let's get away with this! He's going to check the bomb! Check the bomb away, King! He gets it! Maybe gets 2, maybe gets 3! Go! He's going to fly! Will he get the kill though?
Accuracy has done it again!
They're calling this out. They're going to try and lock down.
Final break! Get it done in 3! 13 seconds on the clock! Oh, it is non-stop!
And he has 6 as well.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
Welcome to the third week of the Call of Duty League, our last weekend before the first major, the OpTic major. But, you know, enough with the formalities. My name is aBeZy, rocking the mic with aLLeY and also Nameless. And this is going to be pretty important for the simple fact that the teams are going to see today, they're fighting to make it up there in the seeding. So Paris Legion sitting at the bottom, winless right now. You have teams like Toronto Ultra that are trying to stay top 4, and also the likes of Atlanta FaZe proving their dominance right now. This is where teams step it up big time to show the road who they are before the first big land.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible, man. I mean, we're seeing some teams that we thought would be top 4 fighting for a spot in winner's bracket at Major 1. Yeah. At this point, I'm expecting teams to be major ready. So all these teams have been having issues, like the OpTic Texases of the league. You know, you're looking at Toronto, who didn't have Cammy. Their games were very, very close, and this is a team I expect to be contending for a championship. I'm waiting for these teams to turn up this week and look like they're in major form.
And now it's about that time to get that started. But the teams that we're talking about, they're going to be playing today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule right now. In the first matchup of the day, the LA Thieves are facing off against the Paris Legion. But aLLeY, we're going to see the likes of Minnesota Røkkr try to show us who they really are against a team called the Atlanta FaZe.
And the pressure's really going to be on Minnesota Røkkr, right? They've had these lights of moments where their aggression has put them on top with some of these higher tier squads, but against a team like Atlanta FaZe, their SMGs are really going to have to step it up.
Yeah, and Toronto Ultra, they're going to be the last game of the day playing against OpTic Texas, a team that's really trying to ride the momentum of their last win. And the last time we saw them on screen, Nameless, it was a really big 3-0 win that they had, but still, it was very close.
Yeah, it was very close. Obviously, they didn't have Cammy, who is leading in hardpoint KD for the squad. But, you know, they still were able to get the series done. Their teamwork is still absolutely on point. Across the game modes, they're positive in all 3. Search and Destroy, they're actually 2-2, so that's the one mode where, like, we expect them to be just dominant in. Last year they were, so still maybe a little bit of work to be done there. But, you know, looking at a team like Toronto Ultra, they still look like an absolute threat to anybody in our league. I would not be surprised if they went into Major 1 and won that tournament. But, you know, the league is very competitive now. You have to be well-rounded everywhere. So for them, bringing Cammy back in, I'm expecting them to take it up a notch.
I think they're going to be fine, man. Seeing aBeZy come into play as a substitute, that was insane. aBeZy was doing 180s. He was going on big streaks, making big plays. And one of the biggest plays that happened that series happened in Control Alley, where it was the B stack. You know all about it.
I do. So it was actually Hixie and Vance, I think, were the standout players for me. And again, this was Toronto Ultra playing with a sub 3-0 against the Florida Mutineers. We're going to watch back again. This was round 5. It was Hixie and Vance. They got control of the top side of the map. They pushed through Church into back spawns, and they just managed to stay alive. Father and son route man on the Ks. And of course, Kleenex is just unable to shut down here in Platt. They get the full wipe, and then you see everybody collapse onto this B site. They stack it. Nobody from Florida Mutineers is anywhere near it, and they end up getting the win.
All right, so Toronto Ultra looking good. The teamwork is obviously there, and this time around they're going to have their full team with them. I can't wait to see what they're going to bring for the first major, because this team, okay, we talked about them being the second best in the CDL, but they're looking to be the top dog here. But another team that we definitely have to talk about, nameless OpTic. The boys finally got a win.
Yeah.
We expected this team to just be dominant, in search and destroy, but seeing how this team is coming up as a whole throughout all of the struggles right now, I still have a little faith in them, man.
Yeah, I mean, I have a little faith in them, but they are in a very tough spot. Like, if they lose today, they potentially end up in the bottom 4. OpTic Texas, though, in their last series, they looked a lot better. Granted, they did play the Paris Legion, who is currently the weakest team we have in the CDL, but they were able to take them out. They beat that squad, and they looked better. iLLeY was the guy that we were focusing on. We were like, he needs to start to step it up for this team if they're going to have a chance versus some of the top contenders, and he did. He had a big series. The thing is, they did play Bocage, Tuscan, so he got to run an SMG on majority of the maps, so I'm excited to see when they have to go toe-to-toe with some of the better AR players of our league, like Cammy, like Insight. If they do get a map like aBeZy in the rotation or have to play a Brilliant, how does that play out for OpTic Texas? There's still some errors in their gameplay, but what they needed to show in that match was a 3-0, and they got it.
Yeah, but another thing that we need to see from this team is a definite step up when it comes to the KD and what's been happening. And right now, it's looking a lot better than the way it looked at the beginning of the year, aLLeY. I mean, yeah, Scump looks like he's struggling with that stat line, but he's still having big plays for this team.
You know what? Scump said it last time we interviewed them that they were having leadership issues. You know, we had that talk on the desk multiple times where it seems like they're not all on the same page, and he completely agrees, and that's what they were working on when we saw them last week. It looked like a really big step up overall from their teamwork. It just seems mid-end game of the series, they start to lose that teamwork. They start getting a little panicky, and I'm guessing that's where the comms kind of start going sideways when everybody's trying to make a play call. But you know what we really saw? It was iLLeY and Shotzzy that stepped it up last week. Their slaying power was above par from what we've seen, especially on the side of iLLeY. And so I'm hoping coming into the today, they have to go against Toronto Ultra. Okay, that as your matchup for seeding after you have been struggling to get these wins. You get the dub against Paris Legion. Now you have to go against a top dog like Toronto Ultra.
You're right. Now, you know who else is a top dog? Never a top dog, just outright last year. It was the Atlanta FaZe, and they're facing off against Minnesota Røkkr. And aLLeY, looking at this screen right now, safe to say that this team, they're pretty damn good.
They are. We're looking at Atlanta FaZe team stats right now. First overall, but search and destroy round win percentage is at 3rd right now. Not what we expect when it comes to a team like Atlanta FaZe, who's actually so disgusting at search and destroy. That's supposed to be their guaranteed game mode, and they're 3rd right now out of 12 teams.
Yes, and Nameless, last week, we saw them play Boston last week, and they cooked them. They fried them, man. But the thing is, it was done with so much grace and beauty. Like the play we saw from Arcitys, this team, they're showing not just their dominance, but just how smart they are when it comes to this game.
Absolutely, and how much they've improved. Like, this is what we were worried about, was the Gavutus and such for a team like Atlanta FaZe, but Simp was frying with the AR. So, like, he shut down a lot of the haters there, and their teamwork looked better. Like, you talk to Arcitys, he's like, we're going to continue to play our maps that you guys think we're bad on. It doesn't matter. This is what we're trying to figure out. We know we're good at it in scrims, and it finally translated to their matches. I mean, they're 3-0. They have lost some maps here and there throughout some of their series, but they're continuously getting better. So, for a team like this, that's scary for the rest of the competition. It's every year they have the same game plan and they execute it perfectly. So right now, you know, for a team, even we saw they were 3rd, you know, in search and destroy round win percentage, still 3-1 in the game mode. Like, so they're basically perfect there. And you look at Cellium and aBeZy, these guys are going off. So everybody on this team has stepped it up in a big way.
I'm loving how aggressive aBeZy has been and how confident he has been when it comes to, you know, search and destroy in every other game type. But also, Nameless, Minnesota Røkkr, can they bounce back? Last week they had 2 games, and they won as many games as we did here on this desk. They went winless. They went 0-2, but this team still great players, and we expect them to come big time this year. This weekend.
Yeah, I think Minnesota, like, they're a grueler of a series. They're just like that dark horse team. They're honestly the same exact team that we saw last year. Their hardpoint is still 50-50. They're 2-4 in hardpoint, so that's a game mode they have to figure out. And for me, it's like a pacing thing. And when I say pace, for those of you who want to better understand that, it's basically they have good teamwork, but they have to get faster in certain situations to make that decision on the map. There were a few moments last week that we saw in the Tuscan control. They had a minute left. They only gave themselves like 1.5 pushes. Like, those are moments where the communication has to be faster, and you have talented players. It's just something that Minnesota hasn't been able to figure out over the course of the last year or so, or since they built this roster. So it seems like more of the same. In order for Minnesota to win, it has to be a grueler game 5 where they steal a hardpoint, win both search and destroys. So I'm just waiting for them to get to that next level when it comes to the respawn.
You know what, though? I feel okay about Minnesota, man. This team, you take a look at all the members that are on this roster, and they're good. They're not bums. I mean, MajorManiak, you got Attach. Standy is on his demon time at times. And Priestahh, we all know all about him. But aLLeY, we still expect a lot more from these players on the individual level as well.
Yeah, no, the thing about the Minnesota Røkkr team is their decision making and their IQ is very, very high. The issue with this team, though, is going to be the slaying power. And going against a team like Atlanta, FaZe, they are probably one of the most aggressive teams in the league, where you have the likes of Cellium, who's consistently in the S&D dropped a 2.13 KD. So Minnesota Røkkr, obviously, they need to be able to match that. And for that, I'm looking at Priestahh. It feels like, for me, I've kind of forgotten he's on the map sometimes. And if he can step it up and elevate this team's gameplay, they've been pushing these teams to the limits, right? They've been going game 5s. The second I start to see a little bit more out of Priestahh, at least in the slaying power, and start seeing a little bit more confidence in this team's decision making, they could definitely cause an upset.
It's possible. Priestah's a beast, okay? Like, he's disgusting. But ladies and gentlemen, enough talk about the games that we're looking forward to seeing throughout the entirety of the day. At the end of this break, we're going to talk about the LA Thieves facing off against Paris Legion, a team that really has to go bigger. You know, they want that type of momentum heading into the major run. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break before we kick off the CDL, and this is week 3. We'll see you soon.
Are you guys game ready?
Do we sound game ready?
No.
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 That's not reaching the comms check. Yeah, they're spamming the mute button right now. Mute
Alright, partner.
Yeah.
What time is it?
Bro, what? Why are you talking?
I hate everybody.
You hate me?
No.
You love me.
Thank you, C. Thank you.
Listen to you, pal.
Only family says him. Only family.
Individuals don't win games. Teams do.
Fact.
Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, boys.
Woohoo! Or 2 inches, or maybe even 3 inches. You know, McGee?
Unless you're frying. Do whatever you want.
Let me write that down my notes.
Nah, that's
Game
the
is starting in 2 minutes.
Do you know what? He's just trying to get in the comms check. I know your game plan.
ready.
What the started sitting forward? You gotta say more funny Mike?
CDL, yeah.
Oh, man. I'm thinking about some funny shit right now, and I don't think any of it would get approved. I think I'd get fined.
Nice try, FBI CDL. Nice try, CDL. Listen in one.
It's on here, and
Just blazing balls.
Yeah.
It's freezing in here, man.
Temperature is 70, yeah?
sounds good to me.
What's the difference between
What?
hotel and motel?
Hotel is more than 2 stories. Like floors, like 1, 2. Motel's only 2 floors maximum. Hotel is more than 2.
I was gonna say people get killed in motels.
No, that's the actual difference. It's 2 floors versus more.
Why?
I'm not going to the motel.
I can tell by your eyes, Pred, that you're still shooting bots, right?
Hey, no, I'm just smiling. Just boys like this.
Okay.
Staring into my soul, brother.
No, I'm just, you know.
Yeah, my eyes. I'm just like practicing my eye movement.
I've got a good idea. Do a handstand, then sellotape the camera to your foot, and just start handstanding around.
Give me a
Bro, if anyone can hear us outside of this room, dude, they think we're insane, dude.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and eggs. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted! That's what I'm talking about! He don't miss!
Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL Week 3. And the first matchup of the day is going to be the LA Thieves facing off against the Paris Legion. And boy, I can't wait. Nameless, when it comes to this matchup, I mean, Paris and LA has been looking good. They've been streaky, and Paris has been kind of struggling right now. Do you think that this game might go down the wire? Do you think there might be an obvious edge looking at this on paper at the moment?
I think there's an obvious edge on the side of the LA Thieves. Their hardpoint has just been way better than the Paris Legion. I mean, I would argue that the LA Thieves have had some of the best hardpoint that we've had ahead in the CDL. They're 5-1 in that game mode. And then like Envoy, he's got a 1.17. He's been lighting it up for them when it comes to Hardpoint. They're going up against a Paris Legion team that can't seem to win it. Their Reflex player's been struggling. Nobody's above a 1.0 KD in that mode on this team besides Temp. So I do think the LA Thieves have a massive edge there.
Yes, and aLLeY, when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, LA Thieves, if they want to continue on with how well they're doing this year, what do they have to do in order to win?
Well, they got to take advantage of the Hardpoint matchup. Thieves is 5-1, where Paris is 1-6 in Hardpoint this season. Paris has been seriously struggling. We're on the side of LA Thieves. It just feels like they keep getting hotter. And then, of course, find a consistent second game mode. They're 2-5 combined in S&D and Control. And I mean, Octane's been hitting those snipes, man. They got to start capitalizing on those first bloods and rotate early versus a weak breaking team. Paris is last in break percentage, where Thieves is third in hold percentage. So this is a weak breaking team, guys. If you get that early rotation, that hill is basically yours for almost the full 60.
Right, and take a look at the roster right now. One of the standouts, of course, is going to be Octane. We interviewed him last week, and that man fries aLLeY. Seeing him with a scope on Search and Destroy, it's automatic. Right?
Hey, yo, man, GA the guy. Don't GA the gun. Octane has been nasty, but again, we have to talk about their Search and Destroy. Octane's getting those snipes. He's getting those first bloods, and even though rounds look like they're starting to go their way, somehow the other team always throws it back in their face.
Yes.
So as long as they can clean up those small mistakes and Search and Destroys, their hard points look great. They're basically guaranteed the series at that point.
Speaking about hard points, it was kind of like night and day, right? LA Thieves, they were like 5-1, and Paris, they pretty much struggled. And Nameless, yeah, when it comes to this, Paris, they're going to need all of their players to step up big time, especially going against the LA boys.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to need to step up big time. You need all three players. I mean, Temp is really the only one who's been playing well. And then even in the Search and Destroy, they're 1-4 in that game mode as well. Like, the only mode that's been consistent for them has been Control. And even that mode, it's been on Gavutu primarily. So, you know, looking at a Paris team, like, it just seems like they're lost right now. Like, the teamwork is just not there. They need somebody to individually have a big series to just lift up the spirits of the roster, because when they get in game, they sometimes get in advantageous situations, and it just goes straight to the pooper, dude. It does not work for this team.
So when it comes to the game field keys to victory, and what needs to happen?
Yeah, I mean, basically everything I just said. But yeah, improve S&D execution. They have a .76 team KD. They're last in round win percentage. Even when they get bombs down, they're not winning the round sometimes. Extend the series with Control. Thieves are 11th in round win percentage. So, like I said, the one mode that was somewhat consistent for Paris Legion in Control, maybe they can get themselves a win there. And then moving on, translate slaying success into a win in Control. Second in KD, 1.06, and 7th in round win percentage. So sometimes, like I said, when they put themselves in an advantageous situation, they throw it away.
Yes, now this team, Paris Legion, take a look at him. Temp, my man's is dialed in right now, and I expect this team to do a lot better than what we've seen before. 4-12 so far when it comes to maps, but still, some of the players on this roster, they can pull out a big win.
They can, but the issue is one player seems to be the only shining light for this team. And I'm not talking about like one player individually. I'm talking about each one of them will go off while everybody else is suffering. And it's got me thinking, you know, who's the IGL for the squad? Who's being the play caller? Because they've seriously been struggling up until now, and we're about to head into Major 1. You can't be 1-6 in Hardpoint heading into the Major.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock things down, and it's time to send this over to Miles and Chance. Fellas, you got LA versus Paris. Hope you have fun with this. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Veli. Fun is definitely what we'll be having. Now, if you're like either of us, Chance, I am currently suffering from a tremendous ranked play late night 2 a.m. finish hangover, so you're going to have to carry me today, man. Is that all right?
I mean, that's fine, Bobby. I would have been suffering in the same boat, but unfortunately my internet dropped after like the 7th game in a row I played. So I was trying to make up for it this morning, but as far as the maps and modes go for this series, I think this looks very dangerous for Paris. I'm not going to lie. You know, Thieves haven't been particularly strong in both Control and Search and Destroy, but they also have got maps that they like to play. We've seen quite a bit on Desert Siege. They definitely love Gavutu, and I think that's the standout thing for me. 2 Gavutus go through against LA Thieves. They have been very vocal. That is a map that they love. It is a map that they have a ton of success on. So I think it's a little bit spicy that Paris are going to square up twice against Thieves on this map. And we'll see how it pans out later on. Obviously, I know Paris is very strong on Gavutu Control. But the hard point, again, for Paris, their record has been dismal towards the very bottom of the league. Thieves, the complete opposite. So we're about to witness LA on, well, arguably their strongest map in their strongest mode. If that gives you any indication on where my head's at for this series, Miles.
Well, I understand why. I mean, again, Gavutu, a rotation heavy map, and the LA Thieves will see what they can do. A favorite of theirs. You called it, brother. But here we go into our first P1 over by the ring, left-hand side of the map. And again, we're going to be seeing non-stop action, carnage, you name it. This looks like an opening break now from the LA Thieves. There should be kills going their way. Drazah's in. He's looking good. Kills are there. Presence now being felt. And 40 seconds up. We're going to see how much time we can get here. Not an easy hardpoint to break either. Chance teams tend to find quite a lot of kills here. And time.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, actually, like excluding just like the P1s, like the opening breaks, if you don't count those, I don't think this hill has actually been broken a single time, or at least not broken early enough in the hill that you end up getting the majority of time on it. So it'll certainly be the struggle bus. As far as it goes, though, Paris actually do fight back. They won't be in a situation where they can get the majority of time, and that's only if Fellow even wins the gunfight, which he does not. So scrap time by way of LA. Rotation currently, well, it's going to be a bit of a battle. So far, though, Temp is the first one there. Paris at least gets set up towards New.
And this is what Paris wants. Statistically not very good at breaking hills, but if they get in there first, let's see how long they can hold this one for. Temp, opening kill goes his way. You can see that minimap now is a slow and steady push. You're taking care of the flank. Now LA Thieves have to attack from the front. It's going to be Octane trying to hit a bit of an angle here. Drazah now from the top cliff side. We're going to get a shot or two in. Not going to happen. Dashy holds it down. Once again, Paris find the kills. Paris hold on to the time. One more hit now from Envoy up close. MP40, in he goes. Dashy guns him again. Trades are on point though. Over to Kenny now, V-Fellow. A chance this is the best look we've seen from the LA Thieves here on P2.
Doesn't look so far. A little bit of scrappy time. Final 30 seconds left as well. This is a decent chunk of time. And Paris, they're playing it aggressive. Temp's able to pick up two. And I was going to say, should be able to get the third. So there you go, Paris. You talked about it, Miles. You mentioned they're strong when they can get those holds. P2, they made successful for a tied-up game if LA fights for the scrap, and maybe Paris have a slight lead, but much more importantly, that rotations, it is Paris's free and clear. They will go in towards this money hill with a setup that they like to have, and Temp right now 7-1 on a 6 free, looking for the glide. Is in between three people, somehow still staying alive.
Gets it! Gets it! Temp, well played. 8-1 now. Glide straight on in, going to break the hard point. This is going to get at least one player off of it. His teammate spawning on the right-hand side. This should be good. Danger close. Octane's out of the hard point. Here come the rest of his teammates after a two-piece from Kenny, though. But Temp is still going. Rat in hand, 10-2. Finally gets brought down. Over down to Decimate. Not able to get much going by the front side of the hard point. John now trying to creep in through the back. But as you see, that little amphibious transport, it is hard to get the players out of there without committing to the push. Without that coverage, yeah, we ain't going to get there. All Envoy has to do now is sit down, continue to knit this beautiful LA Thieves sweater he's got going on there and enjoy that time. He's dead though, Chance. And with that, Paris looking like they can get the next 15.
Still, though, honestly, no, it's tragic because Drazah is fighting for the scrap time. Something aLLeY said on the analyst desk was one player for Paris may be popping off, but everyone else suffers. Temp right now 11-4. And while we saw him, you invested a glide bomb for the rotation. None of his teammates won the gunfights to get that initial time. He uses the glide, but even after that, Kenny picks up a big two-piece, and it still turns into scrappiness. So, I mean, that is two hills back-to-back where Paris, they get that rotation, and look at the scoreline. They're down by 40 points, and now they have to fight to attempt to break this hill. I mean, talk about a wasted opportunity. I mean, Temp 11-4, John 2-10.
We will see, though. John can get back on it. Envoy with a nice kill with that MP40. That's his third now in a row. Temp's holding the line. Brings him down. Pressure now from Paris mounting towards the hard point. We finally go. And it's Temp leading his way in. Lethals, tacticals out and about, but it's not going to stop. Octane, Kenny, and Drazah. The kills go their way. Dashy, the last man up, hoping for a pick or two, but he needs to get that body on the point. This hard point has been statistically what we have expected out of Paris Legion. Unable to get the break. Doesn't help that it's a very tough one to break, but either way, they're going to hold this one down. Next rotation, though, a super strong hard point. This should, be a good hard point for Paris, Chance.
Oh, look at Envoy as well, backing John down so he can slide over to the new hill. And three players for Paris over towards P1. I know at least one or two of them spawned over there, but just so far away from the hill. But look at the pressure coming over towards the back. But Envoy is here. That is 2 in a row for him. And again, this is another hill where Paris has like sort of the advantageous side of the map. You think they're in a decent spot for the rotation, but it just becomes mixy and not able to collect a ton of time as Thieves effectively right now just trying to bully the opposition. Whether or not the Thieves are collecting time, they're certainly keeping it away from Paris. And I mean, it is a 90-point gap between these two teams. arguably what the expectation for Gavutu might have been.
Indeed. And again, not necessarily getting the time isn't always a bad thing, as you saw there. We saw Paris Legion denied a good 15 seconds, even when they had numbers close to the point. Kudos there to the LA Thieves. Now, final hard point comes to a close. We go back to the first. Over towards that ring once again, and LA Thieves, they are all over it. The red arrows on that minimap. Octane and Drazah, the last two up. Here comes John, gun down. Temps up next. Is Drazah going to find the pick there, or are the teammates now going to back him up? Here comes the push. Drazah finds another one. 11-10 overall. Looking to find another. No, Temps going to get him there. Ring around a Rosie we go, but Kenny, he ain't playing games. Finds one more. Teammates now coming through. Dashy, they're on point once again. The battle raging for first. Finally, it comes to a close chance. Here come the trades.
Yeah, the trades were on point. It was an absolute battle, but who comes out on top and gets the final two-piece? Octane, like some player from the Thieves delivers. And once you get the clearance on this point, again, it is incredibly difficult to actually break in. So just another small moment where, like, if an extra gunfight that Paris is able to win, things could be so much different. But, I mean, that's the same thing for maybe 5 or 6 hills almost in a row. And it just resulted in, honestly, this is shaping up to be potentially the most dominant map of Hardpoint we've had so far in the CDL.
And this is something we've expected out of the LA Thieves based on very, very early scrims, is that they are strong as hell on Gavutu. Again, an AR-heavy map. They're having a whale of a time right now. Envoy now is going to press the hard point. Close he goes. Coverage there from the rest of the team. One member left of Paris Legion now on point, and Envoy has got his number. Stay alive, Dashy, if you can. Great shots there at close range with the automaton. Here comes Kenny to clean him up. The score line says it all, friends. 208-55. It's a late game resurgence here from the Legion, but is it enough chance? Is it too little too late?
It is much too little, much too late. I mean, even kills like that Kenny is getting when Decimate's like right behind him up top, like, I feel like there's, again, on almost every single hill, just 1 or 2 kills that Thieves are getting that ordinarily other teams would punish them and not allow them to get, but that is simply just not the case. It is a massive lead, and again, I think right now Thieves are just going for the Vanguard current record of largest blowout we have had so far. That rotation as well, you're just looking at the setup from Thieves. I mean, John's playing around P1, but you got to rotate towards the actual hill. As soon as they get inside, as soon as you get the ARs posted up, I mean, it's just almost hopeless to break into, let alone the fact that he's got the MP40, but maybe a nice beam from Fellow to try and get things started, but it's only 10 seconds to go.
And again, it's getting the assault rifle players forward. The automaton's getting involved. Drazah the other side of the board, though. He's going to get 2 right off the rip, into the point we go, and this should be the end of it. Last-ditch attempt from Legion. No one able to get the kill. Drazah and the LA Thieves take map number 1, and in a very, very dominant fashion. These guys, they're feeling great, and all, I mean, rightfully so. Fantastic opening.
I also need a John Boy breakdown just to get the lip reading for Drazah in that situation. But I think, as a wise Magnus Carlsen once said, too weak, too slow. I think Paris had literally nothing to offer almost from start to finish. I mean, there were certainly early opportunities. Again, strong setup over towards P2. Paris tied things up. They had that rotation at P3. And in that same time, Temp is getting streaked out. So it is genuinely a very solid start for like the first 2 hills plus the rotation to third. And then after that, Paris accomplished literally nothing on the map.
Yeah, very, very dominant opening there from LA Thieves. That's how you play Gavutu. Hardpoint, friends. Keeping an eye on those rotations. And again, we come back to the statistics. I'm going to bang on about the numbers, mate, because now we've got them. Paris Legion, when they didn't get an early rotate, we look across the highlights, when they didn't get into the hardpoint first, they struggled immensely. There was a few times, you know, they get a couple of decent holds there on ship, towards the back dock side, on P5 as well. Those were the only times they really accrued any solid time chance. I mean, what's the go here from Paris Legion when it comes to their Gavutu hardpoint? Is it, you know, getting in the ARs in position faster, just watching out for those sneaky LA Thieves players? Like, what is it? What's going wrong?
Well, it's almost like a laundry list of explanations of what's going wrong, right? I mean, even with that game alone, I mean, in fairness, there are a few tiny things. Like, this is one moment, by the way, Octane versus Decimate for the 1v1. If Decimate wins it, well, then it's Paris that actually had the advantage in the hill. So there's a lot of little moments like that where they just needed the extra gunfight. But there's also so many different hills where a Thieves player, for whatever reason, is just allowed to pick up some unnecessary 2-piece or just, like, play off the scrap or whatever the case may be. But I mean, just disconnect from Paris. Again, right now, I think either the worst or second worst hardpoint record in the league. The only team we have in the CDL yet to win a series. And again, as soon as I saw the map set for this match, I was like, 2 Gavutus against Thieves. Like, you're just, I mean, you're asking for it.
We'll see, though. We'll see when we get there. First and foremost, Bullet Insertion Store will be coming up next. And Charles, you're not wrong there, mate. I mean, Gavutu's been good for the LA Thieves since off the rip. But, hey, anything can change. And hoping to see that Paris Legion find that special summon, that va-va-boom, before we get into the major, of course. We'll be seeing everyone there. If you haven't already got your tickets, come on down to Texas, mates. It's going to be absolutely delightful. Can't wait to get that one going. I know the OpTic Texas guys have been preparing a lot of cool stuff, getting the arena looking all fine. Can't wait to see how that one goes down. But of course, first and foremost, Berlin Search and Destroy. Now, chance Paris Legion, how are we faring them going into the search? Is this going to be the comeback moment for them? Your face says it all.
You know, 0.76 overall team KD in Search and Destroy. Again, maybe 11th or 12th in the league in Hardpoint. Very bottom of the league in Search and Destroy. And that is honestly one of the most surprising things about this squad. Like, if I built this Paris team going into it, I would be telling the players, like, if you guys aren't the fry men in Search and Destroy, you're just not going to have success. And I mean, again, this is a team that I think would need to be top 3 in S&D to have success, to start taking down series. And instead, again, literally 12th. It is not a fun look and not a fun situation for them to be in. Admittedly, the S&D hasn't been Thieves' necessarily strong suit, but still, I'm very much concerned for Paris.
Well, we'll have a look. These are our top performers on either team coming into the Search and Destroy. Up first, that's not ideal, is it? Well, Dashy's got, keeping the numbers, good as far as we can go, but the KD, that's really the big difference maker here. Obviously, Sam LaRue, Mr. Snippety Snaps himself, he's been putting on a show all season long. I know that's only 3 weeks and kickoff, but he's certainly been turning heads. Nice to see him back in fine form as Octane. He's been big man with a big gun when it comes to Search and Destroy here for the LA Thieves. That's at the other side of the board, though. Again, a player renowned for his Search and Destroy prowess. When it came to BO4, we saw some amazing stuff out of him. MW at times great, made an incredible surprise, appearance for the New York Subliners back in Cold War at a major. Yeah, boy, was putting up double digits against some of the best in the league. For now, though, let's see if Paris Legion can pull back the curtain and show us the magic as we now get into this Berlin Search and Destroy. For a team like this now, Chance, morale is starting to get into question. You've lost some tough series. You are coming into the major, looking at a lower bracket start. It's all about keeping the mental game strong at this point, surely.
Exactly. And confidence is like one of the single most important things to have in Call of Duty. If you can play with confidence, you will have so much of a better time on the map. It really is something that can start to get into your head. But, and again, to this point, they don't have a series win so far this year. Not a ton of confidence to be had. And even when Temp was popping off that game, but even he can't bring himself to smile because you just get blown out in the first hard point. And your top performer in S&D has a 0.86. Certainly not ideal. And then, of course, on the flip side, again, the struggles have certainly been mentioned for Thieves in the S&D. Their overall record is not that great, but it's not as if they're not playing well, right? Octane has absolutely been one of the higher impact snipers that we've had. We have seen fantastic clutches out of Kenny. Envoy has occasionally turned it up and dropped massive double-digit games in Search and Destroy. They, I think, are in a situation where it is like little things, like, tweaking the smallest of details, making these slight adjustments, maybe doing a little bit more VOD research on their opponent to strengthen your game plan going in. But a couple small adjustments here and there for the Thieves, and they're going to be right back to being one of the better S&D teams in the game. For Paris, it's a complete overhaul. 2 players in the 0.6 range. Again, I don't know how much work they can necessarily put in the past week to try to prepare for this game mode, but it is a necessity for these guys to be able to turn up in S&D. And honestly, this looks great. Effectively, they've been gifted a free B plant. They're not playing aggressive on it yet. Now Octane's backed up for the cross, but we'll see what Paris elect to do as they feel out the round.
Yeah, Octane can be the only man looking over towards B. If he gets eyes on, it's all good. Drazah must be tingling right now, man. They're very, very close to him. Temp's going to get some opening shots. Not enough, though, to save Dashy, who will be taken down there. That's going to be the first blood going the way of LA Thieves. Still, that bomb etching closer forward. Octane in prime position here to watch those players coming out of mailroom. Chance this could get ugly quick. Paris hoping for a pick.
You see number 6, John, is thinking about crossing, able to make it. I do see a grenade in the hands of Octane. I don't know if he's going to try to coordinate with his teammates as you see a bunch of those red arrows wrapping back. A gunfight down low. Envoy playing with the flank. And a couple players actually mid-map. Temp able to find one. And now Thieves, they have to be constantly concerned as this bomb will get planted. Kenny here just a moment too late, but he does find the kill.
There's the kill, the second as well. That was a decisive run. Kenny's timing was ideal. Whether the timing was great or not, again, kudos to John. As soon as the bomb goes down, first thing he does, tries to blow the hinges off the door with a melee. That's smart moves. And again, looking to see Paris get set up for that. Post-plant position, not going to happen. Fellow caught out and about there, cut down immediately. Good stuff for Kenny. Charles, before you get into the analysis there of that round, for those of you who fund stats fans, that last hard point on Gavutu, 57, the score that Paris accrued, is currently the lowest score we have seen in a hard point all year long. Go you, stats guys. And Carson, we love you.
I think that might also be the first 100-point club. I know there's one other. I think there was another map that was like borderline 100-point club that I think a team scored 101 on or something along those lines. But yeah, no, map one, not even remotely close. It was bad. And you also, by the way, talk about the mental game. As 3 players get spotted on lacrosse, that should basically be a free plant over towards B unless Temp can go crazy. But Temp not even going crazy. He's giving up the bomb plant because he feels the pressure. He's also getting hunted down. He finds the first, and honestly, I think if you're 10th, you'll take that. You're by yourself, you still find a kill. That is you doing your job.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Teammates here picking up kills as well. 2v2 now. Back over by the bomb site. Here comes John. Finds one. Right in the wrongs of the last round. Octane now backed up. Pistol in hand. Oh, and he's going to rat-a-tat-tat. 1v1 now. Plenty of time to get the bomb down if he so chooses. But here comes Decimate. Will he push faster? A little speedier? Maybe. 1v1. Post-plant position now for Paris. Trying to get themselves involved here. And Chance will go back and forth, 35 on the clock.
Yeah, Desi knows he has a sniper trap. Now, obviously, Octane picked up the MP40, but he's going to be in a corner. Desi has the intel, and he's got the timing.
Shots! Oh my God, he nearly did it. With the beatdown, dude, he hit him, I think. It might have been a hip fire, but if he punches him there, sweet Christmas. Solid round out of Legion. Desi holds it down in the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Solid round. Definitely concerning for the final moments. It looked like not necessarily nerves, maybe some awkward timing for Decimate, but clutches the 1v1. That is what Paris needs. I think the point you brought up about the ability to play with confidence, the mental game you have going into this. I want to see Paris start to make plays, like on the map, play with some confidence. Like, I love John going for the fast hit to wrap around just to chow that guy and try to get him off bomb. The aggression, I think, is what they need. Want to see them try to string that together on offense as well. And honestly, this may be the case. 4-man hit over towards A, though. Thieves, last time they stacked it. And 2 or 3 players are going to be nearby again.
Envoy on the door. Desi first blood, love that. Gonna get the party started nice. Here comes Envoy in the peak. Oh, nice nades coming through from Kenny, though. Is going to even the field for now. 3v3 reposition. Love that table spot from Envoy. 6 HP in a dream, though. Flying out. Kenny on the coverage. Nice nade from Fellow. It is an absolute fiesta here on the A site. It is a 2v2, though. Envoy, though, slip slides out. Makes it more interesting. Here comes the potential 1v1. Yes. Envoy should have the drop here, though. Fellow heard the shots. We go back now to a 1v1 bomb down. 45 on the clock.
Fellow effectively has him trapped. He should be checking all of the corner. He's playing aggressive. Fellow looking for it. Gets him tagged, but he also has to go and get that bomb. And now Envoy is backed out of sight, and Fellow yet to pick it up.
I love this, though. He pops Deddy. He's flying quietly. Envoy, don't check them corners. 1v1! Envoy gets it. Oh, and you see Fellow's face bottom right. The frustration there. He made the right run, made the right read. Envoy with the snap. We'll see that last kill cam here as he nailed those final shots. I hope we could see the kill cam. Maybe not, actually, but Envoy clutches up in a big way.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Fellow didn't sort of chase Envoy when he had him tagged up by the steps and pick up the bomb at the same time, but at least had good reads on the full wrap, but just comes down to the 1v1. Envoy gets the best of him. And honestly, Envoy is making plays on the map as well, right? He's the guy that goes on that quick flank to find a pick and really open things up for his team just to put them in the decent spot. Temp, once again, the lone man defending B. We've seen it so many times. It is very difficult to retake B if you allow them to get the plant. And that's even if you get that first blood, which this time Paris not yet able to deliver. So they better have a strong game plan for this retake.
You called it. It's not easy to retake B. This is a 4-4. All even up now on the retake. Paris, here they go. Slow and steady. You know the setup. You can see the formation right now. Octane at the far back line with a snipe. He's got eyes on the bomb. Anyone crosses it? Oh, misses the cheeks of Fellow, but the second one does land. 20 seconds now, trying to get the defuse. Here comes the pressure from up close. Drazah not able to get 2. Kenny now creeping his way forward. Decimate manages to take care of 2 players. Desi finds 2. Temp last player up. There's no hope in hell, surely, that he finds it. And there's the tags. There's the damage. LA Thieves, the perfect post-plant spot to be in, and they make it work.
And horrible might be too extreme of a word. Maybe I'm just having that on the mind after watching the Gavutu, but I mean, they didn't even start taking gunfights until there was 25 seconds left on the clock. Like, you're on defense. You know they're going to be in the back, and they just didn't play aggressive. And Paris was convinced that whoever planted the bomb was still on site. They're committing grenades to it. They're trying to clear that out. That's why Fellow is taking that wide angle as he's just getting sniped at. I mean, Paris just unaware and just so slow with trying to go for that retake. I mean, they basically gave themselves a 5% chance at clutching that round. But now we go to the next one. John gets that first blood and backs another player down. Advantage early on for the Legion.
Yeah, absolutely banging his way through the doors there. Almost took Envoy out as well. Lovely opener from Paris here as the first kill goes their way. Will they capitalize on the fast rotate now towards the A bomb site? It's going to come down to Kenny to get eyes on those players. No one saw the cross, but Kenny, here comes the trouble. Little do they know, though, that Kenny's the trouble. First kill comes through. There's the nades. Temp from the top rope. Nails it. Kills go down. Chance 3v2. Here come the Thieves.
Got to dodge the snipes when you go for this bomb plant. You got to worry about the flank. Those are the only two ways to clutch. The flank is taken care of. And, well, Octane doesn't even have the snipes. And he gets spotted, taken down, and dropped. Clean and efficient round from Paris. Love the play call. They get the first blood. Take a few moments to talk it over and go for the quick wraparound. And even Temp doing a nice job just to make sure he trades out Kenny. I think that was probably the biggest moment of the round. If Kenny's able to get out with his life and just stick that in the 3 versus 3, Bears do not have that opening to get the bomb down, but Temp is on point. Pretty much the sole top performer in the Gavutu, trying to carry that through to the Berlin. Again, the type of round Paris needs. And this, by the way, I love. Temp has been left by himself so often at B. Now he's got a lot more help. Octane's there for the snipe. Can't quite get it. But at least you've got more pressure on defense.
And look at the pixels he's aiming at. Just the right-hand side of that bomb site, he's got lined over by Plat. That's nuts. All right, John, mid-map now. You've quite literally managed to dodge a bullet here, Paris. The defense is still holding it down. Fellow makes himself a piece of cover. Kenny with a nice nade. Kenny with a nice nade. The shots now, the coverage coming through. Bomb being planted. John gets 2. Unbelievable. Does manage to stop the bomb being planted as well. Octane's trying to reposition and hope for something here. Fellow's got the site covered. Oh dear, this round has gone a little squirrely for the LA Thieves. Drazah, what can you make of this now? Can John find his 3rd of the round? Quick reposition. Drazah backing on up. John gets his 3rd, and he didn't get 4, right? That wasn't the ace for John, but Paris bounced back on Berlin.
That was absolutely the ace for John. John just fried them that round. I mean, just walking in for the free first 2 kills. He collects the next one as well. Great flake on Octane for the snipe. And John was the slow performer on the Gavutu. And so far, he has stepped up big on the Berlin. I mean, first bloods in the previous round with some good calls, picking up an ace in the next one. I mean, again, maybe one mishap around in my mind for Paris on their slow retake over towards B. But other than that, they've been playing great. And I think if not for that 1v1 that Envoy was able to clutch earlier, it would be a 4-2 game in Paris' favor. Once again, aggressive John already taking over the back. And keep in mind, he's on a 5.
Making a lot of noise as well. Stuns in. Doesn't connect. Shots now coming through from Drazah. This is going to be a tight cook. Gets around the corner. Doesn't get the kills. Here comes Temp, though. An exchange now of all the lethals and tacticals are out and about. Paris are committing to the fight here. You've got Fellow watching the back flank, and it is just doorway action right now. Big win from Temp to start the fight off, and here we go. We should see the shuffle now. LA Thieves getting pressured big time. Dashy flies through. Temp gets another one. Octane last out. He's done. Oh, wait a minute. Octane managed to find 1 out of this, but there you go. Paris push the advantage. Don't let that one get away from them. Another great round.
They love the aggression as well. Hunting Octane down towards the end. 2 quick, effective flanks coming through, dealing with Kenny, who I think was on the steps, and even Temp just to open things up, just gunning Drazah with the automaton. Taking care of business. Another very strong round for Paris. And again, this is what they need. Again, they are 12th when it comes to like round percentage win in Search and Destroy. Their record is not far from it. But Thieves obviously have had a few S&D struggles as well. I still think Thieves are very capable of bringing this back. And you see Octane's putting away the snipe, spots out John. Paris again, aggressive over towards B. I think as soon as Octane gets that information, yeah, that's the call for the team of like too much pressure over there. They might have library control. Bring this back to A.
I like that attempt. Eyes on mid. Fellow will spot those players when they do eventually get into that office towards the A-bomb. Nothing just yet. Oh, he's definitely, yeah, he saw that. Here comes Paris on the reshuffle. Bomb planted.
Will the nades be in time to get Envoy off a bomb? There's the stun that connects her. Like, one nade is down to 8 HP, and they get the 2 picks along the way up to Drazah and Octane to try to clutch this from the back.
Oh, here comes John, though. 6 spree. John gets the 7.
Perfect.
That's 7 in a row. The absolute perfect retake from Paris Legion. Ample time to think about the defuse and have a little talk about that one. Fellows on it. Brilliant stuff out of Paris Legion. Dude, this is like 3-4 rounds now in a row. They have looked sublime.
And just making good, aggressive, like confident calls as well. You could almost write it down. That is the way. Fellow might get left over towards that A site. As soon as he gets information, it was the instantaneous wrap back from Paris. They get nades on the guy on bomb. You catch the 2 players after you get him weak as well. And then even the one thing John knows that he has to deal with, it's the clutch spots in the back. Well, he goes on the flank, picks up the perfect 2. He is fully streaked out, and this is a very easy play call for Paris. John, stay alive. Everyone else just go get this bomb planted and let him call in those streaks. And especially for Thieves, just giving up B completely. This should be just a completely free round for Paris, but they're not playing aggressive on that bomb.
Yeah, they're waiting for it. They're waiting for a pick, presumably. Okay, here comes the streaks. Maybe a little bit early here from John. Doesn't find anything. Guns and knives, the good old-fashioned way for now. An Envoy, he has snuck through. Eyes on Fellow. First blood goes the way of Temp, though. Shoots his shot a little early. It's okay. It happens to some of us. And there we go. Now the retake. All on Drazah. He's now going to make it a 1v3. Temp's up next. And Drazah can't get it done. And Paris Legion, baby! Welcome back! Sprung to life. The LA Thieves fell asleep at the wheel.
On the board, that is all you need for Paris. Tied 1-1. Doesn't matter if you get blown out in game number 1. 1 map at a time, and they delivered. Honestly, Thieves, I mean, they just got picked apart by effective, like, default setups. It's not like Paris is doing anything completely absurd. Just clean, easy calls from them on both offense and defense, utilizing the streaks. Maybe not the way I was expecting off the rip, but that might have just been because I was looking at the mini-map, but use the Glide Bomb, get that clearance, and just win the round. Clean game across the board for Paris. Everybody delivering, and John especially, just that 7 spree that he goes on. Paris, that is the type of search and destroy game they need to be able to deliver. And they certainly provided there on Berlin.
Confident indeed now as map number 2 comes to its close. Berlin S&D is a 6-3, baby. Gavutu control, though, that's going to be coming up next. And Shots, that's actually coming up after our break. Bocage, Hardpoint, and Desert Siege search and destroy. I'm kind of looking forward to that showdown in the desert. You know, if we have to go to game 5, my pick'ems aren't about that life, though. And I don't think yours are either. But we will see, mate, as this series has certainly opened things up. Chance, surprised, disappointed, shocked? How you feeling before we go to break?
I'd say a little bit surprised, and honestly, like we talked about Gavutu being very strong for Thieves, but funnily enough, Paris, I think they are one of the best, if not the best teams in the game on defense for Gavutu control. Their offense, though, they are one of the worst, but hey, you pull that defense off in the round 5. Paris, in theory, they can take care of business in game 3.
We'll find out if they can take care of business after this very cool commercial break. We come back, Gavutu control.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Viewers, welcome back. Now, feast your eyes upon the ace that John brought to Paris Legion to help him tie everything up. And my man, Frying Chance, an absolutely standout round, even did a little pirouette to celebrate. Lovely stuff, indeed. As Paris Legion tie the series up 1-1, Gavutu control up next. How are we feeling now, though, mate? You said the defensive rounds weren't so good for Paris.
No, the opposite. Their offensive rounds are towards the very bottom of the league when it comes to Gavutu. Obviously, Gavutu, a very defensive-sided map. But on defense, I can't remember if they're exactly the strongest. And obviously, there's a lot of matchups that they haven't had, but one of the best defensive round percentages on that map. So I think Paris are very much in a situation. Clutch up on your defenses. Make sure you win them in a dominant fashion. And on offense, just don't get massively outslayed. Try to pull that defense for the round 5 should we get there, which honestly, that's kind of my expectation. And you will be good to go. Obviously, Gavutu is still a little bit scary. As LAT, actually, the exact same defensive win percentage. I know Tuscan is coming to the mix a little bit, so it's not quite perfect, but honestly, very similar. Neither team strong on offense, both teams very strong on defense. That will be the battle.
Well, we'll see as the battle is about to begin. Here on Gavutu. Temp, of course, this match so far managed to pull themselves out of a sweet deficit. As somebody tweeted me on Twitter saying that John got more kills in the search and destroy than he did in the hard points, so kudos to him. What a bounce back that really was. Tied up 1-1. Here we go into Gavutu control. 2 zones. Capture them to win the round or kill your opponents 30 times. Let's get it.
Look at these, by the way. That is 3 players. You make sure you watch the flank. If Dashy gets a kill or if the, oh my God, the nade blew the barrel up, and that is going to be the thorn in their side. Decimate, if you can win that gunfight. Actually, they don't. There's not even a rat back, so this is pressure. They got a 2-man stack right now on B. Already a ticket for Thieves. This is a perfect opening break.
2-man stack, one's over towards A. This is going to be the pinch from the players coming out of spawn. And okay, second segment of B is gone. LA Thieves pulling out all the dirty tricks here on offense. But wait, here comes John flying forward. Kills come through. Kenny there from P1. Kenny, woo, gets himself 2. Decimate should be able to slow him down and cut him. There it is. Fellow's going to get there as well. So Paris, the defense comes together in the final moments. Life count even for now. But those 2 segments on B, Chance, not a lot of teams capture B. Let's say that out loud now.
Yeah, no, you get 2 ticks off the opening break, especially when the nades are causing problems to like open up that P1 flank initially. That is Thieves just doing fantastic work. And honestly, stringing together just a very strong round of offense. So we kept talking about it being, or I kept talking about it being defense heavy. Thieves trying to make that not be the case. Now you got Drazah playing for kills, and kills, well, he shall not find. It is a 2-life advantage right now. 1.5 ticks over towards A, but Paris, it looks like the swarm is here. They have stabilized. They are starting to find all these kills for the moment. And I think they can now like take a nice big breath, sigh of relief, as they've actually regained control of this round.
Paris can still win this, though, even with only 1 segment remaining on either zone. This ain't gonna go quietly, though. This is what Paris wanted. This is the defensive hold, the setup they're looking for. 10 with the shots. Pressure now from the LA Thieves up close and personal. Managed to get themselves on the A zone for a moment, trying to overwhelm the ship. Will it be mutiny? Will they be able to get on board? No, Temp drains it. Now looking towards Envoy, trying to make his way over towards B, but Fellow's in position there. Chance 30 seconds remaining, and the lives are starting to dwindle for either side.
And I think right now Paris knows the name of the game, right? You just have to keep a little bit of pressure over towards P1. That's what Fellow's going to do. And then you can just pick them apart after they cap A. Does not make a difference. You are just playing hardcore for the kills.
He's gone now through mid-map. Octane's going to walk into that one. Holy dooly. John with the top boat control for now. Kills coming through for Fellow. Okay, 1v1 on the boat side now of the map, and that's going to make things a little easier coming from that direction. Over to the beach side, though, all decimate. Now through mid comes Drazah, trying to fight their way forward. Just over a minute to play with, but 10 lives either side, Chance. This is going to have to be very, very conservative from both teams.
Well, it could come down to lives or if Thieves. I mean, if they ever get a 3 and if they get a 4-man wipe, that's just GG. They got a 1-man stack. And look at the nades. That is opening up the route for Kenny. He is 9-3. He is pierced through the middle, but Fellow just guns him. Now Drazah on the back, taken down by the headshot multiplier as well. In Paris, it was the same on the Gavutu hardpoint. If there's just a few single gunfights that they are able to win, they have so much more success. This time they win the gunfights. This time, unless they get blown out in the final 30 seconds, they should be secure on defense. They have made up for that opening break.
Last push now. And the kills coming through already from Paris Legion. Kenny hoping for a pick, not going to let the time run down. They're looking to find these kills as they slowly but surely make their way up the beachhead. Kenny still providing the shots. And again, we are going to let that clock run out. You don't want to let these kills go because there's only 3 lives left now. Now make it 2 for the LA Thieves, 3 for Paris Legion. Oh my, they're on point. Wait a minute. 2v2. This is not over yet. Oh my God, it's a 1v1. 0.4 on the clock. Fellow v Kenny. Kenny sees him, tags up, Fellow on the jump. Oh, baby, Paris in the 1v1. What was that control round?
Stressful, I think, is the word for it. Maybe for both of those teams. Fellow, again, we talked about, like, B-Sport Josh, by the way, pointed out on the Gavutu hardpoint, Paris only got outslayed by 11 kills. So it wasn't that dismal in the slaying category. It was very specific gunfights that just turned into Thieves completely dismantling them. This time, not just the 1v1 towards the end, but Fellow also had Kenny's number when he was trying to pierce through the middle of the map. Temp is winning big gunfights as well. Again, literally just 1 or 2 gunfights go the other way, and Thieves turned that into a strong offensive round, but defense, the hair on their chins hold strong at least for round 1. Thieves trying to do the same.
Thieves trying to do the same. Wow, unbelievable. I believe we do have the option to go for it now. Let's do this. In control, baby. Paris Legion, let's get a listen in and see how they attack.
Mid tank. I'm coming, John. They could already be both.
Yeah, he stunned me.
I see the guy mid tank. One's back green.
Top bow. He's in top bow.
Backside stairs on boy.
I needed it.
They top boat too. Stairs on boy. On boat. Hit a top boat as well.
Drazah. I got him.
Orbiting stairs. Drazah dead. Nice. Mid tank. Sam, you ran close boat.
Yeah, I'm challenging him.
I'm trying to go for hole. I'm looking in their hole for you.
Oh, he's outside. Yo, one's up mid tank and one's outside. Mid tank.
Mid tank. Kenny dead.
One's outside the hole.
Still here.
Yeah.
Sam, he's top boat on boy. He's dead. Sam, come up on you. He's top on me. I has a bullets. He got me.
That was a shriek. He pushed that cliff. It looked like.
I'm Simp cliff. Yeah, cliff. The other guy could have went left. We didn't kill anyone left. We gotta stop the clock, guys. Yeah, I hear you. They're mid, Kenny, weak. And then the one close mid, Drazah.
Yeah, he's inside boat.
Drazah's close mid tank, and then I got
he's on the mid tank.
There's. Oh, Kenny dead.
Outside boat.
Flank, Kenny dead. Nice 3, look for Octane. Cap. Let's stack. Mid. I'm pushing up P5. I'm getting top boat. Alright, I'm going top boat. He's pushing up P5, we should be good. 2. Okay, 2. Yo, P5, one way green. Look in the right. Help him.
What's up? You gotta come middle.
Mid. I'm trying to get mid off the spawn. I'm trying to get mid off my spawn. They're looking at me, dude.
Middle.
Mid, dead. Oh, no, same spot.
Yeah, oh, my bad.
All good. It's okay, we're up a few kills. It's all good. We're up like 4 kills.
Chance here, the comms, up a few kills, not a massive bit of a problem there. And again, nice to hear an entire round there of control. LA Thieves, they bounce back.
And honestly, I think the comms were pretty good. Like, stack the point. There's not time. We got to stop the clock. We're pushed out. P5 are good. Obviously, the P5 gunfight does not go their way. They get double challenged. But then after that, I mean, it seemed like they weren't quite on the same page of who needs to watch what. Like, who needs to watch the hole in the boat. He needs to watch the left push, and a little bit disconnected. Obviously, in a moment like that, incredibly difficult because you're getting swarmed from all sides. But maybe just a small thing you wish they could have done better. At the same time, though, again, back-to-back clutches on defense. And as far as the kills go, it doesn't matter that the Thieves got the 2 ticks over towards B and played so much better on offense. Literally, the only thing that matters is kills when it comes to getting that round 5 defense. So not the worst thing for Paris is right now at Envoy, by the way, 5-15. So I'm pretty sure that means the kill advantage for the moment, certainly towards Paris.
You have to assume, yeah. Envoy 5-15 still. Looking to change that. Here comes Fellow. 6-15. We're not going to count every single one, but we're just going to let you know that it's going a little better now for the Dark Prince. 3 kills now going the way of LA Thieves right off the rip. Life count starting to sway towards them a little bit more as well. Capturing A as well, so that second segment is on its way out. If you can get that one going now for the LA Thieves, all sweet. Kenny is absolutely twisted right now, flying around. Lovely bit of shots there from what we call top third. John's pinned. John's in trouble. Second segment now cleaned up, Chance, as the pressure now mounting. LA Thieves, they've got A's theirs. Looking at that mini-map, you've given up a lot of the defensive hold here from Paris Legion. They're now turtling up and looking forward to the hit at B.
Envoy stepped up big as well, right? You talk about coming in the round at 4-15. Well, he starts it off on a 5 spree. It is not easy to put in work with a sub on this map, but at least in that round, Envoy started to deliver, but he gets shut down before he can get the streaks. But a couple trades for Thieves. And honestly, they've cleared out the back. They have full control of the back. This might be spawn kill time to catch number 6 and number 7. And I don't think either of these players knows exactly where they spawned, but the cover from Octane's there. A couple trades coming through. Drazah wins the 1v1 on John. And for Drazah, again, spawn kill central. He is by himself. He needs to continue to soften this blow as Thieves have a 7-life lead.
They're playing it slow and steady. Drazah's still behind enemy lines, doing his thing, and oh, he's going to find another one. Here comes kill number 3. John maybe reads it. Good shot, Sarah John. You finally take care of that little thorn in your backside. You might have sat down on a wasp. I've done that once. It's awful.
Oh my God.
They take care of that. Tane! Lordy finds himself 2. Flying into this one, 17-10 now, as LA Thieves starting to walk away with the kills. Chance, you said, if you want that final defensive round, this is the way to go about it. Last time we checked in, it was 5. Now it's 10. Not able to get any more, though, as Envoy. He's back into the mix. Oh, my God. Octane is frying right now.
4 HP, though. I assume Kenny. Well, actually, no summon screwed the cleanup decimate, so he's going to be able to heal back up, and you see pairs have regained control. I do not know what's worse, though, sitting on a Wasp or having to take a gunfight against Octane. I mean,
Both
he
awful.
just laser beamed a couple players, but for the moment, Envoy trying to make the play. He is just, for free, gotten through on the flank. Pairs have no idea.
Here he comes. There's the first. Trying to help his teammates in mid. Defense now has to split a little. Fellow, the jump shot should be there. That's a fight he wins. John gets their cleanups. LA Thieves starting to run out of time, though. Got to get a little bit closer. Final seconds now going through, and it's going to be out the kills now. Surely trying to find him, but Temp absolutely smacks the pair of them out of their gaming chairs, the side top ring. And Paris Legion win another defensive round. The kills, though, Chance. I think it might be in the LA Thieves' favor for now.
Now, if I did the math right, Paris is up by 1.
Oh,
so it's very close, and Envoy certainly brought it back, but I do think Paris has the slight advantage. And now, this, in my mind, like, it almost feels wrong to say. You definitely want on the opening break, go for it, try to capture A, but I think if Paris ever end up in a situation where they just end up getting stuck in their spawn, even for a moment, you stay there. You stagnate, you turtle, you play for kills, play for picks, like treat it like a round of S&D. Obviously, though, if you can string it together and win a round on offense, by all means, but if you get pushed back just once, you have to make that call, I think, and just make sure you get that defense for the round 5, but so far, no one has fallen. Drazah may be the first one to strike, but at least that boat control of Paris is certainly here.
Nice shots that fella. There's 4 now in a row for him. Here comes the hitman himself. Drazah's going to find it. Cleans him up. Big win from John on a force spree of his own. Lordy, the snaps from John. His centering is on point right now. He's a vet out there. A little older than most, but he's looking fine indeed. 51 seconds, clock stop, Chance. Here comes the capture at A, but the close to the range hit now from the LA Thieves should be able to make this very, very close indeed. Octane once again.
This is the moment, by the way. This is what I was talking about. You go 4 down, play for kills. Play for kills. You don't have to fly. There's a nice one. You don't have to push out Cliff. And I think Paris are making that call. You see all the arrows just hanging out in their spawn. John waiting till he can get a teammate to come back him up. And I certainly like the idea. Drazah and Kenny, though, able to deliver. And you see Temp, though, doing the right thing. Get that kill, back down, and just stay alive. Or at least try.
Trying so hard. Good trades, though. This is nice out of Paris. Stay alive, Dashy. Can't quite get it done. Map coverage right now for the LA Thieves. A little too strong. Final 10 seconds. Live count for the LA Thieves. It should give them defense on the final round.
Yeah.
That is going to be the dagger. Oh, baby. Final round now comes about, and it should be LA on defense.
I think Paris through. Like, it's a weird thing to say that they threw by just like trying to push up the map at a certain point, but I think a couple players, like you're trying to slide out Cliff, like you waited for it. It was a good attempt, but that was the name of the game, to get that round 5 defense. And I think literally just by 2 kills towards the end, Thieves might have had the advantage. We get a spot up, and that is certainly the case. And keep in mind, for the 2 rounds on defense Thieves have had, they have been absolutely dominant. And it's not like Paris have mixed things up and maybe go for a cheeky B hit off the rip. It is just back to the old faithful standard that they have had no success on.
Oh, Drazah manages to get 2 on top boat. His dad Kenny also gets 2 on the other side of the map. And look at those red arrows flying forward. You're about to put him in the old LA Thieves headlock. Paris, there's no option to tap out, but the way you kind of tap out is just get smoked here, and this is not looking good. Temp with a slight bit of air now to breathe. Find the kills. Find the time. 50 seconds now. 1 by 1 Chance. LA Thieves defenders are falling. Gives Paris now the opportunity to make their way forward. They've got to P1 at the very least.
In Paris, it looks like they're sort of leaning towards B. They need to go so much faster, though. I mean, Temp's posted up in the back. Like, if you're leaning towards this B point, just make the commitment and go. You have 30 seconds left on this round. You have no ticks anywhere. They do pick up 3 big kills, and instead of going towards B, they'll take that advantage and just try to go over to Cap A. But obviously, still with only 26 seconds on the clock, Thieves, I mean, they can afford just to fly at this point.
They are going to fly indeed. Here comes Kenny. They're playing up the top side of boat. Fellow trying to make his way forward. Temp on the flank. Nice shots from Temp on the flank. Clock still ticking though. 15 seconds now to play with. You have to get on the point, and this is going to be it. Fellow should be able to dive on. The quick contest. Oh, the jump shot. Here comes the rat. Vi, kill Octane. You have to stop him. 11.9 seconds on the clock still. Trying to hold this one down. And the raging war now on the bottom side of the boat is still going. Drazah finding one. John now on a 3. Temp on a 3. First segment of A's gone. We slow things down indeed, Chance. LA Thieves, though, 1 clean hit, 1 clean set of kills, and the game should be theirs.
And I think you have the Swarm as well, right? You got Nays on point. That is 2 ticks through, but Fellow back down for a second. I think Drazah right now can make the hero play. Drazah gets him off, and there you see the Swarm Thieves get on in. 10 seconds left on the point. Octane alive, and all of Paris are dead. Hero play delivered. Defense OP. Both of these teams light it up on defense, can't make anything happen on offense. And it came down to just 1 or 2 kills difference in that 4th round to give LA Thieves that edge. Taking care of business on Gavutu, admittedly a little bit dicey, but that is simply just the way the map plays out more often than not. I will say, round 1, love the idea from Thieves. They got 2 ticks over towards B straight off the rip, but outside of a few little ideas, most things just standard. You see Envoy, he's got the SMG, he struggles, it happens, it's Gavutu, it is just like that sometimes. Honestly, the same thing could be said for John at 23 and 29, and I mean, John almost had the moment, picked up like 3 just to set his team up over towards A, but it is just so hard to solidify that point.
I mean, it's the defensive control still runs it there on Gavutu. I mean, that's the rounds are always going to be there. For the offensive teams, I mean, look, that hit for the first one from the LA Thieves, the 2 points over by B, the 2 segments we saw early on, that was the game changer, man. That was the moment where we're like, oh, you can't capture B, you can't do it on Tuscan, you can't do it Gavutu. They got real close, closer than most have come. And this was almost unbelievable. That final moments of these rounds, Chance, the 1v1, Kenny v Fellow. And from Fellow's POV here, a couple of shots in, deals the damage. Kenny just chooses the wrong way to push, and that is a clean one from Tyler Felony. Big stuff out of him. What a great round that was. Paris Legion unable to find the kills, mate. And that's one thing we're going to keep seeing until it maybe does get patched and changed, as it was in Cold War. Because kills decide it, you are going to see teams prioritize kills over the points nearly every time when it comes to these control games.
I think over here in the CDL, we appreciate people that actually like to play the objective. Actually, since rank comes out, yeah, play the objective. My teammates, let me tell you, Miles, no, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna have to go into a rant, but I will say, as much as we talk about Gavutu being defensive sided, we have seen a couple teams really string together some great opportunities to actually capture B. FaZe has had one great moment where they like 4-stacked it that I think didn't quite work out in the end, but nearly making that happen. Thieves nearly making it happen there, and I think there are certainly a few teams in the league. It might be Boston Breach, who's like 50-50 for their offensive rounds on Gavutu. So some teams are much better on offense than others. I think Thieves and Paris for the moment on that map, 2 teams that very much are really just defensive sided. But I like that at least moment from Thieves to show that they're putting in some work to try to figure out that B point. And it's still only stage 1. We got a lot of year left to play.
A lot of year left to play. And it really feels like the year's already begun now. The rank play's back. But here we are looking into our hard point. Next up is, of course, Røkkr, and it's going to be a big one indeed. These are our top performers on either team so far, and it's Envoy and Temp. And chances there, Hilltime's a big difference there. But again, very, very different roles these 2 players play.
Very much so. Yes, I would have to agree. And honestly, for Røkkr, I think that might be a decent map pick for Paris. I know Thieves have played on this as well. Thieves are definitely strong at Røkkr, but you definitely appreciate the mix of your maps. And I think the most standout thing for me is not necessarily to look at Temp. Obviously, he's got that pop-off potential, but now I think we go back towards the theme for Paris, where the slang power hasn't been quite there. Røkkr's map where you need the slang, so I think Felony is the guy I'm looking at, or Fellow, excuse me, to step up for his team. I mean, felony's fine. That's the, you know, the full
OG
version.
tag. Yeah, it's the OG tag. There we go, though. As we come now to Bocage, map number 4. Last time we saw, I think, Paris play Bocage, it was against OpTic not too long ago, against, Texas Optics. I should get that right. Those guys, I think, gave them the hands. Don't put that hand on the map. That's what I'm talking about. I think that was a tough one for them. Again, they got bodied out. We did see some like some signs of life from them, but most of the time, not the strongest set of rotations, kills, nothing holds. It wasn't ideal. I hope they've spent some time in the lab, because otherwise, this is a 3-1.
And I think, you know, OpTic is obviously a very strong team on Bocage as well. If I remember that game from Paris correctly, it was a bunch of hills back and forth, very close game. And then OpTic, who are fantastic on the river hill, just started to blow them out of the water. So I think Paris have had some extra looks, including in like a match capacity where things are generally a little bit slower than when you're playing in scrim. So maybe for Paris, a stronger look here. They should be in a better spot. Again, Fellow is the key guy I'm looking for just to keep up in the slaying department, and I certainly see the potential for Paris. And something aLLeY talked about on the analyst desk, by the way, it is every individual player on Paris has had like fantastic individual moments in game, but the issue is when someone is going large, ordinarily, almost everyone else on the Paris Legion were suffering. We saw that in map number 1, where Temp was having himself a blast, but none of his teammates were able to actually get any of those key like one-on-one kills or trades that they needed, so they get blown out. In game number 2, we had John popping off, making the big plays, and all of his teammates also delivering. And that resulted in them getting the win. So Paris, it is really just about everyone delivering. They certainly have the individual talent to make these plays, but to the cage we go.
To the cage we go. You took the words right out of my mouth. And here comes the door right into the face of Envoy. Not going to slow him down, though. Kills coming his way. Drazah finds 2. Everyone across the board looking comfortable now. Can you push the Paris Legion back into the far recesses of Bocage and find the time? Not an easy thing to do, indeed. 30 seconds remaining on gate. 15 of it already gone the way of the LA Thieves. Eyes towards the top side of the map, though. That's going to be P2 over by tanks.
I mean, this is players all over the map. You had number 1 Octane. I'm pretty sure he spawned on the far right side of the map as his teammates getting the kills over the left to get the spawns over that direction. So spawns have already flipped twice in this just first hard point already. But as far as P1 hills go, this is about as good as it gets for the LA Thieves. You get set up on the rotation, you get a bunch of kills, get a little bit of clearance, and 28 seconds of time is not shabby at all. Take care of Temp and Barn, and look at the map spread. You with Kenny down to watch the Riverside. You have 2 players in and around Barn, and Octane gets the post up in the hill. As far as setups on P2 goes, this is exactly what you want to see. Maybe without the team kills, though. Octane accidentally taking down Drazah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Has to reposition there. Again, I'm loving what we're seeing almost out of Octane there. Temp once again getting himself a 2. Now Paris Legion with a decent amount of map spread and loads of time to be accrued here. Can they handle, though, this wide fanned attack now from the LA Thieves? Here comes the pinch, and it is pristine, man. Oh my word. All corners of the map covered. They dive straight in, and they have robbed that hard point back.
And I think, honestly, the theme of this seems to be you just always have to be prepared to watch your own flank. I mean, just constantly. And that goes for both of these teams on P2. One time it was because of spawns. One time it was because of an actual flank. But it is the man that got behind enemy lines that really opens things up for both of the breaks that we saw. So I think given the situation where Paris was dealing with a money hill where Thieves had the full setup, it is not the worst thing in the world to only be down 16 points going into new. Big gunfight, by the way, in the back that Octane delivers. Temp is able to get that kill. Things get spicy, but now once again, it is Thieves in full control of this Grandma's Hill.
Grand Mare's Hill. Here we go. Drazah should have the pinch on a couple of players. And if you played rank play recently, you know how insane this hardpoint can get. Kills going the way for the LA Thieves. You still get at least 1 player upstairs. Temp. Nice shots out of Temp now to get the second, man. And he's frying as best he can, given the circumstances. Here comes the side hit. Dashy's in first. Trying to clean up the players at the back. Front door! Woo, baby, what a shot that was. A little bit of help from Fellow. Still Octane through the back line. Trades on point. Trades on point. Spawns at the back. And that's what you're going to see. Like water crashing upon the rocks of Grandma's house. It is going to be non-stop here. But Fellow chance he's doing the best he can to slow down the play.
And also really like the strat to go in, actually break this hill. It's the Little John strat, 1 through the window, 1 through the wall. And, well, that sets you up again. You go in towards, not a money hill necessarily, but you go into a setup where Thieves are there early, and you still make amends, get enough of a break. And finally, for the first time, Paris get a rotation to a barn hill where admittedly there's 7 entrances. So it's not easy to hold, but at least Paris the first time that they could try to make something happen. Trades going all over the front side of this barn, and well, Kenny's collecting most of them. He's on a 4.
Well, them red and white skulls in the middle of the map looking like a White Stripes album cover in the middle. This is getting insane. Again, this is what you want to see coming out of both of these teams going to the Bocage. And you know, I've seen the gameplay is crazy. Let's have a listen with the LA Thieves and see how they sound.
Spawn back. He's in the back. Mid-door. I have it. I'm one shot. I'm switch out for me. Bait for him. Good job. I'm looking at our mid-door for a second. Alright, I'm mid-door somewhere. Let me get it. I stunned something mid-door unless I don't see you guys. Because I'm already going left. He's inside hut. Inside hut. John. You hit node? I don't know. Hey, I'm one for Goliath, bro. Slow down. In-house. I'm going tunnel. Alright, I'm going to left then.
Hey, you should kill this guy time. We can play this.
Yeah, I will. I'll kill the guy.
I'm still playing house.
Good. I'm looking at gate. Barrels. I'm telling you. I'm saying left tunnel. I'm going for spawn tank. I'm going for spawn tank right now. In the back. Donnie going back window. He's back house. Like gate. There was another back. Challenge you said. I didn't flip that. Gate. Watch out. Spawned out. There's stay outside. I got it. Just live in the house.
Yeah, he's back house.
Back house, Dashy. I can only have that. I need a tower dead. That's 3. Down the fast. It's tower down. One shot there. I'm living inside tower. I'm living down the tower. I'm coming to help you right. I'm coming to help you right. I'm out back window.
Just be up.
No hard play kill.
I
got one to be behind you.
Time. Done.
Tower dead. Last guy. Soak. Tower together. I'm playing 3L, bro. I'm trying to figure out my coordinator on hill. I can hit top house the gate. Back tower. Left us spawn.
Hey, what's hit house? Hit
tunnel, Donnie on time. It's underneath tunnel still, Donnie. Push out front of me, bro. Play this time. We already got it. Alright. I'm going top house. I got this. Hey, listen to me. I'm out left. I'm out left. Top house, John. Go to me left. I'm trying to wait for you.
Kenny just say, listen to me. These guys are frying right now. Chance full streaks for Kenny. You were talking about the kills there during the break. LA Thieves are slaying out Legion here on Bocage.
Yeah, roughly like plus 17, plus 18 in kills for the moment for Thieves. And honestly, again, we talked about how mixy Bocage is. It'll be a theme throughout the year, but this is one of the more controlled performances we've seen. Thieves doing a very nice job of just slowing the game down and keeping control of it as much as you can. And keep in mind, for this rotation, admittedly, we're still a bit of a ways away, but Kenny, should he need to, he is fully streaked out, or at least able to call that glide bomb in. But I think for the moment, it is just kills he is looking for, and kills he should be able to find. I mean, he's 18-9 for the moment. Fellow, though, able to drop him. And this means this is the situation for Paris. You are down by about 60. You get the rotation towards the money hill. You get posted up, and you get a nice little map spread down the line. As you see, Dashy, well, he was towards the bottom. He falls, but you still have that barn control. You get the hill control. This is where Paris needs to begin to mount this comeback.
They're trying, man, but the streaks are going to slow him down. And he doesn't catch anyone. Forces the players off the hard point for now. Here comes the counter-attack now from the LA Thieves. But Paris, they should be able to get the defensive line up. Oh, Kenny, smooth moves. Oh, kills John. What a shot that was. Baits him out. Now Kenny's got the potential to do a lot of damage from top barn side. Temps in the back already. Trying to find it from stables. Paris through the front, they break. Dassy's gonna get him, and this is looking all right, friends. P2, not a bad one whatsoever. This wasn't exactly ideal, nor was the first hard point in our first set, but now for Paris Legion, this is that mid-game resurgence we see them hit.
And they still need the scrap time, though, and you see Drazah is going to be fighting for it. They need to make sure they get these final 20, and they can't even get it. The nade from Octane, able to take Jown out of that contest spot, and, well, you go towards the money hill. Admittedly, money is a very kind word on this map, but Bears don't get enough out of it. Again, maybe the streak investment for Kenny certainly softens it up and makes it easier, but it is still about that same point discrepancy. About 70 points between these two teams, and you see Thieves taking their time, working the top/left side of this map, trying to get themselves around the back to go for this break.
Here comes the round the back and the front door pinch at the same time. Temp and Dassy's finding kills. That's all good for now. And this slow and steady approach from Envoy at the front somehow stays alive. That's impressive indeed. Here comes the front hit once again. Dashy v Octane on a 5 spree now for Dashy. Streaks are certainly on the menu. Temp still hold downstairs, all good. And you hear the gunfights ringing out from down low. Dashy trying to get himself on the streaks. Here comes the push. Nice tags in Envoy. Finds it. That's going to be 6. Any more to be had here? That's going to be full streaks now from Decimate. Locking it down. You've cleaned out Grandmas. You've got LA Thieves spawning at the back. Oh, vous allez, Paris. You're going to lose the next 15 chance, but they've got themselves a lot of map spread.
I think that might actually be a little bit tough as well, just to give away that scrap time. I mean, it was still a very strong hill for Paris, absolutely. They went into it down by 70. Now they cut it down to about 50. But certainly that scrap time would have been nice, especially after getting those kills. I think maybe just a little unaware that They could have potentially tried to spawn trap them in the back, but even still, look at the clearance. You got number 5, Dashy. He just pushed up the tank. Tamp's another cutoff man, but right now it is the middle of the map where Thieves are trying to swarm from. And Fellow is playing a deep angle. I think Thieves, if they just go straight towards the barn, they might be able to get this break free and easy.
Temp play in a corner, finds at least one. His teammates doing what they can there on the inside of the barn as well, but it's an absolute fiesta, friends. Temp can't get any more. Envoy wins it on the outside. All now down to Dashy on the inside of the barn. This hard point is a nutty one indeed, friends. But Dashy finds
again.
2 more. That's unbelievable. Now, the time's still ticking in Paris' favor. 25 seconds remaining here. We've still got the glide bomb to play with. The team's pushing on up. Dashy could spring to life. Whoa, nearly get a few more. Thieves now back on the point, but for how long? Good hold from Paris Legion, and in a second now, they're about to take the lead. There we go. Is this the new beginning chance for Paris Legion here on Bocage?
I mean, we had the worst game in the CDL so far for game number 1, biggest blowout, and that was Thieves taking it to them. This might be the largest comeback we have seen on Bocage from being down 70, but now this is the problem. I think you have to use the glide bomb here to try to break this river hill, and Dashy is going to be calling it in, but right now his teammates don't have a ton of map pressure. You know, one's in tunnel, one was back in the tower. And they got 2 players over towards barn, but Thieves, for the moment, still inside this hill.
Still inside it. Front safe. 3 kills go in the way of the LA Thieves. All good for now. They'll let that one go. 30 seconds remaining on the point still. And Envoy's posted up. Here comes the hit now from Paris through the backside. Good job out of Paris to fight their way forward. Last player's up now on the point. Spawns are still close on the right-hand side now for LA Thieves, so it's going to be on Octane. They'll find a couple of shots here, get the job done. Good coverage out of the LA Thieves. Temp's got to find something. No chance. Over 200 points we go. 10 seconds remaining. And mate, we're going to a 3rd set of hard points. And there's 1:29 on the clock. What year is it?
2022. I think that was a mishap, though. Use that streak and you can't even break the hill. I'm not saying it's easy, but you don't deliver it well. You are back down to being behind 40 points, and this is not the hill where you were going to be able to make any sort of comeback on. And I think that might have been the moment of the game where Paris just let it slip. But hey, 3 in the feed for them. You still have the opening, and Thieves are still spawning on the right side, and John on a 4, picking up 3 in the feed. So they are down but not out, looking to make the comeback for the 2nd time in the same game. The cutoff man, well, gets dropped. You go back to sort of that 50-50 spread across the map, and actually not so much Paris. Still on that left side of the map. The opportunity, the dream, still alive.
Still alive. You do lose that 1 player out by tank field. That was going to be Fellow. And now the LA Thieves spreading their wings over the cage. Dassy's going to find 2. Temp's got to go big here at the back of the map. Will he be able to do it? Howdy! That's an awkward fight indeed, and Kenny wins it. That should be spawn secure now for P2. That should be the time. And Envoy's on a 5, looking to get himself streaks as well. He is going rogue right now, flying all over the place, slaying his way through. That's going to be kill number 6. Chance, this should be it. Will we get a clean break out of Paris? Will we see something special from Envoy? Here we go. 10 seconds now for the win.
Yeah, Envoy is, the cutoff man. He's on a 6, right? LA Thieves, they just flip that switch. And I think Envoy is the right idea. Play for kills, get a couple packs, keep him weak, and while he gets traded 5 seconds away before he's walk away from this game. Drazah on the flank, Drazah for 2, and Drazah, by the looks of it, for the game. Hardpoint reigns supreme. LA Thieves deliver. No comebacks today. 3-1 victory. Thieves get it done.
Paris once again showing, great resilience when it comes to those tough Bocage maps, but they're just getting slayed so hard, man. They're really struggling in the kills department. 3-1 will be that final score, and this guy wishes he didn't change his pick'ems at the last minute before the day started, because that was an incredible performance once again on that Berlin. But there you go, friends. The LA Thieves, it's going to be a 3-1. Those final sips of game fuel there for the boys, as they can now pat themselves on the back. A job well done. Kills across the board, though, there from Kenny, 33 and 24. Everyone looking absolutely fine and dandy. And it was a decent effort there from Fellow, again, 31-27 for him, but chance to come back, it's a little too late. Every sort of time it feels like with the hard points here from Paris Legion.
Well, I think, so for one, signs of life for Paris Legion. I'd say for a team that hasn't won a series yet in this year of the CDL, much better for performance for their final game before Major 1 at the very least. I think the theme was sort of just failure to execute. Like in the S&D, absolutely they executed the game plan. They had maybe 1 round where they didn't perform as well as I would have liked. Outside of that, completely on point. They got that 6-3 win. They only got outslayed by 11 kills on the Gavutu hardpoint and only got 57 points. That is a massive failure of execution on a couple different hills. And I think even the control, if they just pull that defense for the round 5, which again in the round 4, failure to execute, not being able to get out of your spawn, just throwing away a couple lives, it could have been a very different series. So I think maybe Paris is in the situation where clean up a few things, even the failure to execute on the glide bomb they had for the river break. I think a much tighter series that they had where if they could just be a little bit more clutch in the respawns, they will be a threat come Major One.
Yeah, and Major One, very, very close indeed, friends. It's, what, 2 weeks away from here. We're going to be going to Texas, the Esports Arena Arlington, and be seeing what OpTic Texas can put on a good show for us. And again, if the Paris Legion team could put in the work before then, there's plenty of time to right the wrongs, but they will most likely be starting in lower bracket. There we go, though. The 3-1 comes to a close. Gavutu, and Bocage being the maps of success there for the LA Thieves. But that 6-3, man, that's going to haunt them, really. I mean, like, they had a lovely start chance when it came to those first 3 rounds, and after that, it was just a blowout. It was awful. And that comes from the confidence plays there coming out of Paris. Looking delightful, I must say, in the Search and Destroy, but much to still be desired when it comes to those respawn game modes. Veli and my friends on the desk, what do we make of the joyous performance we saw from the LA Thieves?
Well, before I answer that, all I want to say is what I make of Chance's wardrobe right now. We look like twins, man. I'm like the brown version of you. Great commentary, by the way. But that was a good series. We saw a lot coming in from Paris towards the end, but it still wasn't enough. But, yo, nameless. LA Thieves, all smiles after game 1, almost winning Hardpoint by 200 points.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they're 7-1 in Hardpoint now. It's just lockstep in that game mode. They know exactly what they needed to do. And, you know, Chance was bringing up a good point about Paris, the failure to execute. But on the flip side of that, for the LA Thieves, they're pouncing on these opportunities, right? They're responding accordingly. We saw it in that first map. They didn't outslay them by a ton, but they were winning the gunfights that they needed to win. They won every single rotation, like the guys had them in the blender. And then even on that last map, the glide comes in, Envoy runs all the way through the tunnel, and then they respond the right way. He runs back out towards the hill, pushes out, gets the kill, pushes them even further back, and then hits the next rotation right away. So, like, these guys, they play such structured hardpoint, and you could see that it's paying off, and that gives them confidence throughout the rest of the series. Despite losing, you know, a Search and Destroy, they bounce back, and they're able to
make it look simple, man.
Yeah,
aLLeY, take a look at Paris as well. I mean, okay, there's a lot to say. First map, blowout, got destroyed, right? But then after that, they seem to pick it up. Control was a really good defensive battle, and then the last map there, the comeback on the Hardpoint, we're still seeing those flashes from this team.
So, you know, you can only say so much about a series like this that was so dominant by LA Thieves, but I do want to say to a point, many of us would want to write off Paris Legion, right? We want to write off, they haven't won a series yet. They've seriously been struggling, especially after that Hardpoint. However, that Search was like a beam of light at the end of the tunnel for this team, right? They looked fantastic. After that round 6 tiebreaker, them jiggling out peak on A and then having Temp come in from the back with the auto to win that gunfight and then collapsing onto the site and getting all of the kills and then winning, you know, the rest in a row. It was a light at the end of the tunnel for them. But for this team, like we said going into this, it's one player going off and the rest of them absolutely getting put in a blender. Map 1, it was Temp. Map 2, John went off and everybody else was on the same page. But then we go to map 3, it was Fellow, and then map 4, it was Fellow again. Now I do want to make a point that Des did go on a spree. He did get streaks, however, he had over 60 engagements. He was like 31 and 30 at some point. So what that tells me is nobody's trading him out.
Yeah, the team, they're going to have to pick it up together. And we also have, a Game Fuel Spotlight player interview with the one and only Drazah. Let's get him up on the screen. I have a question for you, man, straight up. Congratulations on the big win. But after the first... Thank you, man. After the first map, you guys were all smiles. It was all fun and games. You guys lost Search and Destroy, and there was nothing but serious faces from that point on forward. When it came to that last hard point, seeing Paris come back to you guys and take the lead mid-game, what do you look forward to when it comes to your team? Or it could be, you know, a play style, a player, anything to really get you guys back in the loop to win out a round like that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not really I'm just looking for us to play our game, honestly, not some certain player or anything. As long as we are calming well and playing like we normally do, we should be good to bounce back from any situation that we're in.
Absolutely, and I gotta talk to you about Search and Destroy. It feels like you guys are dominant in Respawn right now, but the Search is seriously struggling. You know, when you win a round, it's pretty easy. You all 4 up, you're typically still in that situation, but man, when you start going down, it seems like you guys are struggling to get back on your feet. Do you have any reasoning for that?
Honestly, I was making some mistakes in the S&D as well, but I think the only thing in our S&D really is showing some new looks on how to play the game. Like, keep them guessing on what we're gonna do and where we're gonna be, and for just mid-game situations, just get our situationals up a little bit where we're not needing to calm as much, but kind of like already knowing what to do and what to pick up in like 3v2s, or if we get first blood, like making sure no one can pinch or anything, which is a mistake sometimes. But we're looking forward to do better at that, and if we get our S&D up, then we're gonna be the best.
All right, I mean, I guess that's kind of my next question, Drazah. First, congrats on the win, but what is going to be the difference maker at the major for you guys in order for you guys to get that championship? Because right now it seems like your guys' hardpoint looks pretty good. Control is a little bit up and down as well. So, what's your take on that?
Yeah, honestly, we haven't won the coin toss at all, really, besides today. So I feel like if we get some more Gav hardpoint or control, in there, I think we can, change our record up in control. But I think if we get our S&D game 2 and 5, I think if we fix our S&D, I think that is what will make us win the major.
All right, this is the last weekend before the major as well, so I know you guys are excited and ready. So I'm going to leave this space for you to just give a shout out to the fans. If there's a special person out there you want to say hi to or whatnot, and tell them that LA Thieves are coming to Major 1 to mess things up, man.
Yeah, no, it's a huge shout out to everyone in Alaska. I have my whole entire family out there. I have my girlfriend here in LA, and recently my brother just moved back to Alaska. So huge shout out to all of them, every single LA Thieves fan who supports me on Twitter, supports the whole team, Twitch, all that. You guys are insane, and I'm very excited for this next LAN. LA Thieves is coming, coming crazy. We fixed our S&D up a little bit, and you'll have something to root for sure.
Let them know, man. I hope you guys pick up on that S&D so we could all root for you guys to just go crazy. But once again, congrats on the win, and we'll see you next time.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem, man. That was a big shout out, by the way. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we're going to have an amazing matchup. Atlanta FaZe will be taking on the Minnesota Røkkr, and this lobby is going to be absolutely stacked from the likes of Arcitys, Standy, Attach, even aBeZy. I mean, this is going to be absolutely nuts.
It's going to be a lit match. I mean, like we said, Minnesota matches are always a grueler, so we'll see if there's a team that can come in and take it quick against them. It would be Atlanta FaZe if it's anyone.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, that's about it for the first series of the day. But coming up next is exactly what we talked about. Two big and really good teams are going to be facing off. I can't wait to see them in the lobby, and I can't wait to see you beautiful people on the other side of this break. You take it easy.
Scump.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
The prophecy will be told. You will not escape your fate. When the cold wind blows.
Welcome back to one of my favorite matchups of the day. Personally, the Atlanta FaZe will be taking on the Minnesota Røkkr. And Atlanta FaZe, they got some heavy hitters on their team. And speaking of which, right now what you're looking at are the top 5 KDs in the league overall. And at the top, you're looking at them. Cellium is absolutely killing it with a 1.31.
Not to mention there's aBeZy up there as well, but we do have to talk about Cellium. Nameless said the flex players have kind of been the players to watch this season, and Cellium is the prime example of that. He has been so consistent for this squad and really stepping it up with the fact that Simp and aBeZy have still been getting comfortable in this game. And Atlanta FaZe, well, their wins have been all uncomfortable.
You're right, Nameless, you were talking about it a lot, especially in week 1 where you were saying, you know what, man, the flex players are stepping up big this year.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen some of those guys taking over for their teams. I mean, you look at Sib as well. He's another one who's just been lighting it up. Like when those guys are having good series, it just seems that you're going to be finding success when it comes to the respawns. And in this one, like Cellium is matching up with a player like Priestahh, who has not been playing that great as a flex player in this game. And then even MajorManiak as well. Like he had a big series early on, but overall, the hardpoint for this Minnesota team, it has not been ideal. I mean, 1-3 last week in hardpoint, going up against a team like Atlanta FaZe, that's terrifying.
And Atlanta FaZe are going to have SMG players just roaming around the map, just absolutely killing it. And speaking of which, I mean, yeah, we're talking about Cellium, but yo, Nameless, you got the likes of aBeZy, you got Arcitys, you got Simp. It's going to be absolutely nuts.
Yeah, thinking about this FaZe roster is just like the perfect roster in every single position. And these guys, they're continuously playing, you know, their worst maps and try to get better on it as time goes on. And they've been doing it. It's been looking good so far.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, Arcitys has been a big player for me thus far, not only being in that many-hour role, but when it comes to the search, man, we saw him pop off with a sub as well, Nameless.
Yeah, and for the game fuel keys to victory for Atlanta FaZe, get Simp going and things get scary. 0.97 KD so far this season. Yeah, he had a good series in their last one though. 0.97, that's actually not that bad. There's just another level he can get to. Winning rotations will lead to locking down hills. Atlanta is first in hold percentage. Minnesota 11th in break percentage. Like I said, Minnesota has not been good at hardpoint. For Atlanta FaZe, they're first in hold percentage. This is a nightmare matchup for Minnesota. Atlanta does what they do normally. Should wipe the floor with them in that game mode. And then 4v3 in crews, second in first blood win percentage. So it's starting to work. They're going out there, they're getting that blood, and they secure the round. And that comes down to the coaching and the assistance from people like Tupac, from people like RJ and Crowder, their head coach. It works well.
So they're starting off the game strong with the first bloods. Atlanta FaZe, they're just winning outright. The players at the top of the leaderboard right now, they're going to be going against Minnesota Røkkr. Now, last week, they were 0-2. They went against the likes of the London Royal Ravens, which is really rough, right? And then they went against Seattle Surge, where they made the Surge look human for the first time here in the CDL.
Yeah.
But against FaZe right now, Minnesota's going to have to definitely bring it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have to lock down that game 2, search and destroy. And then you're going to have to steal that control possibly because, like we said, Hardpoint has not been looking good. So if they're able to win that search and somehow force it to a game 5, depending on what respawn they take, then they have a chance. Like that's the way Minnesota gets it done against FaZe. They have to be winning those S&Ds.
Yeah, and we're looking at Priestahh, right? To have more presence on the map, he's going to have to match up against a player like Cellium, which is a very large feat to ask for this squad. But you know what? They've been pushing these teams to game 5s, and when it comes to game fuel keys to victory, well, they got a better post-plant teamwork last and win percentage after getting the bomb. down and, of course, get a trade. Last respawn, non-traded death percentage. And you know what? I think that comes down to the slaying capabilities on this squad being very hot and cold. So if their SNGs can stay a little bit more consistent, I don't see an issue there. And, of course, make the offense work for the first cap in control. Their last and average time left after the first capture, meaning that they are getting that first point very, very late and not leaving themselves a lot of wiggle room when it comes to control, getting onto that B site.
Yeah, and aLLeY, you know, we talk about Priestahh a lot, how much we want to see him step up. And the thing is, we're not punching down at him because we believe that Priestahh is an absolute beast. And what we've known from him and what we've seen from him in the past, the man can take over. I would love to see him match up with Atlanta FaZe well.
Well, the teamwork of this Minnesota Røkkr squad is on par with some of these top squads like LA Thieves, like Toronto Ultra, that are based around them sticking together and playing around each other. The only issue is they have been struggling with the confidence in their decision making.
Yeah.
They push these teams to the edge, but it's only based off of the enemy's problems, with their enemies making problems. Like we saw in that OpTic match pushing the end, it's because they didn't rotate to the last P5, and that's how they were able to capitalize on that win. So again, if Røkkr have more confidence in their decision making, up their slaying power a little bit, I should see them push Atlanta FaZe.
Now, before I toss this over to the casters for the game to start, Nameless, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. There's one player in this entire lobby that you think is just going to have just a field day right now. Who's going to have the top game to you?
I think it's going to be Cellium. He's been lights out so far. I think he's going to do it once again, and I have FaZe winning in a 3-0. A
3-0 for FaZe. You rocking with FaZe as well, Minnesota Røkkr?
I'm going to stick with FaZe. I'm going to stick with the safe bet, but Minnesota Røkkr should be able to at least take one.
Well, let's see if Minnesota Røkkr are going to shock the desk right now. Let's send this over to my European brothers, Bryce and Tun. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Felly. We are looking forward to this game, Tun. It should be a good one. Atlanta FaZe, obviously, the team everybody wants to beat, but very, very difficult. But a must-win game for Røkkr.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very difficult to beat Atlanta FaZe, and no more difficult task than when we've looked at these maps for the side of Røkkr. And as you are very right in saying, it is one of those games that is a must-win for them. The standings are not looking pretty right now, but they have had some very difficult games. However, we have seen some flashes of brilliance from them, and we're going to see plenty of them here in this game. And of course, we were looking through the maps and to see how things are going to break down. There is small chances here and there. There's little flutters of information that we've got to sort of say, right, is there something potentially here for the Røkkr? It's a very small maybe, but it's a maybe that we hope does happen because we want to see a good game, and we know Røkkr are capable of doing so.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? Coming into this one, Røkkr are the underdogs, the firm underdogs, but they're not a bad team. Well, you are right. We have seen flashes of brilliance. And when we talk about the maps in a little bit, there are some indications they may have a chance in coming into this one. I feel like the S&Ds are probably the key point for them. The respawns might be a little bit difficult, but anything could happen. This is the CDL. It's FaZe versus the Røkkr. And Tun, I'm just looking forward to it. Realistically, people still want to see if Atlanta FaZe are every bit as good as they were last year. And the Røkkr, if they can kind of have this resurgence.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, we say resurgence for Røkkr, they're kind of where we would expect them. They're losing to very good teams. They lost to Seattle. They lost to London. Very, very close, of course, with the side of OpTic. They've had difficult games. Can they do it once more, though? I'm against another very, very solid squad in the Atlanta FaZe. It's going to be a very difficult task when it does come down to Tuscan Hardpoint. FaZe lights out on this map.
Well, double nades for aBeZy straight off the bat here. It will be Atlanta FaZe taking first control of this Hardpoint. And now, looking for MajorManiak, aBeZy, that's a 3-0 start, and we were wondering just how good were Atlanta FaZe going to be today. The first 10 seconds, pretty good. That's 4 for aBeZy now. Surely not the 5th. He sees Priestahh. Priestahh goes for it. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get it. That streak is shut down. And now here come the Røkkr.
Yeah, and if you're the Røkkr, that's the kind of start you absolutely do not want, as Cellium does try to clean it up. They will eventually get inside, only to be taken down. But that's not the kind of start that you want at all. You want to make sure you get a good start, especially on this hard point. It's going to be difficult for you against FaZe. We know they're good on this map. Røkkr in this one, just steady, easy into this series. Let's see if you can have a good one.
Well, here comes the stack from them as well. Cellium's going to find one as well. Backs off. Looking for the players coming towards him. Simp's got his back up as well. And oh my goodness, the Røkkr hit the FaZe wall. Simp gets a second one. Røkkr desperately trying to get back into this game. They were not here on the rotation, and now they're not here in the kill feed.
Yeah, they look a little bit shell-shocked at the moment. It's very difficult for them to find a route through. Simp getting heated up. And then again, look, I think, you know, this point that we keep making about Simp's KD being below 0, it's still fine. The rest of the team are fine. There's only so many kills on the map at the end of the day. Pricey, and well, one of them's going to come in from Standy. Can this push come in here from the Røkkr? Thatcher's going to fall a little one by one, or is it? MajorManiak finds 2. Simp finds 2 back himself. Priestahh
The last one inside the hill momentarily, and can't really find much of it. FaZe get a lot of time there on P2. It's like got the highest hold percentage of the whole of Vanguard on 89% hold for the first team that does get there. FaZe kind of proving that fact there. 60 points and rising for the Orlando side.
Here is the Røkkr's chance, though. They have the rotation, they have the opportunity. This is a great hill to hold. MajorManiak on the stairs. Does manage to get it with a little bit of help from the FaZe teammate, and that has shut down the push from FaZe now. They're going to have to start again.
It's just about the reset here for the Røkkr. Had about a couple of first hills. Get yourself set up on P3. If you can hold this, you can get a good chunk of time. FaZe have got a lot of real estate towards the middle of the map, though. The push is going to start coming.
It's aBeZy straight in. He's not able to get anything out of it, though. MajorManiak holding firm on the fountain. There's going to be reinforcements come through, and it will be Standy at the back. Says no to FaZe. We need this money hill. We need this time to get back into it. And look at it pushing out now, being aggressive, looking for the FaZe players. And this is a little bit of a resurgence now for Røkkr. They can feel the vibes coming through as they know they are not getting beaten down any longer. It's an incredible hold for them. And it puts the game back into a, well, much more close contest.
And we talk about it, you have one good hold on a hill and you can get yourself back into the game, and that is one of those. A very nice hold over towards P3 for the Røkkr. Now push into Church. A little bit more difficult. FaZe are one of those teams, when they get set up, very hard to break. Strongest hold percentage of any team in Hardpoint so far in the league, and let's see if they can do it here once more in Church. MajorManiak, what can he find from up top? Well, he needs his team to find something else because he can't push in on his own. He's going to fall. Good hold from FaZe.
Yeah, you see Arcitys maybe doesn't hit the headlines as much as a lot of the players in this FaZe roster because they are all animals, but now going to work here, just holding it down. And Røkkr, they've hit the brick wall. They're not able to really get any further near Church. They're going to have to stack and maybe try one more time before they start thinking about that rotation.
And what FaZe do so well, they just spread themselves out on the right areas. Look at Simp, he's just running at them. They're already dead. Look at them all just lining up in the kill feed on the left-hand side, and Simp is pushing the lanes out every single time. We head over towards P4. Simp inside here now on a 2 spree. FaZe just really running it.
Personal, by the way.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't know who's picking those up in particular, but Simp has paid attention. And here we go. You want that 1 KD? Well, he's 13 and 6. He's nearly at a 2. A really good hold by Simp and Co, but not for very long. Røkkr will break on through. They got 60 remaining here on P4.
Yeah, incredible job for Røkkr actually to get in here this early on. I thought they were going to be thrown out by FaZe, but they do have it. It's an opportunity to bring them back into this game again. It does seem that every single hardpoint, the teams are going back and forth. But here comes the stack from FaZe. 3 at the front door. They're going to go for it now. They've already got 1. Arcitys gets a second there. And now MajorManiak and Priestahh are going to have to do some work. Priestahh, though, gunning through the FaZe members. Cellium gets 1 as they finally break in FaZe. And they shut this down, but it is contested from attach.
Finds 2 of his... one of his own teammates, and then the second there from FaZe. Can they hold on to this, though, as Attach is still inside the hill as well, finds 1 more. And Røkkr will get a decent amount of time here over towards P4. Heading back over towards the middle, you can see FaZe already set up. This extra bit of scrap time will go over to the Røkkr. Heading into the second rotation, though, considering where the Røkkr were, this is not too bad of a spot. Realistically, though, you would have liked to see a little bit more out of them, but nonetheless, it could have been a lot worse.
I love the double chow coming in on the flank. They're waiting for this. They're trying to all hit this at the same time to overwhelm FaZe. Here they come any second now. There's a big fight going in the mid. It's MajorManiak. That will pull a player from FaZe out of it. You see Cellium just waiting patient. Here comes Standy, going to be shut down by his teammates. And Røkkr did an awful lot of movement on the map to just fortunately not win the gunfights.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can put yourself in a good position, but nonetheless, if you don't have the gunny, it's not going to help. And, well, the only man that can take Cellium down right now is his teammate, as Arcitys. We'll put a bullet in the back of his head, but we'll continue to put the bullets down also into the Røkkr. Priestahh falls. Standy then follows as well. It just can't coordinate any kind of push here. Can the Røkkr? Every single one falling. Now it's up to FaZe to push it out. My goodness me, Simp. It's disgusting once more. 18 and 10, 4 spree from him. That's the first time that a Røkkr player has won a gunfight in about 20 minutes.
Well, let's see. We said it's about the rotations, and Røkkr have this one currently. Will they get the points back they need desperately in this game? FaZe are ready. They're trying to slowly get map position. Get here in numbers so they can win these gunfights. Priestahh ready to hold. It's going to be against Simp. Gets that first kill. MajorManiak gets a second. And now FaZe have to step on the back foot. They've got to take their foot off the gas for just a half a second as they wait for reinforcements, because Arcitys gets a kill. Unfortunately, he's going to go down to the grenades. Nade running in from aBeZy as well. And it is all going to be Røkkr still holding this, but there is a player in the back. Simp.
He's managed to find a way through, gives his team the spawns as well, and oh my goodness me, if you're the Røkkr, that is unfortunate. Simp did well, held his shots, now they're inside. There's going to be 2 players from the Røkkr though. Can they contest it? The answer is no. The break comes in from FaZe, and that may well be the dagger that does it. Røkkr were in a really good position to hold that one, and look at who's got the rotation over towards P3. After all of that, it is FaZe, it is Arcitys. They're going to lock this one in, and this is going to be once more a hard break for Røkkr to try and fight.
Arcitys, the man who won't be moved, is going to try and hold this down for Atlanta FaZe. The rest of the FaZe members actually quite spread out here. It's Røkkr who look closer, and there is going to be a spawn out. Simp is miles away, and Arcitys goes straight down. Røkkr have cracked this hardpoint. aBeZy is somehow at the back. The last man alive for FaZe. He desperately needs reinforcements. No, he doesn't. He's going to do it all himself. aBeZy shutting down Røkkr.
Oh my God!
3-piece. aBeZy doesn't care about your numbers. He's just completely removed Røkkr's break out of the equation, and somehow Røkkr have got more bodies here as well. It's a very mixy hardpoint, what should have been locked down.
Oh, this should have been time for the Røkkr, and aBeZy says no. My goodness. Huge plays towards the back. And you would think it would be Arcitys that holds it down. He isn't able to, and it's still quite mixy inside the hardpoint. It eventually feels like Røkkr are going to pick up maybe a touch of scrap. Simp says absolutely not. Give him the second as well. Not quite there. MajorManiak will deny them some points. But nonetheless, the plays from FaZe to sort of limit the damage there is absolutely huge. And once more, they're the first ones there when we get over to church.
aBeZy's beaming. He's feeling it himself. We know after getting that 3 defend, we thought this game might be over. It's not quite yet. The Røkkr still have an opportunity, but they have to break church now and play perfect hard points. aBeZy at the front door, though, is slamming it in their face. See Standy up top, goes in as well, one at the door. It's not going to be enough. The Røkkr eventually take control of church when they need to.
They get through. 230 for FaZe. It's a 100-point difference at this moment in time for the Røkkr to try and come back, and it's just so difficult to do up against a team who can find this kind of slaying ability at a moment's ask. Standing inside of church, though, can they hold this once more? They need to.
So many FaZe stack coming in, and there is a big amount of FaZe players hitting this as well. Simp looking for that last player. They can't win it here. They have to rotate, but Røkkr have done so well to just hold them off for as long as possible. Another big hold and the rotation win, and they could be right back into this one. All is not done here. But let's see. We can see the FaZe stack. Keep an eye, though. Cellium on the flank.
Yep. It's going to be the play. That's what FaZe are waiting on. You can see they're stacking. Well, that's not part of the plan, has to be said. Here comes Cellium from behind, though. He could find some kills. Finds one. Simp from the front. Is this the break that FaZe needed? 2-4-7. It's just ticking. Standy last one. Cellium. And that will be game. FaZe come flying out of the gates in map number 1, and Tuscan falls their way. It's very much a map we expected the FaZe to take. But taken in that fashion, I'm not sure we thought it would be that devastating. Røkkr fall 1-0 down.
And this is what I was talking about. I think Røkkr are a good team. I think against most other opponents, they would have a very good performance on that map. We saw flashes of brilliance. We saw them doing work time again. Attach was one of their main players for it. 3 pieces, breaking hills, doing all the work for them. The problem is, Tun, is that they're playing FaZe. That's their issue here. That should be the key to victory. Hope FaZe don't turn up today, because they certainly have. Simp had a lights out game for the majority of that one. It's just difficult to beat this team when they're on fire.
It really is, and if we start going into the finite deals maybe a little bit more in that one, that second rotation of hills heading over towards P2, that is really where the Røkkr were in a good spot to maybe bring it back. As mentioned, it's the hill that's the easiest to hold, so to speak, percentage-wise, in terms of statistics, at least anyway, on the whole of Vanguard. So, I mean, that's one way you want to try and lock it in as best as you can. They get broke by Simp getting towards the back, getting the spawns for his team, and then the flip immediately that you say, right, okay, well, yeah, we lost spawns for P2. Yeah, okay, it's fine. We got a decent amount of time. Let's head over towards P3. You can hold that for a decent amount of time. And aBeZy, well, does this. Ridiculous plays. There's the second. Avoids MajorManiak towards the back. Yeah, we need a few more bullets for this one, but there you go. Another one falls. And aBeZy locks it down. And that's the thing that changes the game. If Røkkr get a good hold at P2 and that rotation over towards P3, you got maybe a little bit more of a doable prospect, but nonetheless, it was just absolute fry season at the back for aBeZy, and the whole of FaZe close it out with aplomb. And what a series we have on our hands, no doubt, but that is not the start you would have wanted if you're the Røkkr.
No, however, it is the start we kind of expected coming into 100%. This game. Search Destroy next, though, Tun. We have a much better feeling about this one, I think.
100%. Yeah, look, as far as it goes with the Røkkr, this is not a terrible map for them whatsoever, but it's a map that we feel is a must-win for them. Not to put pressure too much on themselves, though, I feel they will also know that. Heading into Control, yeah, okay, we would hand it over towards FaZe. They have been notoriously pretty good on Tuscan, but it's not necessarily guaranteed when it does come down to Control. We know how it can be. You win all your defenses out, then it sometimes just can be a coin flip of who does get a hold of that defense. But as far as the Search and Destroy goes, Røkkr, it is a must-win for them. They will know that too. Hopefully the pressure isn't too much, though.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I feel like this is the map. This has got to be the map here. Going into the Control on Tuscan, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag, actually, for Minnesota, right? They lost to New York, they lost to Texas, and Search. I think they beat the Ravens, but unfortunately, I think last time I saw Atlanta on this, they took the Thieves down 3-0 on Control. So the Search is a very big game for me. I feel like it's got to be where Røkkr stick their heels in the ground, tense up and say, right, we're not being moved from this one. We need this game to make sure we don't come bottom 4.
Yeah, 100%. And if they do get a hold of this second map and get themselves over towards those final two, we know that Berlin, it is their pick, and it's not one that FaZe would usually go for. It's actually their mostly banned Hardpoint is Berlin. It slipped through, and I don't think it's necessarily a mistake. I think FaZe, we know aLLeY talked about it on the desk. They like to try out some of their worst maps. They're in a pretty good position. But for the Røkkr, you take that one all day, and you'll sort of say to yourself, right, if we can take map number 2, map number 4, yes, Hardpoint, as just shown, example in point, is very, very difficult for them to beat FaZe. But there is a chance on Berlin. And then if you send it to a map number 5 on Berlin as well, we really don't know which way it could go. So it is really down to these Search and Destroys. And if you're Røkkr, try and steal one of these respawns. It's obviously not going to be map number 1, but maps number 3 and 4 are very much the ones that they want to look out for if they can take the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and even that, right? We're talking about Røkkr trying to take this Search and Destroy. The problem is when you talk about FaZe, they're basically brilliant everywhere, and that's the most frustrating thing for any team trying to play them. There is no great weakness for FaZe, even when you go through the statistics. You look at how these players play. Realistically, you just got to be on that day. You have to be the better team on the day, on the game modes you prefer. Hope you get the best videos with your map pool, and that maybe FaZe take a little bit of a stumble somewhere.
Potentially. And that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to say for Røkkr that it is all about the mistakes that have to come up from FaZe. Røkkr are a fairly decent Search and Destroy team. Let's see if we can get something going here. But we know, as said, FaZe so well-rounded. Thing is, for FaZe, though, can we convert these First Bloods into something second in total and second in offensive wins as well? No surprise to see that. But the First Bloods need to be converted into maybe a little bit more. And if they can convert them into more rounds, then this is ultimately going to be a very, very difficult task for the Minnesota Røkkr as we head into map number 2. Røkkr, not necessarily do or die, but it's do or dare at this point.
Well, aBeZy getting straight through, going for the fast plant. They know he's going to be here as well, though. He's going to get double naded. They have lost first blood, but they do get that bomb down just in time.
Simp from behind, he wouldn't have expected him over towards the B side. Can he find a second as well? Not quite onto Itachi. Will find that break. 3v2.
Now they're going to try and pinch this out. They know somebody's going to be up here as well. The Priestahh is going to go down. They're going to find him in the back. And it's all onto Arcitys in this 1 versus 2.
That's surely not catching one of them, right?
It's I think it's a bomb check. Just wants to check it out. They're now trying to figure out where he is. You can already see it's going to be Standy looking for him. Arcitys caught it correctly, but it's not going to be enough for the movement. Arcitys denied there. Røkkr hold out and managed to get this one down, and it's probably that first blood that gave him just enough of an advantage to take control of the map.
Really well played in the 2v1 from Itachi and Standy there. It's not the easiest one to do at all. You know, when these players are inside this building, and a man like Arcitys, with the gunny that man has, you need to get him out of there as quickly as possible. It was twice that Røkkr had to depart one of the members of FaZe from this round, specifically in Broken. They do it twice. They manage the defuse. Just a little bit unfortunate that grenade came just a touch late from MajorManiak to stop that bomb going down. Nonetheless, they get the round, and now their turn to get an attack underneath their belts.
Yeah, got to say also Itachi winning that gunfight versus Simp. Huge for them. Standy has been stunned mid-map. I wonder if Atlanta FaZe try and react to this now they know somebody's in the area. At the moment, you see nobody really moving forward. They're waiting for a stack here. It might be first blood. aBeZy's going aggressive.
And the thing is, there is a lot of utility used from FaZe. So stuns, grenades, etc., etc. Well, if you're aBeZy, in this situation, you don't need the grenades because he's behind both of them. The gun will do. Really, really well worked by Røkkr initially, just to spread out the map a little bit. Allow FaZe to take a couple of second guesses, but aBeZy says, right, screw it. I'm just going to run halfway up the map, see if he can find two, and suddenly a 2v4.
Cellium backing completely off there from MajorManiak. It's a big stack from Atlanta FaZe. I just don't know how the Røkkr are going to crack this.
They've got bottom. This is such a difficult retake for Røkkr. Yeah, Standy, I mean, I don't know. Look at the setup inside of maps. Yeah, good luck.
Here we go. They're going to try it. Standy and MajorManiak trying to trade for it as well. Cellium gets the first. MajorManiak's trying to come in, and Simp just guns him down with a pistol. An easy round there for FaZe in the end. Tying up 1-1 on the search, but still a lot of rounds to go. A lot of rounds to go.
And you have to say, you're fair play to aBeZy. Heads straight down the middle of the map. Goes up through maps and has to be said, gets pretty good timing. It's one of those scenarios you just find them kind of with their pants down a little bit. But still, the play had to be made. The shots had to be landed. Good stuff. And I kind of like what the Røkkr did. As mentioned, it was one of those scenarios. You kind of fake the A, plant the grenades, come out. That might make it a little bit easier to find a push either A or B. But nonetheless, here we go. Defensive side for the Røkkr once more. What are FaZe going to do this time?
Well, they're trying to figure out where aBeZy is. You can see them trying to go for it, but Simp's already got that first blood into church. And that bomb's going to go down. No first blood for Røkkr this time around. They have managed to get it back, though, to a 3 versus 3. With bomb down now, they have to take control of the map again.
Yeah, big wrap coming in. Standy's got the parkour moves, and Cellium's going to have to back on down out of Røkkr, but you got to win the gunfights on the other side. Arcitys is there to cover off the push coming from the outer side of the map. aBeZy will get the bullets into MajorManiak. Doesn't need to challenge this fight, just staying alive as best as they can. They have broken control, but you need to find the kills. You can't get it done. Standy in a 1v3, and FaZe find another round.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you, they look so confident. They're being so aggressive in these gunfights. Røkkr were desperately trying to get a little bit of map control there. I thought maybe if they could pick off Cellium, they might be able to get it done, but he managed to just get out of there before he lost his life. And then like you saw, right, when you're in that position, Røkkr essentially have to make all the moves. They have to keep pushing forward, keep trying to get that map control back, and then they didn't win the gunfights, and that was the round wrapped.
What's the setup here from Røkkr now? It didn't work out last time due to aBeZy just finding those 2 simple kills. And they'll sort of say to themselves, well, that's just a small mistake that has had big consequences, unfortunately. Can they find something in the middle? Got shots into Simp, who is going to have to back on down. Very well played by Priestahh, actually. Doesn't find the kill, but just forces Simp away.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't find the kill. I actually felt like he stopped shooting just a few seconds too quickly, but it looks like Røkkr trying to play this one. aBeZy trying to use the movement to get out of there. He is going to go down. That's first blood for Røkkr now. You're going to look to convert that into a plant. The rest of FaZe is stacked here, hoping to get something.
I don't know if they're expecting a push, maybe, but so are Røkkr. Nothing really going on activity-wise in terms of getting that bomb down. Priestahh may start thinking about it shortly, though, and here we go. Arcitys doesn't quite have the angle. That one's going to go down, and, well, Priestahh just shows the side of his bum to him and gets the hell out of there. Arcitys not able to quite take the cheeks off him, so to speak. Here we go, though. Arcitys inside the mid-map. Can they find the retake?
Gonna go through. That still does nothing. MajorManiak says, thank you very much, Simp. He's doing a gunfight, shooting someone in the back, and at the moment, FaZe is just getting cut to ribbons. The Røkkr said, thank you very much. It's easy after the first blood. And we certainly have a game on our hand. Røkkr so composed when it came to it. We thought they could have made a move so much earlier once they got that first blood, but they held firm.
So the problem is
that let anything slip.
They didn't. And the problem is there for FaZe is the fact that they lose that gunfight towards the left-hand side along the outer ridge towards A site. They don't know where those players are at that point. They could have pushed through church. That's why you've seen them stacking towards church. Are they trying to flank us? No, they're chilling, waiting on you, pushing at this point. So for FaZe, that side of the map's completely cut off. You're going to have to force it through mid. The bomb's already down. Røkkr in a hard place springs to mind, but here we go. Another attacking round. Can FaZe get this bomb down once again over towards A?
Both teams, again, pushing the position. It's FaZe who fancy that fast plant again. Standy with the grenade cook, and aBeZy will get away this time. 4v4, both teams have all their members up. The bomb's down already. Challenge comes in, and Standy gets gunned. Advantage FaZe.
Nah, I don't like that from Standy. There's nobody there to back him up at all. Just hoping a 50-50 gunfight's going to go your way, and up against FaZe, well, is it really 50-50? 4v3 now. Simp inside of church, and just finds 2 in his sights, and all of a sudden they disappear.
That looked like the 2 fastest kills I've ever seen. Priestahh in a 1 versus 3. It's no good. And FaZe take that round. I will say this. A lot of these rounds would be one-sided regardless of who wins it.
It's a very close search. It's a very close search, but the rounds are, as you said, one-sided. Whichever way they go, it is pretty dominant from either side. That's just confidence in their ability, I think, either time. Whether that's the retakes coming on through or holding down defense, I think these first kills are very, very important. I would like to see what the first blood percentage and round percentage would be based off those first bloods on this one, because it does seem to be making a difference.
Oh, sniper, attach. Absolutely nothing so far. Screams aggressive plant, though.
Oh, aggressive defense, maybe. As FaZe start getting aggressive. MajorManiak surely going to catch aBeZy. The shots are going to come on through, though. Surely from Maps, he's going to get caught. Yes, he is. And just a bad timing for MajorManiak. Oversteps his mark just that little bit. Attach will find a kill. Not after Simp and Arcitys can find one of their own each, and all of a sudden it's a 2v3.
Oh, Attach was a very, very influential player in a hardpoint. Obviously not enough to win it, but...
Cellium.
Caught the Cellium. That bomb has gone down B, though. It's a bit of a split here from FaZe. They are not together. Standy sitting mid-map. This could come down to whoever gets this first information. A big fight at the back. Attach versus Simp. Who's going to find it first? And Attach sees him. Simp gets out of there, though. Probably just in time. Keep an eye on aBeZy, though. Says, all right, you tagged up Simp. I'll hunt you down.
Oh, I mean, Standy's coming for a late flank, and then all of a sudden Simp said, well, yeah, let's just counteract. I do not know what the COD timing was over towards B, but my goodness me, they have just... It's ghosts and ships in the night. I don't know what's going on. 13 seconds remaining. aBeZy can't find the kill. Now Simp on his own up against Standy will find one, but just no time to find the defuse. I would love to see their POVs there, because I have no clue.
It was everybody was flanking everybody else. That was the issue. It was flanks and counter flanks and... everybody running around, and unfortunately, nobody really had that much information. Simp knew Attach was towards the back, and that's about it.
I mean, I was just looking towards, I think it must have been Simp and Standy. Towards that B site, they literally must have been able to smell each other. They were that close at one point, but they just went past each other in different directions, and just bad timing for the side of FaZe, because I actually really like that from Standy. The late flank kind of comes in, you hold your position, see if anyone comes, and then you wrap back around exactly where they wouldn't think. FaZe did the exact same back, but just didn't get the timing.
Simp currently on a 4 streak. 3-3, though, is the score in this search and destroy, and all we're waiting for now is this first move again. Priestahh holding fast. The rest of Røkkr still holding fast. Standy, though, goes for this challenge again. This time wins it against aBeZy. It's a different story. Cellium will get the trade, though, with a nade. Sees MajorManiak up top, and is a little bit tense here for both teams. And no moves have been made.
That's so unfortunate from Standy. Cellium had that grenade cook for Top Church. He makes the challenge and wins it, as does Priestahh. Arcity's now going to fall. Is this going to be 2 rounds in a row for the Røkkr? 2v2.
Simp's managed to get through. I don't know if they saw him actually go towards the bomb there. Simp's going aggressive. Simp's going aggressive. Simp's looking for him. He's chasing MajorManiak down, who's giving it hot feet because he is out of here. Going to try and see if he can find Simp as well, and he is. MajorManiak eventually turns and burns. Now Cellium with 20 seconds left and very little hope.
Yeah, it's tough. Shot's going to come in. They know exactly where he is. Bomb not necessarily in the best place to get picked up either. Just not enough time on his side. We need to find both kills, and I do not think that the Røkkr are going to give him that gift. Christmas was quite a while ago. Cellium, yeah, he's not able to do much here. Røkkr, really nice play, and that's the difference there. I know I criticized Standy for making that push before. That was the play, though. He finds the push, he finds the kill, and it's unfortunate not to get out, and only doesn't because Cellium's got a grenade cook for Top Church, but nonetheless, really good plays out. Standy slows it down. The trades kind of just go the way of Røkkr. They find themselves in the lead in this search here, Bryce.
Does. And I think the difference, right, between that Standy play and the last one we saw in that exact same position was essentially timing. They didn't expect it pre-plant this time, whereas last time post-plant went down, he tried to surprise him. Of course, aBeZy knew somebody was coming and had his hands free.
It's a big hit over towards the A side. aBeZy and Cellium turtled up there. And Church control's really going to have to come down to Arcitys. He's sitting lower side. Priestahh will catch aBeZy. The aggressive push from FaZe gets punished.
Looking through the gap here, Arcitys. Somebody might challenge him. At the moment, the Røkkr can wait. They have time and numbers. Arcitys in it. Oh, he tries to get him as well, and he guns him. Just a few bullets, but that will be returned. Standy finds it as well. Standy's going to be taken down by Simp, though. Back to a 2 versus 2. Last time, this was Røkkr's.
Oh, MajorManiak's in a tough spot. Cellium has to back on down, but as you know, Simp is there as well. Attacher's coming to help MajorManiak out. They need to get this bomb back. Here comes the stun. Is this going to be the push? 29 seconds. Simp finds his shots. And that really did feel like a Minnesota Røkkr round. Cellium is falling off the map. He's falling off the map. It's a 1v1.
Anything could have happened there. A little bit of cut timing from the snipe. Cellium decided to take a swan dive off the map, and you can see Atlanta FaZe laughing about it. No laughing matter, gentlemen. That was close.
And Simp's then in the position that he can't just run away and survive. Like, Attacher's right there. My word. That got a little bit more stressful than it needed to for FaZe, but they'll get there around, and I suppose you take the look where you can get it.
Well, that was certainly a tense ending for that round. Shouldn't have been, but never mind. 4-4 here on this search, and both teams desperate to win it. And the FaZe
11-4.
Yeah, he is. I suppose that keys to victory really has put a fire under him, because he's been lights out. He was lights out on the Hardpoint as well.
Once again, we move over towards a Tuscan Search and Destroy for the side of FaZe. It's the usual ban when it does come down to search. Doesn't find its way there, and has to be said, they are fairly one-dimensional when it does come down to this map. The bomb is going to go down at A. Simp's got a big job to do here.
It's tense here. Waiting for it. Just backing up a little bit here, FaZe, actually. Looking for it. That's a big kill by Standy. It's huge, and it gives Røkkr so much map control. They're looking now. They have to clinch down on the FaZe members. Standy against his aBeZy. He's gunning. It's huge for them.
Can he find a third here and top broken as well? He's going to chal it. Is he going to find it? Not quite. Cellium is there. This bomb now, though, being defused. Starting from Simp. Can Cellium stop the defuse coming in? No, he cannot. Well played by the Røkkr just to create the chaos so Standy can get the defuse and find another round and one round away from tying the series up.
And it's all Standy. Standy takes Arcitys, and aBeZy takes that same angle. And it's the movement. That's the difference. Sometimes you're holding that angle. It's not always the easiest thing to do. The player can just hit you with such speed and win that gunfight. Standy did it twice. And it caved in the Røkkr the FaZe defense. Simp's still alive, though. He's on a 4 streak. He's 12-4. Hasn't died in the last 2 rounds they've lost.
Arcitys finds first blood, and well, we know what that usually means when it's come down to the search and destroy so far. That bomb is going to go down over towards A. Attached with the snipes, though, and Arcitys. He falls 3v3.
He gets a bit of revenge. Attaches headed to the back of the map. They're going to have to look for him. He's going to hope for a snipe here as well. No, actually, he has the auto out. Cellium will trade. One player left. It's Standy. He did so much work last round. He was the savior. And one more time, he needs the 1 versus 2 versus Cellium and Simp. That time is ticking. They don't know where he is. Here comes Simp, though, and he's going to find him. And he's backing off, and Simp wins the gunfight. That's a 5 streak for Simp. That's the defuse. We go into a 5-5. Unreal.
And the challenge comes in towards Attacher. They know they have to get rid of him. That sniper out there is dangerous. He can just move up into top broken if they don't clear out that side. Standy plays it right, but from that position, you can't see the bomb. You have no info. Simp goes round. He says, right, let's just check out church, make sure it's cleared, and there you go. The round to FaZe, a crucial round 11 here, mostly for the Røkkr. They absolutely need this.
Well, let's see. Do or die for Røkkr and for FaZe. FaZe win this, they go up 2-0. Røkkr win this, they tie the series up, and hope remains alive.
That's huge. Oh. Doesn't quite find it. And that's going to be plenty of control potentially coming in here from FaZe. Look over towards this A side. Can Attach find a pick? Simp's going to have to back on down. Attach can't find anything. Still miraculously 4v4. Not for long. Arcitys finds one. Priestahh trades 3v3.
The huge rotate FaZe are not in position for this. Simp desperately just trying to make sure his positions are covered.
Minnesota really didn't want that B plant. FaZe held well.
Oh, it's a big gunfight. It's a big gunfight. Simp trying to stay alive. Actually going to reach out. It's Standy versus Simp. Reinforcements eventually gets out there. He has some backup for him as well. aBeZy's going to shut it down. Attached now left in a 1 versus 3. The Røkkr went to rotate. They got, I don't know, they refused it. They decided not to go B. And FaZe, full credit to them in that 1 ton. They didn't panic. They didn't stress about it. They knew they didn't have any real information at B. But instead of rushing over there, trying to figure something out, backed up, played it slow, and Røkkr maybe second-guessed themselves.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. I mean, we didn't quite see how far onto B they got, but they just didn't like the plan at all. But what a game out of Simp. 14-4. 10 non-traded kills. That's a huge thing as well. As far as first bloods go, of course, the statistics not quite there, but you can see leaning more towards the FaZe side. And ultimately, a 6-5 victory does seem fair. A very close game between these two, but as mentioned, it's one that Røkkr really did need. They're hoping this series, it may well not be completely gone, but that was the glimmer. And I wonder now, Tuscan control up against FaZe, it's a difficult ask.
It certainly is, but this series is not over, and neither is our talking about it. We'll be back after this short break, though. Don't go anywhere. More coming up here on the CDL.
I'm in the game like EA. Been in my practice pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good two-pay. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy. I need that energy. Energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy. I need that energy. I need that energy. Been here, we done that. You all know what we came for. Energy. I need that energy.
of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL, and we are in a great game so far. Atlanta FaZe versus Minnesota Røkkr, but these are our standout players for our control, Cellium and Standy.
What a performance so far from Cellium. It really does come down to these two players playing well for both of their respective teams, but Standy, and this is not me being punny, he is really the standout when it does come down to Røkkr, and he's the kind of guy that does need to continue to light it up. But as far as control goes, Cellium very much at the top of the pile, and has been for, well, every single mode so far, to be honest with you. He has been lights out, but what can Standy do to try and turn this series around? When we said there was going to have to be a respawn coming out from the side, the Minnesota Røkkr, we probably would have hedged our bets more so on the control than anything else. But can they manage it here as we stay once more on Tuscan? Still a very, very tall order as far as this map goes. Atlanta 1-0, Minnesota 1-2. Control has really not been at the top of their standings this moment in time, though. Atlanta not necessarily the best for them either, so let's see how we do when it does come down to Tuscan control. Can Røkkr turn this one around? We felt the search and destroy was the catalyst to do that, but can they start something off here in map number 3? I mean, yeah, it's 1.47. Then, you know, you talk about the issues from which FaZe are proposing this, and yes, okay, 1.47 out of Cellium, and I wouldn't like to see Simp either, because it's been ridiculous.
See, so this is the entire issue for the Røkkr right now, realistically. According to my notes, and I hope we've got this right, I'll make sure I make extensive notes on all the teams, right? Minnesota have lost this to New York. They've lost this to Texas. They've lost this to Surge. They have beaten the Ravens on this, though. Whereas Atlanta 3-0 Thieves on this very map. So let's find out what Røkkr can do. Is this the start of an incredible reverse sweep we talk about for quite a while?
Well, it would have to be an incredible one with the way that FaZe have been playing. It's looking like an A hit coming straight out Simp. He's already back, Church. My goodness me. Just sprinted forward, and they will really not be expecting this whatsoever. 2 kills go in towards that side. MajorManiak will avoid Simp's grasps of just a moment. Standy doesn't get that luxury, but A now going over towards FaZe. He's pre-firing him as well, and if he'd done it for a second longer, he'd have locked it in. But speaking of locked in, that's A already for FaZe.
Look, FaZe, I made a very big point of making sure that it seemed like Røkkr could come back into this one. Don't make me look stupid, okay? Because at the moment, aBeZy is 5-1. They are carving their way through Minnesota. And aBeZy's not stopping. There are players behind him. There are players in front of him. Eventually will get taken down, but FaZe have made their way over to B.
Yeah, they're really not playing ball game on the whole story building, are they, at this moment in time? However, there you go. The Røkkr will manage to find a few kills. MajorManiak will take Standy out, but the damage was already done. It forced them away. And this B hit is still very, very difficult. Look, it's not as hard as the B hit is on Kuavo, of course, but it's not an easy push at all. But aBeZy, 5-2. Great start from him inside of Church. Which way do you want to go? You go left, right, or straight down the middle, back towards the spawn? And well, that is unfortunate, because Standy literally just spawned there.
However, it does look like a much better scenario now for the Røkkr. We know this is a difficult take for most teams. At the moment, Atlanta FaZe do have the life advantage. But basically every inch you've got to go up this map, check all your corners, win all your gunfights, get enough bodies in the area, and start bouncing Røkkr off the respawn. It's a difficult thing to do. It sounds easy, but it is not. Even for a team like Atlanta FaZe, they are stacking. And there's a lot of them coming through!
Shot's gonna go through. They have to now start to hold this Røkkr. They need to find a couple of as best as they possibly can. Attacher's gonna be able to find one. Can they stem the tide of FaZe players? MajorManiak has done really well to find one and to survive as long as possible as well. Just slowing aBeZy down. Røkkr gonna hold towards the back, but aBeZy once more. No right to find 3. Doesn't quite find the 4th. Priestahh's gonna lock this in, but there's Simp towards the back as well. FaZe just stemming forward every single time they can.
Actually a little bit disgraceful, I'm not gonna lie to you. You think Minnesota have locked this down, and they've done great work in doing so, and then aBeZy and Simp just basically having all the fun they can possibly have. They keep winning gunfights they shouldn't win. They're now trying to get back onto this point. They still have the lives, they have the time. aBeZy's on the hunt. We've seen him do this time and time again. MajorManiak may be next under the gun.
Yeah, he's going to be as well. aBeZy towards the pack. Priestahh, he was momentarily the one next on the list. Eventually does find his way towards that respawn queue. Courtesy of Arcitys, and now 4 lives remaining for the side of Røkkr. What can Standy and Cole hold on strong? It's gonna have to be 3v7.
They're doing it though. The time is against FaZe. The time is against FaZe.
Gotta hold. Gotta win your gunnies. And they have done. Hitachi and Priestahh started off well.
Arcitys needs to redeem himself here. Hasn't had a good game. Has to try and stop the point down. The rest of the FaZe are going to be in this same area. Knows Priestahh up top. Finds the kill that he needs to. It's not been a great start for him, but that may be enough. FaZe now coming through. Attach left in a 1 versus 4 with a respawn. Does find 2. I don't know. Attach got the magic. Not enough. Not enough. Tense times here on the control. Either team could have won that.
And it's just the start that I think hurts Røkkr, to be honest with you. They were not in a bad spot towards the end of that. With a little few more lives, they probably win that round, but they got smoked off the map towards A. It was ridiculous. And that then puts them in a really bad spot. They kind of fight back, but from there, FaZe have already built up that life deficit, and when you have the time to play with it, it always works in your favor. They just about had the time to play with it. And Arcitys getting inside. Can the Røkkr do the same though on their attack? Can they win their attack?
Well, let's find out. It's all on Røkkr now. Let's go to a Minnesota Røkkr listening.
Actually, I'll get it. I'll get it.
I have defense, guys. I have defense.
I'm
looking for one Simp. Looking for Simp.
Yeah, okay, side, I'm backing up.
Yo, he's
for broken. I don't know if that's Simp or not.
I'm seeing from broken.
I push.
I'm so one shot. Holy fuck.
From broken, Simp. Holding.
One shot, aBeZy, one shot.
Simp's from broken still. Simp's from broken. One guy's
I got
outside.
stunned. I'll see the guy from broken. Hold your left. Just hold your left.
Okay.
Simp is close. Simp is on the band box. One top church.
Okay, I'm gonna clear on fire and try to go gate.
Simp mid lane, dead.
That's Simp. Nice. One top church. I can look over you. Watch your roof. Watch your roof, Preston.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to gate here.
Listen, you want to bait and switch church, Dylan?
Yeah.
I'm
top church. I'm gonna get the back.
I'm gonna slide in.
Okay. Shouldering green.
I hear that.
I'm seeing. I'm gonna need top green.
I'm going top green.
He ran back to radio.
We already. One could be pitching.
P5 and radio steps.
I'm gonna lay hit the back.
I'm gonna start shelling. One shot.
Oh, I
got him.
Alex
Alex back. Alex back.
I'm still here. I'm holding radio. One's P5.
One's
radio steps.
I'm gonna wrap roof for the guy pushed out.
Okay, one's radio steps.
Looking for Simp MC. Looking for Simp MC.
Simp's on B.
Okay. Yo, push on my green. I have an AR here. One could be. Look P5. Look P5. It could be low P5, guys. I don't see him top fire or anything.
I don't see him P5, Mike. He could be low. I'm putting it low.
One's on point somewhere.
I don't see him low.
He might have repitched mid. He might have repitched. Cellium's on the back right now.
I got naded, Mike. I'm one shot.
They're totally.
He pushed up. Alright, there's two push up.
Back tank. Alright, Alec is...
Going gate again.
Alex pushing field, I think.
One's push up roof or something.
Yeah, one can push field. I can look over you top church.
Top fire. One shot. He's absolute.
You jump out.
No, he's
pushing over me field. With an AR.
I'll pull out a second one.
I'm seeing
field. Alec, we.
Yeah, aBeZy's in there. He wasn't on fire. He wasn't on fire. I'm looking mid lane.
I'm seeing fire.
Yo, help me field.
aBeZy's top fire still, guys.
Try and get info.
Top fire.
Still in mid.
I'm named. Close to you, Simp. You want their side, I think?
I'm named mid.
aBeZy's top fire.
Their side, you dead. Alec was back left.
Nice.
Side hurt.
One guy's gonna be P5.
I'm fighting
Their field hurt.
Last guy's gonna be P5.
There's three spawning in the back. There's three spawning in the back.
Cell's P5. They're flying in the back.
Alright. P5 cell dead.
Nice. They're gonna be playing plat. I'm gonna go P5.
Yo, I'm gonna hit the back last second.
Hold the plat cross.
We're gonna hit the back.
I'm holding the plat cross. I have the right cross. They cannot be P5.
MC just spawn in the back.
Wow, there you hear it. Minnesota Røkkr trying to figure out the puzzle that is FaZe. Again with a setup. They just can't make their way far enough down in towards B. Atlanta FaZe keep doing that to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's never an easy challenge with an MP40 from there. But nonetheless, just such a great hold so far from FaZe. MajorManiak's maybe made something of it here, though. Gets caught picking up the MP40. And this should be a defensive round over towards FaZe. Priestahh just boxes Priestahh, I should say, in the middle of church. And that will be another round over to Atlanta. They hold their defenses. Røkkr now have their turn on defense once more, but they need to find an attacking round here somewhere. And that one looked, well, as far away as possible, I should say, from doing that. That was tough.
Yeah, it was. And you know what? I got to say, I thought Minnesota may have been on something. Like they look so confident, so just great in taking A very, very fast. And I'm like, you know what? This is what they need to do. Take the fire back to Atlanta. Unfortunately, Atlanta just set up, and every single time you saw Røkkr push, they were talking about, you know, I'll bait and switch, I'll hit green. Nothing they were doing, unfortunately, was unlocking the defense.
I mean, Standy's ran down the middle of the map and gunned both Simp and aBeZy. Two of the harder gunfights that you will find in CDL, I would imagine. Cellium still surviving. Takes Standy's. There's some good shooting so far. It's a lot better than my ranked play has been today, it has to be said, as Attach now pushes down towards their side. A good hold so far from the Røkkr.
This is what they need, though. They need to make Atlanta FaZe a little bit hesitant for some of these gunfights. They haven't really been able to do it most of this series. But Attach, though, says, hey, Cellium, I see you in that corner. And you can tell right now, FaZe have not had a good time. Only 1 kill so far on this attack for them.
I don't understand how Attaches walked past Arcitys there. He's right in the middle of the map. I don't know if Arcitys just held his gun, trying to relieve a little bit of pressure. I suppose that will do it. Standy's going to have to come back. He's going to have a little peek at it. And Arcitys will win the gunfight. There you go. That may just break things open a little bit here for FaZe. Life count very much on the side of Røkkr. Kind of just created a little bit of chaos around the map. Just flying at people left, right, and center. And Standy has been the main one to do that.
Attach is being an issue, though. He's basically gone the entire way around the map so far. Hasn't actually seen anybody. Oh, Attach tries to take him down. And I'll say this, Atlanta FaZe, they're able to catch their breath. Attach still alive, though, on a 5 streak. He's just being a slayer. He's just running around trying to find these kills. As they know, going towards B, it may be crucial this time.
And Røkkr have just been awkward here. They're running around, they're putting themselves in different corners, taking different lanes, and oh my goodness, Standy gets the classic CUD timing. FaZe now inside of the church, making their push through. Once again, Røkkr, they send 2 men over towards the map side. They know that they're going to have the opportunity to flank, but there's the bait, and there's the switch, and there's Cellium. Finding MajorManiak. Can they open it up? Priestahh and Standy answer back. Good hold so far from the Røkkr. Priestahh with another. It's looking like a Røkkr round.
There's a big rebuff. Atlanta FaZe can't really rely on the kills this time. They are going to have to get onto this point and stack. Cellium eventually takes down Attach. It's got to probably be, it's between him and Standy, I think, for the key players here for the Røkkr so far this series. Here comes FaZe once again, and this round is looking almost done.
It's so difficult for FaZe. They need a clean break. They do have the time, and when it does come down to lives, for FaZe, all you need to find is 1 break. And you can possibly get something going. There's 1 and 2. Cellium and Simp combining. Attach inside the point. MajorManiak falls. Needs to stay alive and knows it. Priestahh can find 1 back. Attach. Oh, goes up for the jump. Can't find it. FaZe inside the point. And they are stacking it here, Bryce.
Oh no, they're going to leave it. They're going to wait for this next wave of kills. Here it comes. This is crucial for Røkkr now. They have to hold it here. And look at the amount of kills coming in from FaZe. He's going to throw a nade in his face. aBeZy doesn't have his gun up. Trying to find MajorManiak. There's going to be a trade as well coming through. It's FaZe still with numbers here, but they will eventually go down. Standy gets them, rebuffs them, and that should be all they wrote for it. aBeZy is going to be here, but I think he's just going to play kills. He's not going to throw his life away.
Yeah, no need, and it's a really, really nice hold from Røkkr. Nice kill towards the end there from aBeZy as well, but Røkkr do a really good job at that. They just got very, very awkward. They didn't necessarily stack and just hold their lines. They were very much running around, just causing chaos. Against a team like FaZe, you wouldn't think that would work, but they switch it up. That's the thing. Standy really getting aggressive and in their faces. Atlanta FaZe, though, will not be too despondent from that. It is an attacking round on control. We know how difficult they can be. They know they just need to hold this defense for the 3-0 win in the series, and you wouldn't put your money against that happening.
No, you certainly wouldn't. There's a lot of smiles on the side of Atlanta FaZe, so I think it's time we go to an Atlanta FaZe listening.
I'm on the nade, I'm on the nade somehow.
Out of that. Nice.
Top.
I'm standing. P5 attached. Last one P5. Yeah, okay, I have a mid for me.
I found him in. Your mid's open, your mid's open.
I pushed through A.
Yes,
He's on B. How many you?
I have
B. Yeah, they're B for sure. No one. I'm looking mid. Let's see.
Alex P5.
No one
I think they know I'm here.
There's no one there. Chris, you can pitch if you want.
Andy one shot. There's 3. They're all fucking B. They're all B.
Bro, Andy's in alley.
Yeah, they're all B. They're all B.
Alley, do MC, I think.
Oh, he's already back alley. Oh, Texas on B.
I don't know where Mike went. Oh, good. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm
nading
B. I'm nading B.
I'm ready right now.
He's already arch, bro. He's fucking arch. He's on bottom arch.
No, wait, Standing on point 2.
Alright, wait. I'll look at him.
He was trying to push guys. Arch. Nice.
We're getting top right.
Go side.
Watch out. I'm coming back.
On team race.
I'm going ready.
With Tyler.
Bang.
I'm with you.
I'm blind. Standy. I'm blind.
Nice shit.
Bottom church. Still back alley.
On team. On team. No.
He's top. Okay. Where's the Standy still? We're missing
Standy. On team put. I don't see any mid either. On team put, I guess. Not up here. He's not up here.
I'll see Standy.
Are we trying Nero? Top broken on left. Top broken on left. I mean, let's play with confidence. Come with you. I'm pushing. What's here?
Yeah, backside you done.
Chris, I'm pushing, Chris.
I'm gonna go bottom. Left side out.
Oh, he is bottom, MC. I don't know if he saw you.
Fucking dead. One pinch. One's field. He's on bottom church. He ran bottom church. I'm standing left. He might be flanking middle. I dead. He's pushing middle. Yeah, that's him. And one on A. He was top church. Brother.
Yeah, one ready. I think it was ready, guys.
He could be ready.
Okay, I'm watching. Yeah, front. One shot front.
Make sure you're good. We need to go to B. Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, I'm playing right now.
I'm ready right now. He was P-Factors.
I'm trying to go play.
Yo, you're the back.
I can get B right now too. Nothing field. They're going front. I think they're going
radio
front.
pitch is open, okay?
Nothing front. Yeah, top church right now. Top church. I got good timing.
Well, Atlanta FaZe struggling a little bit there for a while. Minnesota Røkkr almost managed to get B away from them. I will say this though, Tan, I did hear the call, play with confidence from Atlanta FaZe. That explains so much, but unfortunately, Standy on a 5 streak.
Oh my goodness me, he's only just seen the top of Cellium's head and gives him a haircut. My goodness, and the thing is for Røkkr here, they can stack, but aBeZy and Simp, the Twisted Twins themselves, they're going to be the ones that shut this one down. Priestahh, Standy, and MajorManiak all fall. This is still difficult for FaZe though. The thing is for Røkkr, they have the time. They need one, even just a small break. A couple of players down, you stack the point, it's game. We're heading to round number 5.
Yeah, Tuscan is the one map you can really stack B and hope you can get away with it, especially with 2 ticks already on. Here comes the push from Røkkr. They know they just need a little bit of a gap, a little bit of luck, and Priestahh gets that first. They're coming through this. Arcity's going to try and hold it. He finds attached, but not enough. Simp does get one back onto this one. They're going for this already. Cellium going to be here to defend as well, and he finds MajorManiak. Drops down behind him. It's Priestahh at the back, though. He's trying to hold this door open for his team, and he's doing it.
He's done well. He finds those kills towards the back, puts the pressure on. His team's still spawning there for the FaZe side, so they know that Priestahh has pushed his way out, and there you go. There's the call. Now for Røkkr, there's one more opportunity. If you're MajorManiak, you try and stay alive. Just try and find something. There's 24 seconds. FaZe are just going to spread their wings. They're going to push it out. Røkkr need to break. They need to break in the next 15 seconds.
And this is a nightmare because they've now got to dig FaZe out of every corner they've got themselves into. Priestahh tries to get towards it. aBeZy finds Standy, but Standy is equal to it. Arcitys goes for the trade, and Røkkr now, they have to go. It has to be all the gunfights. I don't think it's going to be enough. A Simp flies from the top rope, shuts it down, and with a 5 streak, Atlanta FaZe 3-0 the Minnesota Røkkr.
Great game out of FaZe. In every single turn, in every single question that was asked of them, they had an answer. 3-0 against Røkkr. Wasn't necessarily a walk in the park, but fairly comfortable, it has to be said, from the #1 consensus team in the game right now. Seattle Surge may well argue that one. We may well get to find out who exactly is the #1 team heading into the major. But FaZe, very much at the forefront of everyone's mind at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. And we said coming into this one, it's going to be a difficult game for Minnesota. This is not the team they would want to face when they are in danger of coming bottom 4. Atlanta FaZe, though, look like the Atlanta FaZe we all know and love. Dominant, magnificent, ferocious, and they keep on winning.
For the Røkkr, that's back to the drawing board. You know, the search and destroy comes down to around 11. You would now be heading over towards a Berlin hardpoint that, I mean, Atlanta would usually ban it. They haven't played it at all, and that's the difference maker here. You can maybe force that map number 4. You can then start asking questions that maybe Atlanta can't answer, but you never got that far. 3-0 from the FaZe is a fair representation from what was a brilliant series, and well, we said it in the game field keys to victory. Simp, if he starts to wake up, if he starts to put up some serious numbers like we know he can. Look, 0.98 isn't bad. It's not bad at all. But my goodness me, we know what he can do, and he showed that today. And we said that it could be scary, and scary it was.
I'll tell you something, there's just so many gunfights when you watch this back there. You just don't think FaZe are going to win. Just like, aBeZy gets a kill, and then somehow just the second person dies. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought that would be traded normally. Apparently not. They're getting their own trades in this one, but Atlanta FaZe walk away with it. I will say, silver lining for Røkkr, I do not think they had a bad game. They looked like they had some very good points, some holds, some pushes. There is still light at the end of the tunnel, and maybe something they can fix.
Yeah, potentially, as I said, that one round of Search and Destroy maybe makes the difference there. Maybe we have a series on it. They didn't look too bad there, but especially map number 1, that's one that you have to maybe look at and chalk up from the Tuscan side of things. But look, sometimes FaZe are just too good.
I think that's it. I think it is. Sometimes FaZe are too good. Well, we'll throw it back to the desk and find out what they made of that 3-0.
All I got to say is, man, when it comes to FaZe, that teamwork is just absolutely disgusting, right? So taking a look at the stats of top KD players in the league and Cellium being up top, it makes sense, Nameless, right? I was watching that control, especially that last round. Cellium led the way with 20 of it, non-traded kills. And the reason why is the buddy system. Him teaming up with the likes of aRcitys or even aBeZy and playing cleanup crew when you're that damn good, I mean, it's bound to come, right?
Yeah, it's a nice assessment, Vel. Like this team, everybody on this team, they're just playing so damn well. And, you know, the opportunities that they have in Hardpoint, they're taking full advantage of. They went up against a Minnesota team that at times is very slow. And we saw it once again. Thinking about that P4, they took over 20 seconds to try to break on in and get control of that hill. And for a team like FaZe, they're going to dominate you. They're #1 in hold percentage in the entire league. So, you know, Minnesota starting off 0-1 in damn near every series. If they lose that search and destroy, it's going to be very difficult. The search and destroy that map was a banger in this series, right? Like both those teams showed us multiple different looks. I like what we saw out of FaZe, a couple situations in post-plant where they could have cleaned up a bit, but overall, FaZe played a fantastic series, even down to that last control. It was perfect.
They were great. aLLeY, FaZe were cruising towards that victory, 3-0, and it seemed like just another Friday for the team, right?
No, absolutely. And the thing that gets me the most is FaZe is one of those teams that if you leave even the smallest lane open, aBeZy and Simp are going to shoot you in the back. They're going to take advantage of it, and that's where I think these teams really struggle against Atlanta FaZe, because they're like, all right, we'll do a full B push, we'll leave A open, you know, send somebody top church. aBeZy runs straight to mid, you get bad timing, you're getting 2-player shot in the back. We saw it multiple times in the search and destroy, and on side Minnesota Røkkr, they were making clean decision making in that search and destroy, okay, except for that round 11. They had made the decision to make the B plant. It was working out well for them. They got that first blood. They had the bomb control. Literally, bomb carrier was right next to the plant. They could have had a free plant, wait for the rotation, but then it was like, wait a minute, we're going to go back into roof. We're going to sit here for a minute and discuss on what we're going to do, give Atlanta FaZe time to regain and make the rotation back, and that's what ended up losing them and making them go down 0-2 in the series.
I'm happy you said that, because what Nameless has been talking about for, 2 weeks now is the simple fact that when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr, they have the skill, right? This team can win. They're so good, but it has to go, it has to do with their tempo. This team, sometimes they just get caught up playing really slow. When you go against Atlanta, they don't play slow, baby. Like, they're fast. They're in your face.
Yeah, it just seems like Røkkr sort of play this old style Call of Duty where they're overthinking situations. And what aLLeY just said, like, they're getting ready to go over towards B, they overthought it, and then you end up giving yourself bad timing, right? So, like, somebody has to initiate and start to make a play for you to have different looks, and so you can be successful. I mean, you think about that control, and they really started to get rolling in the last 2 rounds of that control when the urgency was there. Like, in the urgent situations, we sometimes see Minnesota Røkkr making plays and becoming successful. And that's how they're able to get through these grueler of series at times. But that's not going to work on a consistent basis, only turning up in the urgent moments. You have to have that sense of urgency throughout the entire game. And that is what is leading to them having bad hardpoint, because the fundamentals are there. They know how to set up. They're good. Sometimes it takes a little bit too long. So we'll see if they can fix that going forward, because that definitely has to be the primary focus for this Røkkr squad.
You're right. Hopefully they can turn up. I love it if they would be able to, you know, turn up that little change of pace. But also, speaking of turning up, we're going to turn up with one of those Game Fuel post-victory interviews with the one and only Simp. Simp, I have to ask this question, man. What was happening when Cellium jumped off the map? And by the way, congrats on the big win.
Well, when he jumped off the map, I think aLLeY freaked him out because he saw a sniper glint or something. He's like, oh my god, he's their tree. And I think he just went for a world star or something. He kind of left me in a sketchy spot. I thought I was going to get quick scoped, but I mean, I learned from the last time, the John situation in our Paris match, to just run at the sniper.
There we go.
Love that from you. I mean, to be fair, I have hopped out many a times in wagers and fallen off the map as well, Cellium. And Simp, I gotta ask, I feel like it's been a pretty big turnaround for you. At the start of the season, it was a little bit slow for you and aBeZy, but now it feels like you're both on the same pace, on the same tempo here going into this kickoff, into stage 1. And I want to know, you individually as a player, what did you do to kind of level up?
I mean, I played good this series. I still don't think I'm where I want to be in terms of just confidence in gameplay. I think right now my biggest problem is just not being confident on the map and kind of just not taking the times that I'm given. But, you know, like you said, I think Tyler or aBeZy figured out a little bit faster than me. I think I'm still getting there. But, I mean, you know, it kind of showed today. When we're both frying, it's kind of hard to beat us.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, Simp, you guys are 4-0 now. You've secured winner's bracket at Major 1, so congratulations. You did the damn thing.
Thank you.
Who do you want to play first round in winner's bracket?
I mean, I don't really think it matters to us. I don't really know who the options are that we can play, but you don't want to play anyone too good in the first round. You know, you want a nice.
It's like Paris or New York. I think it's going to end up.
Whoa! I can't give myself bad juju here. I'm down to play anyone, man. You know. Okay. I just love playing all the teams. I feel like it's always some good comp this year.
All right, Simp, you guys got one more game to have just a clean sweep in the first stage, right? Your last game is going to be on Sunday, where you're going to face off against the New York Subliners. And my question to you is, if it comes down to it, are you guys going to be the ones that lock them out from winning their first game here in stage 1?
I mean, if it comes down to it, of course. I think we're trying to go 5-0, and I think we're just getting stronger as time goes on.
All right.
So, you know, with we got a couple, 2 days of practice for our match, but I mean, I think we're super confident going against them just because it's Grim and Clay. It's always a fun match against those two.
All right, keep up that confidence, baby, and good luck, and we'll see you on Sunday and also at the Major, all right?
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, anytime, man. aLLeY, that was one of the most exciting search and destroys that I've seen this year so far. Top 2 in my opinion. But coming up next, we're going to have OpTic facing off against Toronto. How excited are you about that?
I think this will probably be their best matchup of the day.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right here from aLLeY herself, the princess on the desk. On the other side of this break, we're going to see OpTic Texas see if they can continue to up their win streak against one of the hottest teams in the league. And I can't wait. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break for some more CDL action.
of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Gunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. Legendary.
Welcome back to the CDL and on his desk. I'm your host, Veli, breaking it down with aLLeY and also Nameless. And the Green Wall are going to be facing off against Toronto Ultra. And Big Bar Brick, they're trying to build something special. But in this matchup right here, I feel like Toronto has what it takes to knock that wall right back down.
They absolutely do. Must win for OpTic Texas, going up against a Toronto Ultra team that now has Cammy back in the lineup. A Toronto Ultra team that has not lost a control. This team has been playing lights out, and they got a 3-0 over Florida Mutineers team that's been playing a lot of teams close, and they 3-0'd them with a substitute player. So like Toronto Ultra are a force to be reckoned with in this league. I fully expect this team to be on top form in this match.
Yes, and in this matchup right here, OpTic Texas, they're gonna have to bring it. Individually, we know what they take. We know that they have what it takes, excuse me. But Toronto Ultra, they're gonna test your teamwork. And in order for Toronto to beat OpTic Texas, what are gonna be the game field keys of victory?
Well, winning in spite of negative slaying there. First in map win percentage despite being 10th in KD, and that's just the teamwork shining, baby. And Cammy needs to get going in S&D. He has a .50 in KD this season. He's been struggling with those snipes specifically. I actually have that stat line written down that he was 0-6 at one point on a Tuscan where he has that field over his control. So maybe step it up a little bit today. And of course, execute offensively with the bomb in S&D. Last in plant percentage, 8th in post-plant win percentage. So it's really just their S&D that they need to focus up on when it comes against OpTic Texas.
All right, and take a look at the roster right now. Just a reminder, last time this team was on screen, Cammy was out for Hixie. Hixie was a sub, and the man popped off. He had a little highlight reel at the end of the day, and it was beautiful, right? But with Cammy back in the mix, my man's, he had a week off, and I think he's going to come back better than ever for that search and destroy to up that stat percentage right there. But Toronto Ultra, they're facing off against OpTic Texas. And aLLeY, when it comes to this team, yeah, they got a victory last time around. It wasn't against one of the best teams out there, right? But right now, they can really show us if they really progress.
Absolutely. And you know what, for OpTic, it's just been about little mistakes, right, that they've been trying to tune up on. We talked about earlier that Scump said they've been struggling a little bit when it comes to the IGL, and hopefully they have fixed that coming into today. And of course, it depends on a lot of breaks for this squad. So I'm looking for some serious early rotations and some opening offensive wins when it comes to search and destroy. Interesting snap for me, though, was Dashy had 2 minutes in hill time versus Paris. That is their main AR right now. So you know what? If it's working for them, sure. But going up against a team like Toronto Ultra, I don't know if that's going to play in their favor.
Right. When it comes to the game field keys of victory, Nameless, what you got for us today?
Yeah, hardpoint fundamentals are important versus another elite respawn team. You got OpTic Texas 3-2 in that game mode, and you got Toronto Ultra that's 3-1. So OpTic's number 2 in hold percentage. So clearly, when they set up, they do a damn good job at holding the hardpoint. Win the battle of Tuscan control. Toronto's 2-0, also undefeated in control overall. They've been a great control team throughout, the formation of this roster. But OpTic's 2-1 on that map mode combination, and what we saw to OpTic, the different looks going over and getting B in the first couple of seconds of that round. That was beautiful. They're great on offense on that map. They have to take advantage and take that map in the series, and then also take advantage of Toronto's slow start in search and destroy this season. Toronto's 10th in round win percentage. Now Toronto's not going to remain a bad search team for long, so OpTic going to have to strike now and try to get that search win, because Toronto is 2-2 in S&D, so it's statistically their worst game mode, and OpTic looked better in that last match. So this is a big opportunity for them to go ahead and take this series. Did well in the vetoes.
And one of the talks that we've had on this desk is how we expect OpTic to just really step it up at search and destroy and start, clapping these teams, right? But it's time for pick'ems. And starting with you, aLLeY, okay? Looking at me with those big eyes, you're looking happy about this right now. Are you feeling happy about who you think will win this matchup between OpTic and Toronto?
Man, it is going to be a really close one. I think we're definitely going to end up going to a game 5, but I'm favoring Toronto going into this. The fact that they beat Florida with Hixie subbed in, dude, they're looking gross.
Wait, what's the map count?
3-2.
3-2, I like that. Nameless, what you got?
Yeah, I'm actually going 3-2 Toronto as well. I think they're going to take it in Game 5. I feel like OpTic did progress and get a lot better, but in the end, teamwork will take the victory.
All right, you know what? I'm going to be completely honest. Like, seeing how OpTic struggled earlier this year, I started to lose hope a little bit, but you know what? With that last win, I'm hoping that Scump and the boys got a little bit of momentum behind him and they can pull out this victory. I think this is going to be a 3-2 as well. And in order for it to happen that way, OpTic has to win that search and destroy. I'm telling you, man. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to throw this over to my boys, Miles and Chance. You guys have another great game. Feel free to take it away.
Thank you very much, everyone. Guys on the desk, I was going to say this out loud, but like all of you saying that predictions are in 3-1, 3-2s mostly. I mean, I heard some rumors, chants about this. I'm not sure if I'm going to do this right, but folks were saying, wait, who's playing today? Is Hixie playing? Probably a 3-1. Is Cammy playing? It's probably going to be a 3-0. We will see, though, man, because this is going to be a big one. The main story here, though, Chance, the guys who touched upon the desk, this is getting to the danger zone for OpTic Texas. They don't want to start in lower bracket going to their own major at all.
Look, and I'll take it a step further compared to like the losers bracket. Whether OpTic's, any direction OpTic starts, like I think they are a team that is good enough that they are capable of making the losers bracket run. But now the thing is for Toronto, if you just get bullied out and like don't have a good performance in this series, like how much confidence could you even like have going in? Like if you end up playing incredibly well, win a couple maps and just suffer like a tough loss toward the end, it's Toronto. They're a great team. If you play them well and put yourself in a situation where you know you can beat them, losers bracket, winners bracket, you can go into the tournament knowing you're capable. So I just need to see from OpTic a competitive match. And hey, I mean, if they get the win, if they dominate 3-0, like even better. And then of course, Toronto, I mean, I think since they picked up Insight, they haven't lost to OpTic like a single time. As soon as they made that pickup last year, they have been a top 2 team in the game and they have simply not looked back. So they just want to keep that momentum going. Toronto almost consistently a nearly perfect team, always special to watch, and well, we get it going on both cage.
Straight into the cage. We're not really going to waste any time getting this game underway, but apparently Ultra with that 1 sweet second, they're going to call it quits here and try to find the kills. Bance sliding all around, finding something special here. Start things off, Cammy. Welcome back. He was under the weather. I think last few days didn't manage to make it in. Of course, we've got a lovely, exciting debut from Hixie, but for now, flying around Bocage indeed. At least going to end that 2 spree there of Kleenex. Chance so far, we're doing all right, mate. Not a bad look either way. OpTic with a little bit of map control, 25 seconds out. Bance can't get a lick of a kill there, and iLLeY just keeps on flying.
And iLLeY is absolutely one of the players to watch in this matchup, right? I think last time, right before we casted Bocage, we were like, this is the man that needs to step up for the team. And then he went with like a 2.0 KD on this map. It was absolutely lights out. So if he can just keep that going on this map, OpTic will certainly be in a good spot. There's the 3rd for him, but unfortunately, he is completely by himself. He will be hunted down, and Toronto will secure that rotation. Not a lot of points on P1 as is typical. Now the battle just to try to get any sort of time. You get Bruce posted up on the tank and maybe try to laser beam a couple of these players down, but it is scrappiness right now around this hardpoint.
Super scrappy indeed. That seems to be the name of the game when it comes to Bocage. We're going to try to eliminate Mixie from our vocabularies in this series, friends. And so far, Shotzzy at 2 and 3, looking to find those cut-off plays. There it is. The first going straight to the point, takes care of 1. Scump's going to get Kleenex. Scump's got the point. OpTic now, well, okay, they were there for a brief second, but that's just the way it is in Bocage. Chaos incarnate.
Now it is the fight, honestly, just to get these players out of the hill. I think iLLeY, that's going to be his goal. Can't win the gunfight, and this is honestly plenty of clearance on the map. Scump trying to make that last-ditch effort, and successful for a moment. Shotzzy's there as well. A couple trades maybe to take away a few points, and honestly, fights like that are incredibly typical, but that is still, in the end, a stronghold for Ultra, as right now it is actually Kleenex leading the charge as far as the kills column goes. Rotation anew. Obviously, iLLeY, he is worried about that back flank. They weren't able to get a single AR posted up, so the pressure just coming from the left. A couple players get taken down, and well, there is no one stable, no one secure in Toronto. Eventually, flip those spots.
They do. They're on the right-hand side of the map now. OpTic with control. Time's starting to tick their way a little bit. Big Bruce can't quite get it done against Bance. Now through the pantry. The kill's starting to come through. Bance over the top side now, trying to flush Scump out the back. That's going to be a big kill. Cammy lands 2. Whoa, baby. The pressure now starting to mount as we continue the onslaught here inside bottom Grandmas. Dashy with the top gate position. Huge shots there in the insight. Bance has managed to slip the net. He will escape for now. But OpTic still accruing the time here on Grandmas. Chance 20 seconds out. And Bance is trying to get his way out of this one and get over to next.
Well, nice little back and forth game, right? Scrapping us over towards the Grandma's Hill. Toronto do a nice job to get the spawns and break through for just a little bit, but Obviously, OpTic have now taken over the lead. Towards barn we go. Shotzzy the first one to strike, and he should be able to heal up towards the back. He's trying to get hunted down by Toronto, who eventually do, but he's bought his teammates tied. The trades are in, and rotation won by OpTic. They'll maintain that lead for the moment, as honestly, the kills really starting to fall their way.
Yeah, still going. CleanX 9 and 10. Can't quite make it 9 and 11. Well, can't make it 10 and 10. So the kills now come finally end. But aBeZy now flying his way through tank side of the map. Not an easy hard point to break into. There are 14,500 entries here into barn. Vance has picked the right one. He's in. Can he find kills? No. Shotzzy. Head on a swivel. Finding a few more. Whoa! iLLeY gets another one. As OpTic Texas with lead in hand now. There's 30 seconds left on barn, baby. They're frying.
That's the full 4-man wipe as well, so this is going to be a decent chunk of time going their way. And we talked about this the last time we casted OpTic. A lot of these hills for these guys could be scrappy. River is where they shine. Now, they haven't gotten that rotation yet, but with 10 seconds left, you see for OpTic, 3 players trying to flood through the back. They're winning the gunfights initially, and I think, honestly, on the flip side, Insight might have to be the guy to be sort of the hero for the team. Looks like Dashy and Scump get taken down, and Shotzzy, he might be on a 4 and thinking about the streaks. But certainly for the moment, it is a 50-point deficit. But Toronto, they get to this hill first.
They get to the hill first, but I'd love to now go for a listening with OpTic Texas and hear how they break.
Hear your name respond.
Everyone take time. Yeah, we should go from water as well, guys. Trust.
Yeah. Nah, never time.
One from water.
I'm on water. Item.
Yo, you pitch water. Yo, water got me. He's still there.
Got him. 2-2.
He's still water.
Water. Shit on that.
Shit. Let's go. Go through time. Go be help as well. Watch over him.
I think he's deep
Go ahead. Deep ramp not telling me at all. Where's he?
One's on.
I got one. Another guy on time, left, and one guy out.
There's the last
on timing now.
I'm timing now? Okay.
Go quick.
Yeah, L inside.
Where's up? I need time.
Let's go. Yeah, Davies Mitchell, he went bottom house. I'm ready to go.
I'll see bottom house. Put him on gate. Where'd he go? I'm picking up left.
One straight over there. I stand left in there. I'm holding. Yo, I have water.
Yo, I got one.
Hold water. I can get top
house. Top house on me.
Hey.
Top house, Vance. Dead.
Oh, yeah, he got me.
On time, inside her. He's gate really hurt, guys. He's just holding.
You're back or dead.
Yeah, good shit. Yeah,
let's get control. Water, yeah, it could be water.
That's on top left. I'm sitting left, guys. Nothing easy.
One got heady Vance.
Yeah, I'm holding. I'm literally just holding.
Yeah, good play.
I got one.
Nice one.
Trying to get them off time.
They're going water spawn, Jared. I've been here for time.
I'm bottom barn, staying alive. I got another top house.
Nice, one's up there running in there.
Yep.
Pretty sure he's barn underneath somewhere.
One top.
Let's go in. Top barn, dead. The one bigger in there. I have back barn. He went inside barn.
I don't know where he went.
There's really water spawns.
Are you? I'm in the back. In the back, yo, 2 in the back. 2 back check. Let's keep soaking. Get barn control, stay alive.
Yo, big door barn.
Big door barn.
I think he's on top. Get inside there, Chris.
Where'd he go?
He's chasing you. On us, guys. He might pitch top. That was him. He's dead.
Yo, one guy's still hot.
Yo, Vance is right.
Dead.
He's like pushed up a plot or some shit.
Yeah, yo, he's frenzy.
Yo, look
at that, guys. I need help. I'm sorry.
I'm going go right, guys. Yeah, I hear that.
Ultra, bringing it back slowly but surely. Now, we couldn't hear Scump, but we can guarantee his teammates could. Slight bit of an error there, but the squad still chance. Sounding fine overall. One of the biggest concerns they had coming into this was leadership. Sounds like iLLeY's at the reins now.
I mean, he's making good calls as well, like over towards that River Hill. Again, one normally successful for OpTic. He made the call, like, trust me, just go through Riverside. And if it wasn't for Insight going on a 5 spree and being the anchor for the team, they would have had the break. But I think Insight really was the key to start this comeback for Ultra. Immediately still down by 30. CleanX able to pick up 2, and honestly, that should be enough just to get the clearance. The next one falls, and Shotzzy, the last man up, is right now. P2 is where Ultra have almost had their most success. It has been this hill and River Hill where they've been able to fight back. Everywhere else, though, OpTic has had their number. We go towards Grandma's, another hill that's been successful for OpTic. CleanX, well, the stun connects. He's still able to find one and able to get alive towards the back, and he will be a constant problem for OpTic as him and Vance take care of business, secure the spawn, secure the rotation in Ultra. They're 20 points down, but they get to Grandma's first.
They get to Grandma's first. Cammy's first line of defense. Stun gets through, doesn't make much of it. CleanX now trying to hit the sides. Good tags, damage is in. Bant's going to clear him up. Does get at least one Scump. Last player left now for OpTic. And CleanX guns him. That's 4 in a row. That's Hardpoint Ultra.
Oh, and he spots out Shotzzy as well on the wrap. He's looking at that for Dashy. He gets the next one, and he can call out to his teammates. They're flooding up the right side, and even if they don't, they push the hill. His teammates are ready. Everyone getting kills for Toronto. Still still maybe a little bit scrappy towards the end, but your roaming Slayer is there. He picks up 2. He picks up full streaks to Toronto. They pick up the lead.
Tobias Julianson. There's one more, dude. Oh my God, he's being gifted right now. Blessings from the card gods, indeed. Your boy's on a 9 here on the cage. We don't see streaks like this. And 10, there it is. Oh my God. That was a stupid run.
The Flying Dutchman, indeed. I mean, take a breath and try to regain a run like that is tough to bounce back from, especially because it's not just CleanX, right? Bance is on a 4. He's also got 26 kills. The SMGs for Ultra have truly turned up. There's the kill on the flank. That's a 5. And keep in mind, CleanX already has that glide. You might have another lead exchange over towards Barn. It's certainly close to a tie game, but this is where the Swarm Bance, the last one in the hill, he gets taken care of. As Shotzzy picks up 2, OpTic now take the lead. As Bocage is a back and forth bloodbath of a map. These teams right now just trading blows.
Every kill is so intense. It's incredibly difficult to keep this pace up for both squads, though. OpTic with a slight lead now, looking to push it that bit further. As we are getting a spicy one here, friends. Final 10 seconds coming to a close and the hunt is on. Dashy being hunted. CleanX certainly the hunter as he finds another. Adds it to that tremendous pile of kills he's already amassed thus far here on this Bocage hardpoint. Shotzzy movement on fleek looking good so far as well. Kills going through. Ultra with a hardpoint time now. Scump on the offensive. Got to watch out for insight in the back. Heady. This was a difficult hardpoint for OpTic to break previously chance, and they're going to do what they can this time round, and it's Big Bruce leading the charge.
Well, at least Insight gets taken care of this time, so maybe a little bit more of an opening. But now you got Bance on flanks, and Bance finds 1. You got Shotzzy trying to push up and cause problems for them, but it's still Ultra, well, near the hill, but not inside of it. OpTic at least keeping Ultra out of the point, so they can keep the lead by the smallest of margins that they actually have. And, well, OpTic actually able to get inside this time around. They have fought through the spawns. They have made amends for that first rotation that they had, and at least getting that glide bomb out of the way. 2 players in tunnel, but it's the team kill on Bance. Still though, you got the clearance. Cammy's there. He wins the gunfight in Ultra. Well, it might be the team kill, but they're able to get back inside the point, at least for a few moments. But I will say OpTic, that is job absolutely well done on Røkkr, as they maintain that 30-point lead.
Burn through the streaks, managed to keep the time flowing, no problem whatsoever. Back towards the center of the map we go. Third set, less than a minute remaining on the in-game clock, and here we go, friends. Both teams are going to line this one up. Bance and Cammy with the opening kills. Bance can't take care of Shotzzy. He is such a difficult kill here on the map, but CleanX has his number. Forward it goes. The final snap. The bullets are in. 40 seconds left on the point. Ultra still trying to claw their way back into this one as CleanX continues to do unspeakable things in this game.
His POV is almost magical at times. 37 kills for him, and honestly, again, leading the lobby. Shotzzy's doing his best just to keep up, but as it stands, what, 22 seconds left on this hill? OpTic currently, you see how much pressure they have over towards Bond just to be concerned about that next rotation. They're so secure about the back, always watching the flank, and they get those spawns. And keep in mind for the game clock, this game will end on that game clock. So you have to manage so many things for these players. And obviously, OpTic, they can play around it. That is a 4-man wipe. That is rotation that they win. I'd say for P2, get in the point, collect the time, but after that, maybe leave it out, or they're just doing it already. 10 seconds left to go on the game.
They're doing what exactly did Paris. 5 seconds now. No one from Ultra close by. Gotta fly, gotta go, gotta go. It's not gonna happen. Scump's there to stop him. No one gets close.
Oh, wow.
Wow. What an opener. OpTic Texas take it to Ultra there on Bocage, but do they had them outslayed from the start? If not for CleanX going absolute Thor mode and just swinging at Mjolnir around, I don't know what we would have seen there, man. That could have been a lot like a further apart game in terms of the score disparity. We definitely don't go to game clock. Woo, what a banger to get things going.
And it's not just him, it's also inside again on that River Hill just to keep things close. But realistically, outside of that, you're exactly right. Just consistent pressure from OpTic, the breaks when they need them. And honestly, probably some of the better holds we've seen consistently on any given hill. And I gotta say, that is incredibly impressive to be like that heads up in game. I even had the access to look at the game clock. I thought they were still like 20 plus seconds on the P2. I'm thinking Money Hill grabbed the time there, but OpTic more heads up than I am when I have the advantage and making those big brain calls towards the end. Shotzzy kept up with CleanX and then some. Ended up leading the lobby in terms of slaying. And I mean, hey, it might have only been a 13-point game, but that is almost a clinical performance from OpTic. No mistakes made.
And they do the same thing as they did to Paris. They run the clock down. The contest is so on point. Peep the highlights, friends. This was a rager. What a map one. We try to keep things chill, you know? We try to ease you into a series, you know? I know the OpTic fans are obviously watching this one, Toronto Ultra fans as well, but it's hard to ease in to a map like that, man. What a start. Both teams looking extremely well matched. OpTic with a special sauce, though, indeed. Great kills out of Bans. The run from Kleenex was something else. He was just doing laps. Not an easy thing to do on Bocage whatsoever. This was 6th spree at this point in time. Finds himself number 7. And from here on out, I mean, there were some huge individual wins, and he's taken these fights head on as well. Gifted the 9th, the 10th out in mid-map somewhere. Crazy stuff, John.
And I think Bocage is officially going to become just like the square up map, right? Like there's a few teams where if you let it through, OpTic is one of them, FaZe is one of them, Toronto obviously right there in the mix. It is just like, who's ready for the gunfights? Who's ready to have that energy at 10 nonstop? And well, I think OpTic has an incredibly good track record on this map so far, and that is quite the way to start off the series too, because that is stressful. When you have a loss like that on Bocage, that is a lot of energy sort of expended as well. So kicking off the series, that is the type of map that OpTic needs.
Well, there we go. After that rager on Bocage, we all need a break. We all need a vacation. So why don't we go to Italy? Why don't we go to Tuscan and spend a couple of nights there? We'll do Search and Destroy. We'll do Control. We'll see how things are going. After that, who knows? Maybe we'll go to Gavutu. Hey, it could be great. Man alive. I don't know about you, friends, but I'm a little bit... I'm feeling it after that one, Chance. That was a very, very exciting start to the series. Search and Destroy, though, mate, now Tuscan. It has been the woes of OpTic, and we look at the history of this team together, these two teams together. I mean, it's been close, right? It's been real close between both squads coming across the Cold War season. Of course, Game 5 against Ultra was literally the bane of OpTic for many events, many events. True heartbreak. How are we feeling coming into this one?
Well, I would say both of these teams sort of have like, woes might be too extreme, but certainly things that they want to get better in the Search and Destroy, right? Maybe round 11 woes for OpTic is absolutely true, but they've still been playmakers at S&D. They've still been playmakers in the round 11s. Maybe a few unfortunate moments here or there, but still a solid S&D team, but they want to crank it up. The same can be said for Toronto Ultra, by the way. I think Camby right now has like a pretty abysmal KD overall for Search and Destroy, so he's an individual you're looking to step things up, but Ultra, as great as their teamwork has been, their S&D certainly not quite up to like what we expect of them in the game mode. So I think this is a map too where even by the time Major 1 comes around, these teams will be making the adjustments, making the improvements, and it'll certainly be fun to see exactly where they stand now. I know Cammy, at least in the Kickoff Classic, was certainly putting on a show with the sniper rifle on this map. Very interested to see if he can be consistent with that, or if Dashy or iLLeY tries to go for the counters, try to delivers. But I'm looking for the creative strats. I'm looking for the good play calls. I'm looking for those quick adjustments. I think, honestly, with these two teams, it has a round 11 written all over it.
I hope so. I really do. Tuscan Search and Destroy now map number 2. We roll into this one. And again, Ali brought this up on the desk when it comes to snipes for Cammy. Since kickoff, he's not been all that. He really hasn't. Again, he's been under the weather, and I'm going to say it. I think he's a handsome devil. I think he's a beautiful man. I think he's Edinburgh's Wolverine right now with the beard he's got going on. But he does look tired. It has to be said. He does look like he's certainly not fighting fit. And after that last performance, maybe not match fit as well, but we'll see. This is a very, very strong test. Ultra, of course, have had the success coming into this. They should be sitting pretty in that winners, but you caught something there with your eye, Chance. Quick, before the round starts.
I forgot about this. OpTic, their biggest thorn in their side is first blood percentage. I think they are either the best or second best team in the game of winning the 4v3s when they get the first bloods, but they have the worst overall actual first blood percentage. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Well, Shotzzy connects with the first blood, and I think, honestly, if you get this bomb planted A, unless Kleenex gets this guy off bomb, OpTic are feeling great about this round.
Yeah, they're still starting things off with that first blood, and here we go, the capitalize. He's just chilling on bomb. Scumpy's going to hold that one down, and he's got his coverage as well, just in case any shenanigans. But here comes Kleenex. So sneaky. Scump with a nice nade. Little unfortunate angle there. Doesn't land it. Doesn't even damage Kleenex. The intent was good. But Kleenex could be the decider here, Chance, in this round.
Yeah, and Shotzzy got back down with a grenade, so I think that's the play that OpTic are just going to be waiting to make. Maybe when number 1 Dashy comes to look over, Shotzzy, I'm expecting to try to get Kleenex out of this corner, and Scump might peek at the exact same time. You got to be coordinated. I see Scump with the bomb. He's leaning towards it. You're going to have to be on point. Kleenex is making his move. Shotzzy wins the gunfight 4v2.
Dashy's got the overall coverage now from up top. Shotzzy's managed to sneak into the corner. How? Catches a Cammy. Clock's ticking. Bomb's going to be planted inside. This is going to be a tough one. 1v3. Scumpy. Oh!
Beans.
Jiminy crickets. OpTic get the round.
Yeah, MP40 players stay blessed. That has been my experience in ranked, but just a good gunfight. 2 HP is all Scump needs. But again, that round comes down to basically just Shotzzy. 1 for the first blood he gets on Bant. And again, they spotted out CleanX over in that little corner underneath Church. Scump is over there hitting with stuns. As long as you make sure you're coordinated, have good timing, and take care of him, well, then it's a free bomb plant and an easy round for OpTic after the fact. So they get that first blood. They win the round. Now Toronto's turn to attack.
2H pizzle for shizzle. Here we go. Cammy's up. Insight through mid. And I mean, it is World War II. It's just explosions everywhere. Non-stop. Shotzzy eats it. 2 HP again. And oh my God, CleanX has no idea. Did he hear the door open below him? He may have. No, he didn't. Scump's got him. He's got him dead to rights if he pushes through that window.
Well, I don't think CleanX is. Oh, no, CleanX pushes. Wow. You set the trap and just pounce. You get the first blood, but keep in mind, that bomb is down on A. This is not an easy retake at all. Scump right now with number 3, Shotzzy. They got to make plays.
Shotzzy knows that this is where Bance is going to be. We've seen this time and time again from teams. Is he going to check it? No, Benjamin Bance tucks himself away in the corner. It's an easy kill. Scump now trying to find the retribution. 2v2. Bance insight. Dashy, Scump. Bance wins it. Dashy's last one left up. 15 seconds looking towards the bomb. Insight is in the premium position to stop it. And Bance is there as the insurance policy. This should be Ultra's round. A kill, though, from Dashy. Gee, what the... That rat is ridiculous, dude. We'll take the kill. Watch out for that bomb. There we go.
What?
Dashy is so strong.
He's been working out in the gym,
my man,
on the regular. He's not late to anything these days. Oh my God.
He just sat on that thing. Look how cool he looked, all the fire behind him. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I will say a little bit weird just to sort of give away that kill. Maybe not the worst thing. Honestly, I suppose you do want offense for the round 11, so maybe not the worst idea unless Insight turns that into streaks. But yeah, that round literally just comes down to Bance, right? Shotzzy doesn't check that deep angle. And even the gunfight Bance had against Scump, he got reduced to 1 HP. But for Bance, that's all he needs.
Go again. Top Church now. Eyes are all over that mid-map position from Insight. Cammy alongside him. Bit of a firing squad from that high ground position. And once again, you got someone in mid-map. Oh dear, Bance is tagged. Shotzzy now moving in for the kill. Here he comes. Heads up play from Bance. They're going to make him really work for it. There's the teamwork, the coordinated effort, the nades, the tags from Shotzzy. CleanX looking for the... Oh, wow! Okay, that's the round. OpTic looking very strong.
Yeah, I mean, movement like that from Shotzzy, it's illegal in 37 states, but not Texas. They're a little bit more lax about those types of things, and obviously no restrictions from Canada. So, yeah, that'll be it. That'll win you the round. It is almost the exact same situation, right? There is one man for Toronto that can stop that bomb plant. Shotzzy is responsible for dealing with him on top of the flank through P5, and, well, Shotzzy absolutely delivers. That is now 3 offensive rounds in a row. Again, you saw the stat earlier. I think it's 51% for offense, 49% for defense, but offense have been stronger in this map so far. Toronto, they love this quick bomb plant. Shotzzy doesn't want to see it again. He is in between the setup and he gets blooded. Cammy catches him with the headshot.
Scump's trying to sneak through mid. Nothing sneaky about it. He gets eviscerated and Ultra bounce back. Decisive round right off the rip of that Cammy first blood. Here we go, team. Everyone have a quick swig. Back into it. Another round of search and destroy to be had.
And really, it all comes down to Cammy, right? Because Shotzzy actually did find just, I don't know, unbelievable timing to get in between the entire setup. But Shotzzy wins that gunfight. OpTic wins the round. Cammy on the heady, ready for it. Seals the deal. First Bloods still reign supreme. And I think for OpTic, almost no reason to mix it up. No reason for either team on offense to mix up the strats until they get punished on defense. Nowhere to go. Shotzzy, by the way, dominating the middle of the map already. I mean, you could plant the bomb for free, and you could just get this down so quickly. There you go. First Bloods for the nades. Second Bloods for the nades. The comms and nades and coordination on point. 4v2 lineup for Elliott. There you go. Perfection of a 5th round for OpTic. It does not get better than that.
Everything's going right. Everything's lining up, literally. That's a massive round from Texas. Whether it's a sweet peachy nades, the two of them coordinated very well. iLLeY atop that guard heady, absolutely ripping. Ultra can't seem to catch a break. Captain Bance now low left of your screen. He's starting to give the boys some orders, trying to get them out of this slight deficit. As again, there's a lot of frowns on that side of the screen. They're only down by 1 round.
Oh my God, and look at that call too, by the way. Dude, OpTic are quad stacking A because that's been their problem, giving up the bomb plant over towards A, not being able to retake it. But they just chucked enough stuns and hit nothing. So I think they're expecting the 4-man like flood through B, which I thought Toronto was going for. Instead, Toronto might have just manipulated. This A site is now wide open, whether or not they know it. Toronto, this might be playing with their food.
Oh, chewing away. Benjamin Bance can't get Scump as well, but here comes Kleenex on the trade. Shotzzy gets involved as well. Now it's a 2v2. And what a weird round this has been. Shotzzy on the wrap. They've got the bomb down on the outside of church. That is a massive, massive moment now. Toronto Ultra still have to go grab that one. Kleenex wins a big one. iLLeY now in the 1v2.
And he does have the bomb down. That's the good news. The bad news is he might not know this. And Ultra, by the way, sticking together. He will hear when this bomb gets picked up, and that'll give him the intel. He should know that they were around church, and you know he's cleared out A. Got to check B quick.
iLLeY, here he goes. Guns 1. 1v1. Oh my God, iLLeY's so hurt. He's got 1 HP. But look at Kleenex. Immediate reposition. He makes the read. Oh, here comes the fight. iLLeY gets it. Perfect. 5 in a row. Perfect play. He went from 1 HP to winning the round. What a great search this is.
And the first one on defense, too. That round right there might be the difference maker. I mean, it was wild how it started off for the opening, right? It was an interesting counter for OpTic, again, who were trying to adjust those A plants, or address the A plants, early. Turns out for Toronto, nobody home, but instead of going towards B, they had a wild situation. iLLeY clutches the 1v2. That is what he's here for. And whether or not he heard Kleenex up top or just made the perfect read or saw the edge of him, iLLeY delivers to give OpTic that advantage. And honestly, 5 spree for him right now. Maybe think about some streaks. By the way, the full stack for Toronto. Yeah, get out of dodge, turn and run. As now, by the way, Shotzzy on the flip side, he's over there clearing out B. Interesting the way these past 2 rounds have played. This map has looked wild.
Yeah, this is a strange one indeed. Oh my God, Shotzzy, did he see? Oh, he saw him, Shotzzy, oh, he can't finish the kill. Billy got a shot in. Shotzzy could be a dead man now. Good comms. Trades lower bound. You may lose Shotzzy for Texas, but Ultra lose Cammy as well in that engagement. iLLeY still on his spree. Bomb being planted by B now. Oh, Bance is heavily tagged. He can't get out of that corner. He needs a teammate to come bail him out. There it is. iLLeY, almost full streaks to be had. Big stuff out of Dashy on the flank. It's a 1v1. It's Dashy versus Insight. It's main AR on main AR. And there's 30 seconds to get it done. Dashy on the heady. Texas do it again here in the search.
And I respect the square up from Insight in that situation. But yeah, Dashy posted up on a heady. He got reduced to 13 HP, but that is one of the more difficult gunfights you could ever try to win. And that is just the clutch. That is Dashy reading the flank through P5, catching the 1-man for Toronto that could have won that round. Back-to-back clutch plays, 1 from iLLeY, 1 from Dashy. Taking care of business. 5-2 lead. Just got to clutch up on defense once again. Again, the quad stack over by A. Beams.
Beams. Whoa. More beams. 3v2. Ultra on the back foot here. And Kleenex. Good fight 1. Kleenex trying to stay alive in this tough spot. Snaps are on point. Insight now, last player left alive. He's going to do a bit of a reshuffle here. But there's time to get this done. iLLeY and Shotzzy on the defense. The bomb is down over by A. Insight is hoping for a pick here, hoping for a kill. Oh, and he may get it. Oh my God, chance I can't watch. Every corner possible.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, he danced around them. They didn't see him.
Well, yeah, and so now the situation, he'll be able to pick up this bomb with about 30 seconds left in the round. I don't even know if OpTic will have any idea of where he's actually picking it up from, but they're going to have options just to clear out both bomb sites. 25 seconds left, and OpTic not even making the move. They might just be giving up the bomb plant for free and trusting the 2v1 retake. Whatever the case may be, Insight is running out of time, and now OpTic are starting to adjust.
Here they come. Shotzzy's going to hit him right through the front. Time is going to be bad for this one. Insight, if you turn around, Sad, I'm telling you, There might be a kill for you, but this round may come down to a strange situation indeed. Shotzzy positions himself perfectly. And wow, OpTic Texas search has been a bit of a woe for them, and there was some talks of Dashy spending late nights at the Hex quarters working on theories in his mind, strats, post-plant positions, you name it. Let me tell you, it all paid off there. Texas go up 0-2.
Dude, in OpTic fans, they better be satisfied with that performance. I mean, 6-2, 6-3, whatever it just was, dominant 6-2. There you go. Making play calls, iLLeY getting the 1v2 clutch, Dashy making the reads to also deliver in the 2v2 clutch, running together as a team, making no mistakes, the coordination of the nades. When Dashy is like challenging Cammy on the heady, even when he falls, you got the nade there to make sure you finish the kill to keep the man advantage. Couple rounds before that, it's a nade from iLLeY and a nade from Scump that connects and gives you those first 2 bloods. I mean, that is as good as you could possibly expect a Search and Destroy to ever go against Toronto Ultra. Honestly, as far as individual team performances go, one of the best S&Ds we have seen this year.
Unbelievable stuff. That's one we're going to be talking about for a little bit of time, but there's a lot of chatter on social media about all sorts. We'll get a bit of that later. We're going to leave that one in the hands of Detective Nameless when we get to the end of this series. But Charles, this series is it's flying by. I'm very surprised. Last match of the day here, and I want to say shocked more than anything so far. I thought it was going to be a more closer matchup, closer series, but alas, one of our Tuscans is done. Tuscan Control coming up after this break. Will this be the end of Toronto Ultra here? Of OpTic Texas managed to find that special source. Find out after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
And there we go, friends. We're up 2-0 in the series for OpTic Texas, and Ultra chance they are staring down the barrel of a defeat.
Is that accurate? Oh, Control specifically. Okay, 29.4% of the kills in Control for Scump. That is compared to his teammates. Obviously, the average would be 25%. That is, 1 out of 4. So Scump lights it up in Control. That is pretty absurd. And on top of that, 1.15 KD while he's rocking the SMG. I mean, that means two things. One, they play a lot of Tuscan, and two, Scump has been the fry man. And well, whether or not he is full in color, he is certainly ready to play on the day. OpTic up 2-0, and I would say a couple reasons why. Honestly, for Shotzzy, I'm not exactly sure what his fate will be, but right now he's looking like a menace.
He's really been impressive, Chance. I mean, how many times better than probably he's looked before?
8, maybe. I mean, he's looking on point. I know there's a lot of F1 drivers out there, but just the 8th version of it. Whatever the case may be, we go into Control. Both of these teams have been fantastic on Tuscan. And I mean, again, even just look at like the offensive win percentage, right? You at Toronto, it was above the 50% mark. That is honestly clinically insane. That means they are the best in the world, but OpTic being second, not far from it. So this is, again, a square up map. Both of these teams love Tuscan. The battle will be better. OpTic looking for the 3-0. Toronto looking for a reverse sweep as Shotzzy continues his reign of terror.
My God, you're good. Here we go. He's slowly being decimated here. First segment on his way out. Kleenex meets Scump in the grass. He's going to get one. Shotzzy's already in the back spawn. We're going to be straight away. This is not looking good. Cammy has just got into church. He's barely been able to say his prayers, and now he's already, well, nearly sent back to the afterlife. There we go. Second segment A on its way out. Kleenex manages to catch a couple of the Shotzzy Scump combo, kebabs them, eats them alive. And here we go. Second segment A cleaned up. iLLeY's still got mid-map covered.
That's a small thing too, but that's a really good play by iLLeY just to catch some of these players, and he gets insight to help as well. Just to hop off the point, to watch your own back and make sure you maintain that map control. So little things like that from iLLeY go a long way. It'll be a 5-life lead with plenty of time on the clock for OpTic to attempt to convert this round. Of course, you got guys like number 6, Cammy. He is in the OpTic spawn, but the same thing can be said for OpTic being in their spawn. iLLeY behind enemy lines, wins a gunfight top church, and it'll just be chaos on the map for a bit as Cammy finally makes his move.
Slowly but surely now, the defenders trying to hold their way back towards that B zone. Kleenex trying to lock it down to the outside here of P5. Crazy little room here on Tuscan where a lot of action goes down. The defenders on the reshuffle. Bants with a big win. Up close and personal now. Dashy and the rest of the OpTic team. They're still making their way forward, but Kleenex, it's a clean house. Can Scump find any more? The answer is hell no. Ultra fight their way out their spawn. Now trying to keep the pace alive. Bants is still going. What in the name of all things, Benjamin?
I mean, look, if you were paying attention on the boat counters, Miles, obviously you were. It was the SMGs for Toronto Ultra that were lighting it up pretty much from start to finish. Kleenex and Bants right now. Yes, they're down 2-0, but might be looking for a nice little revenge tour. And honestly, this is one of those pushes, by the way, on offense. As soon as any player dies, it makes it so difficult to actually get that break. So once a guy like Shotzzy falls, he's going to have to gear up, try to get that map control, and get ready for the next push. iLLeY strikes, stays alive, and now just wait for his teammates as Shotzzy takes care of the flank.
Nice nade over the top. Doesn't find anything. Inside. A lot of damage dealt. Can't get the kill on a Scump.
God, what a nice job.
That is frustrating as hell. Bants is now up. Big win against Shotzzy. Nothing but head there. He cleans him up with MP40. Now on a slide forward. Scump's going to get tagged. Will stay alive. The dead nade not able to do much. Insight v Dashy from these very angles. We've seen it before on this map, and it's been something special. And Scump's on a 3 now. Locking this one down. And this is a big stack. It's the OpTic stack, if you will. Cammy's got to go big. Here comes the final pinch. You got to go. Ultra, fly forward, get the kills. They can't find a single one. Texas captures both points. They stack it up again.
And this is OpTic. I mean, just running them over. By the way, that is all because of that gunfight that Scump had against Insight that he should not have won. I wasn't joking when I say, if you have one player fall before that push to B ever like sort of activates, it is incredibly difficult to make a move. Scump wins that one, turns it into 2 more, and the man that is hogging the kills in Control right now, 9-5 on a 4 spree. as you can see the setup for OpTic, they don't care about that pressure towards A. They care about the kills and the kills they get. Scump now 1 of 5.
Feels all good for them now. While we have the opportunity, let's go for a very quick listen in with Toronto Ultra and see how they rebound.
Top church. They side. They chalked it. They could be you. Yeah, chalking, I think.
Oh, you weak. Absolutely.
Their side. Scum their side. Scum their side.
It was top church as well. I don't know. It might have been Scum.
One stop up broken.
I'm playing for him.
Scum's this side.
Could pinch aLLeY.
Where is he? On that block. I'm weak. You hit me with a nade. Come back to plow. They're just playing deep. Let me nade it. Let me nade it.
We could have got mid though.
No, he could have. I killed him. Yeah, okay. I didn't see him.
I'm in church.
You're in church.
Weak dead.
Nice shit. Deep.
Absolute, bro.
Oh, Shotzzy's top. Shotzzy's top. He's done that ladder. Absolute. Toby. Run back. One's on the deep guard heading. How are you playing this? John, play front. Play front. Oh, he's pushed out. He's already pushed out.
2 P5 then. Wait up.
Pushed out.
It's not
like the ramp. The ramp. Now, iLLeY's absolute top broken. One's on the roof somewhere close to your left.
Yeah, I think he's close left.
He's not. He's top broken. iLLeY weak, top broken.
Shotzzy might pinch.
It's gonna be Dashy front. Dashy is front.
Jimmy.
Top long, dead.
One more in P5.
I don't see Dashy.
I'd have run back.
Yeah, you might be playing green. Scump spinching P5. Scump spinching. Absolute. Nice, good shot.
Play third point, Jimmy.
Yeah, he's low. Below, chill left, Toby.
Yeah, he is low. I don't know. On the steps. On the steps. On map steps.
Map steps, kill me. Nice. I'm in mid. He's gone mid alley. Spawn kill him. Scump play for me top. Scump's top. Scump's in P5. Scump's P5. Big kill P5. Yeah, Scump that. Nice. Play P5. Play P5. Listen, we need one wave and just stack. Yeah.
Top maps or top green.
Yeah.
We're gonna nade front, okay?
He's jumped across the green.
I've been naded. Fuck. I'm one shot. Give me a sec. Close shots. He's close. Weak.
Ramp.
Slide
in. Flat.
Yeah, I spawned fucking
I think
top.
He's
top. One stop on me.
Close left as well, I think.
Go on. I'm pinch him.
I'm fucking pushing for it, bro.
With hard.
Wait, fucking plat and deep right.
Run low. You
plat. Yeah, nice. Well, I'm watching pinch until you spawn up.
Plat.
I think he's pinched.
Got two.
Nice. Dashy's deep, absolute. He's top, back right, Cam.
Lay for a point.
Yeah, back right. I'll be pinched on maps.
Nice. Let's do that. Dashy weak, deep right.
I've naded you.
There's two. Back right, both of them. Back right, both.
Pull an AR to help you with maps here.
Yeah,
I want plat steps. I'm just holding
a good concerted effort chance there on the final few pushes, but at 13-6, OpTic Texas have the life lead. They've got the advantage, and right now they've got the gunny as well.
Absolutely, they have the gunning. I mean, I love the conversational nature of Toronto's comms, but maybe a couple mishaps, or maybe this could be the play, but it's a 3v10, and these are so difficult gunfights to win. OpTic, I mean, cleaning house. Maybe Shotzzy's lucky number is just 8, but they're setting themselves up for a 3-0. I mean, just a very close game in the hard point, but dominance in the search and destroy, and dominance here so far in the control as well. OpTic right now are on one.
Whew. Not over yet. Joining here, what we got of the listening there does give us a lot of promise and insight, if you will, into Ultra's mindset again. One of the most composed teams in the league by far. But now, this is it. The potential for the 3-0. 4-man stack on the defense in on towards A. Shotzzy's going to try to creep through church side. And oh my goodness gracious. Shotzzy finds one. The instant snap on the second. And he's out. He's dealt the damage. He's going to dip. Dashy's got the pinch picked up. It all comes down to one. And it's all on a Cammy now in the A zone. Staying alive for the time being. Here comes the counter-attack now from Ultra. And they're making this work out. Chance, what an opener this was.
They just did this to bully out A on defense. I'm surprised too, because OpTic, they've hit mid like plenty of times when they play Tuscan control, but this is the way to respond, by the way. Take it to them on defense. Give them no room to breathe. Scump may be finding an opening, but either way, as it stands, you're up 4 lives. There has been no progress over towards A. Maybe Ultra, I know the comms are nice and calm. They have certainly turned up the heat so far on defense, but as soon as they get cleared out, they will slow that pace down. They will take the life advantage that they have and, well, maybe try to add 2 more to the pile as Cam be able to find another pick.
Scump trying to hold on. Oh, he does just that. Traded out by Bance. You keep the A zone safe for a brief moment. Dashy now sliding forward. Good coverage from iLLeY as well. The dynamic duo now make their way back onto the point. 36 seconds on the clock. Second segment at A, fast moving. Again, the OpTic stack continues to impress and bewilder fans across the world. A 2-2 split now. Over towards B we go, as A is now done. 1 more minute on the clock. 17 lives for OpTic Texas, 18 for Ultra.
And plenty of time to work with, minute and a half. Quite not as much as they had the first round, but again, they just need that one good push, and they've been able to convert it quite a few times. iLLeY underneath Church, and he looks like he found the opening. He's able to get through, or maybe no opening there. Cammy takes him down, Vance wins the next one, and that is a push completely stuffed for OpTic.
Scumpy.
Scump, the next man up, gets traded, and, well, Ultra Clearhouse, 4 life advantage now. Honestly, this could be one that comes down to just pure kills. If OpTic's ever able to stop that clock over towards B, and looks like for the moment, their play call, try to work through mid and maybe throw a life or two away. Shotzzy able to take one down. I mean, iLLeY's here, but he has no help.
Nah, not enough help. Now he's done. So, Ultra should be able to hold this one down. 15-9. Ultra with the life lead. As so many times before, it has come down to kills here on Tuscan and Gavutu in the control game mode here in Vanguard. The 5 spree, trying to make it a 6. Oh, Insight stay alive. Sunny Jim. All good for now, trying to keep the streaks played. Shotzzy now hitting the backside of the spawn for Toronto Ultra. Insight should be able to read this one. They've got eyes on him. There's the tags, damage, big shots, clean up coming through from CleanX. Less than 30 seconds on the clock chance and only 5 lives for Texas.
Yeah, I mean, just completely disconnected this round, at least after capturing A. I think, honestly, just the way the Ultra set the tone right off the break to 4-stack A just made things a little bit different that OpTic never able to quite make the adjustments for. And even now, you can see they just got dismantled in this round, down by 8 lives, and I think they chalked it up and just said, hey, we know if we go to that round 5, we need to make sure we get that defense and can't throw away too many lives. But that was a beautiful round, potentially, for Ultra to start this comeback. It would be the ultimate reverse sweep if you go down 2-0 in the series and 2-0 down in the control as well, but at least able to get on the board. And now for Ultra, I mean, we saw the stats, right? 57% of their offensive rounds in control, they are able to win. The best team in the game from this direction. And this is a round they absolutely need. And keep in mind, Insight, by the way, a bit of a slow game because Dashy has been on a heater, but he is on a 5. He might be able to get some streaks.
What a story it would continue to be. The history that these squads have got against each other in tough situations. Let's add another one to it. Why not? Cammy 4 now in a row, looking for the 5th. Good shots out of iLLeY, but not to stop Cameron McGilligan. Edinburgh's finest, now on a 5. Toronto with that slow progress towards A, and hello, that's 6 now for Cammy. Looking to keep this play going. One more kill's going to net him the streaks. Nice shots out of iLLeY. The frag grenade helps out too. Now Shotzzy straight into the spawn. Insight with a good read though. Nice shots again. Kills coming through. Chance second segment at A though, gone.
You do see Insight got traded, by the way, so he's actually not able to get that glide bomb. So big kills coming in from OpTic in that moment. And they've at least stopped the progression over towards A. So maybe for Ultra, maybe a bit disconnected in this moment, or maybe opportunity for CleanX to get some kills or just get shot in the back. Unfortunate spawn that he has to deal with. And now I think OpTic, they might have the moment. They chalked up A in the past, and well, with that gunfight win, OpTic will have to chalk this one up too. Ultra will capture A. Have 1 minute and 53 seconds on the clock, but down 2 lives, but still plenty of time to work with.
They've got nice spread on the defense towards B as well, so Ultra, they're gonna have a very difficult task to get across. Oh no, timing for Scump. He let them all in. Wow, the church is full of Canadian players with complicated backgrounds. Some of them from the UK, some of them from Denmark. It's very complicated, but they're all in now. Shotzzy's like, they're on me as well. And here they come. Vance now straight on the point. The stack now from Ultra. Insight's managing to keep the kills going. Cammy's in the back line as well. OpTic, they're in trouble now. Ultra have just sprung to life.
Well, they didn't stack it though, right? They only have 1 or maybe 2 players on point, but you're watching the back, and those are the kills going in the back that are important, by the way. Scump trying to flank. Vance able to win his 1, but you only got the 1 tick so far. You still have pressure towards the back, but everything gets dealt with. I think, honestly, as far as we've seen on offense, at least this game, OpTic have handled it just a little bit better. But as it stands, though, Ultra still a 2-life lead. Now just make it 1. And they still have a tick, so not the worst situation in the world, but still not easy to try to convert this round as they are getting picked apart left and right. Gotta stagnate, gotta wait, gotta get that coordinated team push. You can see a little bit of pressure through P5. Ultra, they want to hit through the front.
Ultra with the kills as well. They're desperate not to get defense on the final round. They want it, brother. And here comes Scump, not able to get anything out of that fight. Shotzzy, oh baby, look at this tight angle. Over the top they go. Big play from Shotzzy, traded out immediately. Once again, here comes the two-man hit from Ultra, and it's a trade. Dashy now should be able to clean up Bans. Trades again, non-stop. But wait, Insight comes out on top. 8 lives to the 9 now. Can Insight find a kill or two here? He will not. Once again, OpTic's defense reigns supreme. Kleenex finds one before being traded as well. Clock ticking, 7 lives apiece. We're going down to the wire.
Look, man, if you can beat Ultra, you can win tournaments. That is what OpTic is looking to set themselves up for right now. That last boost of confidence before going into this major and looking to get it done in 3-0 fashion. All 4 plays for Ultra stacked up. Their final play.
Final play. Here we go. In every possible corner, Cammy's bullets go. Scump cut down on the back. No lives left now for Ultra. 2 of them dead on the point. And you're still trying to maintain some presence here in this on iLLeY. The clock's still flowing. Here comes the last-minute contest. Vance waiting patiently. The last player now for his squad. Desperately hoping to find something. Here come the reinforcements. Clock still ticking. Vance over the top rope. He gets dropped. iLLeY now brought down by Insight. There's the contest. Shotzzy still alive. And it is absolutely non-stop here on the point. Cammy trying to find something, can't get it done. Insight's all alone, and that is it. Anthony Cuevas Castro with the final kill, and my goodness, OpTic Texas, a 3-0 over Toronto Ultra.
And look, man, it didn't come out with a little bit of drama along the way. But still, that is the performance OpTic needs. That is a match they needed to dominate. And again, I think that is the first time these OpTic boys have beaten Toronto since they have picked up Insight. It has been a very interesting start to the season about the clutch factor for OpTic, but you can 3-0 a team that wins the Kickoff Classic that has been top 2 in the world for the past year and a half. You can win tournaments in OpTic. I mean, they came to play today. S&D on point. Their control was dominant, and they took care of business on Bocage as well. Again, maybe 8 reasons why to a certain extent, but you know they are going to be coming away with so much more confidence going into Major. That is absolutely a massive win for OpTic Texas.
There was so much talk as well coming into this about, like, you know, this is the bad part of the, you know, of the scheduled matches for OpTic, especially coming into the major. They have got to absolutely defeat Toronto Ultra in Boston, and everyone's, you know, scoffed at that one, all of us included. Look at the entire desk. I don't think anyone saw this coming. This was huge out of OpTic Texas. What a way to get it done. And man, it was insane plays, back to back. Shotzzy on one. Dashy winning huge individual gunfights when it comes to those AR and AR battles versus Insight. Time and time again, man, they came to play today. Attachment or not, I don't care, man. Like, they played so well. That doesn't make a big enough difference. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. We'll let Twitter decide. But, like, that was insane.
I think the biggest takeaway for me, obviously the Bocage incredibly close. We know both these teams play it well. It's just we have seen OpTic do a decent job over the course of this season so far being playmakers in S&D, but a lot of times still not able to close out those like final moments. They were playmakers again here on Tuscan, but executing, consistently making the big plays, sniffing out the rounds they needed, getting the 1v2 clutch from iLLeY. Like, that is a perfect series right there from OpTic Texas. Again, exactly what they needed. And for the record, I did predict that, by the way. I picked OpTic to win. I think the first time we cast them in the Kickoff Classic, I was like, this is going to be a top 2 team in the game like all year long. I haven't really changed my mind. Like, the losses they've had, it's been some unfortunate situations, some lack of ice, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. But I think once they bring it together, this will be a team. We're going to see them in grand finals, I think, fairly consistently. And I'll knock on wood just in case. But you go out against Toronto Ultra, one of the best teams in the game, dominate them in a 3-0 performance again. Doesn't get any better than that.
Dude, like, teamwork was on point. Everyone looked insane. That was a good series for OpTic. Now they just have to keep it up. That's all it is. OpTic fans have been waiting for a result like this for a really long time. The last time they won a tournament chance was, what, back in 2019, back on BO4, back when the Tempest was insane.
No, MW.
MW?
Well, so OpTic, yeah, okay, I suppose. If we're going by, like, technicalities, but, like, the players we know to be OpTic boys in MW, they got a couple.
Yeah, but you're upset. I'm getting mad. All right. Anyway, wow. Okay, well, that was a crazy way to close the day out. Desk, are you as hyped as we are?
No, Miles, because that was some serious fugazi that came out of your mouth earlier, but
Fugazi?
I digress.
Big cap. Hey, let's just say this. At the end of the day, OpTic Gaming won 3-0, and I'm thinking that the gentlemen on that team agreed that it was part of their fate to win this game. But yo, Nameless, when it came to this, OpTic, big win over a team like Toronto Ultra.
Yeah.
I mean, That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk specifically about the control. So in the control, I thought they played absolutely amazing. Their offense, it's continuously just amazing me how they play that. They're great there. And then on defense, they had multiple clutch nades on B. Clearly, they're timing that as a team. Their defensive holds are very strong there. People are filling at the right times, making the right plays. So they look great there. But, you know, to talk about the GA a little bit, I think that compromises you as a pro player. So I think for Toronto, give them a little bit of grace. They'll probably have a better showing in their next matches going forward. But as soon as they figure that out, they were definitely compromised going forward into that search and destroy.
OpTic winning that hardpoint was big because on paper, let's be completely honest, we all thought, okay, Toronto's going to win a hardpoint for sure, then OpTic's going to win S&D. But when OpTic won that hardpoint, it was kind of like, okay, I feel like OpTic's going to take this, and it happened.
And you know what? I will say this. OpTic looked much more composed than what we had seen from them previously. It definitely looked like they've fixed a lot of their rotational mistakes as well as in-game. We heard in that listen-in, it was iLLeY kind of making a lot of play calls on the bow cage hardpoint. So to a point, OpTic has seriously improved since we last saw them.
Big time. I think the fact that players just had big individual standouts like Shotzzy and whatever, like you saw players like iLLeY really step up in a big way. But on the side of Toronto Ultra, I think the boys are going to be fine after this loss.
Yeah, I think they're going to be fine. I do think that in that control on their offense, there's a couple things that they can fix. That one time they did not stack the point. You saw Bance was all the way at the back truck, and he ended up losing that gunfight. Like, you just have to be tighter. You can't make any mistakes on B when you get an optimal setup like that. You either go and you stack the point, or you must stay alive and finesse when you're trying to spawn kills. So there's a couple things they can work on there. But like I said, I mean, just the competitor in me, I can't talk about the maps 1 and 2 that much simply because he was using an attachment that nobody else had in the entire game, which is definitely going to give you an advantage.
Twitter was bumping, I'll tell you that. But what's about to be bumping is his interview. It's going to be with the one and only Shotzzy for the Game Fuel Post-Victory Spotlight. Shotzzy, how you doing today, man? Congrats on the win, first off. And second, all right, let's be completely honest. Going against Toronto Ultra, looking at the stats, this team in Respawn, they're really good. When you all won a hardpoint, what was the confidence like for you and your team?
Our respawns lately have been really good in practice. You know, we've been really focusing on our map pool recently, and, you know, it's been showing. And I want to say that I used the wrong attachment because all of our things reset. And Ray told me after map 2, so that I switched it. And I just want to apologize to Toronto because I literally did not mean to do that. I genuinely apologize, but yeah, GG's to them.
I mean, obviously you guys have improved overall as a team. We saw it in the way that you played the game, regardless of, you know, the KDs and slaying power. Your rotations were on point. You guys were seriously fixed that from previously, just kind of putting everything on breaking. And as a team, for you guys, I want to know what it was like fixing through those problems and pushing through, upping your game to end up 3-0ing Toronto Ultra.
I feel like in scrims, we obviously overcome our problems, but when it comes to match time, we have just insane amount of problems. But finally, today we clicked. I think we were shy to show what we're capable of, and you know, today showed what we're mid of. So yeah.
First off, congratulations on the win, Shotzzy. I want to ask you, what separates you guys in control? Because it seems like you guys play Tuscan. You're just a level ahead of everybody on that map, especially when it comes to offense. So what do you think gives you guys that edge?
Just stack the point, honestly. Like, you gotta kill, stack the point. Everyone's coming to us. We're gonna kill. So I definitely think that's one thing that probably separates us. But I mean, us getting those, you know, just kills are just allowing us to get the openings to, you know, just create chaos on the map and you just get more kills. But
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Shotzzy, the last weekend before the OpTic Major, of course, right? I know the fans out there are excited. You picked up your second win of the year so far. Anything you want to say to the supporters, the believers, anybody out there, man, before we head into the big day?
Shout out to Green Wall. Appreciate you guys. We definitely love you guys. And yeah, I'm excited to see you guys at the OpTic Major.
Yo, Shotzzy, you killed it today, man. Your KD was incredible. I love your rating, and I love the win. Congrats. I was one that got the prediction right, so I feel good about it, man. Good luck to you and your team moving forward, and we'll catch you next time.
Thank you.
No problem. I will say this, though. At the end of the day, yeah, you know, attachment or not, he owned up to it, and he apologized on stream.
And they still played well in that control, obviously, as well in the series. And, it wasn't on purpose. There's probably people out there some Toronto fans who think that it was on purpose. He probably just had it on, on that account on accident, or a class that he maybe just selected and didn't mean to. So from what I've, interacted with Ant before, he's a great guy. Doesn't have any malicious intent. So don't be showing him a ton of hate on social media.
I respect production for this because they are not letting us slip by. I have some choice opinions on this, as you can see on your screen. But regardless,
at first I thought
they looked better on Hardpoint.
Yes.
They looked better in S&D.
Yeah, at first I thought too, because it was out on the next map, right? I had Search and Destroy, but knowing his character, I don't think he would do that.
See, I don't know him personally, so I can't attest to him for the way Nameless says. For my tweet, for me, it's like, dude, there's a giant rectangle at the end of my gun. How do you? I'm killing a little bit faster than I'm used to, but again, I digress.
This is gonna be really fun to see on Reddit as everything unfolds. By the way, let's talk about the Game Fuel Tactical Play of the Day. It's gonna be none other than Shotzzy in a 2v1. Let's go ahead and take a look, because this guy was absolutely frying.
Absolutely, and then we're on board with iLLeY right now. He does get this first player off the top, and this is a really important round for OpTic to go up 4-2 in the series. iLLeY is just trying to stay alive in church here. He knows that player is going to continue re-challenging him. He's going to wait for the pick. He reads the top church push. He goes the stairs and ends up getting the dub. That was just easy reads out of iLLeY.
Yeah, sorry about that. I meant iLLeY, but iLLeY popped off. And I will say this, though. Seeing iLLeY being one of the players that really stepped up today in a big way.
What they needed.
And just started frying, it was really big, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they needed. He was the guy that was underperforming in a lot of their series. And in the last two, he has stepped it up a big time. So for them, it just seems like that's what sort of flipped the switch and got them going in all the game modes.
Right now, let's go ahead and recap the games that happened today, because it was definitely a fun one and kind of a fast one, man, with the 3-0 at the end. But the LA Thieves facing off against Paris Legion turned out the way that we expected.
Yeah, I mean, this LA Thieves team, they're rolling, dude. In their hard points, they are looking unbelievable. They've gotten now to be 7-1 when it comes to hardpoint. So they're the best hardpoint team in the game, if not top 2 with Seattle, right? So looking at this team, I'm expecting them to continuously improve. They have such good AR players, and Drazah has just become so comfortable with the SMG. He's a player who's flip-flop between weapons in the past, but now is like a main SMG. He's just been playing so damn good in every series. And then Envoy, who's leading the way in terms of hardpoint KD. This is the guy at the kickoff that didn't play that well in the respawns, and then now he's just been lighting it up. So I'm loving what I'm seeing out of the LA Thieves. And if they fix their search and destroy, like Drazah was saying, they are really ready for a championship. So, so far so good for LA. They built a really solid roster that's clicking in and out of game. And you can see it's translating.
I love this team. Yeah, big time. In Paris, the problems are still starting to continue. I mean, this team has been struggling. Yeah, we see flashes of one player popping off at a time and whatnot, but aLLeY, we need the team to pop off together.
We saw what they were capable of in that search and destroy. Sure, John was going on a freaking spree, but everybody else was as well. Nobody was horrendously negative, and that's what we need from them consistently. In every game mode across boards, it needs to translate in hardpoint. It needs to translate in control. Control was supposed to be a good map mode for them, and they lost it. Of course, it wasn't Atlanta FaZe. To be fair, they are disgusting, but I don't think all hope is lost for this Paris Legion squad.
Now, another game that we saw today was Minnesota versus Atlanta FaZe, and when it comes to the tempo that FaZe throws at you, Minnesota, they just couldn't keep up, Nameless.
Yeah, it was tough for Minnesota. I mean, I talked about it a lot earlier. We'll continue to talk about it with this Minnesota team, but yeah, it's the tempo for them. It's the decision making. They have to be quicker. They're going up against the toughest opponent for them, and that's going to be Atlanta FaZe. What we've seen out of Minnesota is they just have to win game 2, to extend that series. Yes. If they don't win game 2, it's going to be impossible for them. They have to be the best search team in the game in order to be championship caliber. So I think it's just back to the drawing board for this team. They really have to iron out their hardpoint mistakes. You're not going to be able to get away with it this year. Getting both search and destroy wins and stealing a respawn, it's just not going to happen. They got to fix their hardpoint.
You're absolutely right. And on the side of Atlanta FaZe, I mean, Simp, he was saying, we're starting to get more confident. We're starting to get more comfortable. That's scary as hell, aLLeY, for the simple fact that Atlanta FaZe is one of the best teams in the game. They're undefeated so far still. And if they get better, I mean, you got the Royal Ravens at the top, Toronto Ultra, and also Seattle Surge. FaZe they're looking to be king again this year.
I mean, we've already seen them get better. aBeZy and Simp started off a negative KD. I'm sure after this series, they're all positive across the board, and it was an absolute smoke show. So now that they are continuously to push their ceilings wow,
Yeah.
push their ceilings, they're basically going to be unstoppable.
Right, I was the same way today. I could not talk at all. But the last game of the day, seeing, what was it? Sorry, OpTic versus Toronto. It just happened on screen, right? OpTic walked away with a big 3-0 win in Toronto. I mean, it looked rough for them for a second. But you know what? This team, they're good. They're going to be great. And seeing OpTic do better just means so much more heading into the first major.
No, this is huge for OpTic. Like, remember, like, these guys, they lost the series. They were potentially going to be in bottom 4 and start in losers brackets. So I think the sense of urgency was there for OpTic. Like, this was a must win for them, and you saw that in their gameplay. And in this Hardpoint, we talk about at times they make mistakes, things of that nature. Well, there were a couple of hills, like you think back to P4 and Barn on this, where Toronto actually had the back spawns. Bance was on a huge streak. But OpTic picked up the majority of time because they were able to recognize that, and they just stacked point and played back-to-back setups. And this team is so individually talented that they're able to do that and get away with it and win that clutch gunfight, even though they have the disadvantageous spawn. So I think that that's a good sign for OpTic Texas. And if you're an OpTic Texas fan, that they're able to get out of these tough spots, because this is a very close map, and OpTic had to really grind through it. And that's sort of that tight setup thing that they were saying, or the stack the point thing they were saying. That is when they find success, when it's chaos and it works.
Yeah, and on the side, Toronto Ultra, like, there was a couple of mistakes I wasn't used to seeing this team make. They were playing incredibly far apart from each other on Hardpoint, which is weird because they are teams so based on teamwork, based on playing out to their traits, that was a little odd for me. I think maybe they just lost their pace at some point. They were getting late on rotations. OpTic was actually out-rotating them on P2, which is not something you see every day from OpTic Texas.
True.
But again, props to them for upping their Hardpoint game.
Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings for OpTic, up their placement just a little bit now. Things have been crazy so far. Atlanta FaZe are back on top. It's where they wanted to be, right? 4-0, but yeah, they kind of shit. They have one extra game over Seattle Surge. We're going to see how long that lasts. Those two teams are going to be just the rivalry from now on is going to be sexy. But also, OpTic Texas moving into the top 8 spot, currently 2-2 now. But tomorrow is going to be even better for the simple fact that, take a look at number 11 right now, the New York Subliners. And this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the day, Nameless, how this is a time to perform. Teams like New York, teams like Paris, teams like Minnesota Røkkr, there's no more excuses now. They're going to have to pick things up.
Yeah, they have to. They're going to have to win out. They have to win their next 2 matches, and then even then, like, I think they'll still be hoping to win like a tiebreaker in order to get into the top 8. But I think for New York Subliners, it's really just trying to get that win on the board, get some confidence, because more than likely you're starting in losers brackets, so you just got to learn the game at this point. You got to catch up to these teams that are getting ahead of you and try to make something happen at this major.
You're right. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the points right now, because it matters big time in regards to seeding. So let's play a little game right now. Atlanta FaZe, it would be going against the likes of what, like New York or Paris? I'm not sure yet. I suck when it comes to WB.
Yeah, it'd be 7 or 8, so it'd be Guerrillas or OpTic at this point.
Oh yeah, that's going to be absolutely insane. So yeah, big Atlanta FaZe at top
Imagine
again.
Atlanta and OpTic round 1.
Yeah.
That would be hot.
That would be hot. That'd be lit. Round 1 matchup and winners.
I like that. Right now, aLLeY, today was a good day. We had 3 games, kind of a fast one. We're used to, we're used to those long ones from last week, right? But tomorrow, things are going to heat up even more.
I mean, we have 4 games tomorrow, man. I mean, that thing's going to go to the distance all across the board.
Yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for tuning in so far. This is the last and final weekend before the OpTic Major, and rightfully so. We see OpTic starting to turn things up as well. And for the other teams out there, you see everybody absolutely bringing it, from the London Royal Ravens all the way down to even Florida Mutineers looking to pick things up. Let's take a look at the schedule to see how things are going to unfold. Like I said, the Florida Mutineers are going to have to face off against the Seattle Surge. Now, those young individuals, they're going to have to bring it, but the game fuel marquee matchup will be the Minnesota Røkkr facing off against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. 2 teams with a ton of potential.
Yeah, I would have been super excited for this match, but the problem is Minnesota did not look good today, and they're going to get to LAG team that has also been like a top 3 hardpoint team so far in this game, and their search and destroy looks better. So I'm really heavily leaning towards LAG in our game fuel marking matchup tomorrow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys already know what the deal is tomorrow. You know the matchups, and I can't wait to see it all go down. All of these teams are absolutely gunning, and from what we saw today, we already know that tomorrow is going to be fuego. So I'm going to thank you for tuning in, and don't forget, same place at the same time. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more CDL action. You all take it easy.